half of them. Face down in Somerset. Spends time sparring up in Bristol at TNA's gym. And they're full of confidence that.
All right. So we're live this one for the David Allen versus Makhmudov fight. Also UFC Fight Night, Oliveira versus Gamrot, right? And we're going to, well, I wouldn't call this necessarily an impromptu live stream. I mean, obviously, I would be live for most of the fights, but I figured, you know what? Why not combine both events, right? Because to be honest with you, the Oliveira versus Gamrot fight in and of itself is not necessarily compelling enough. I mean, it's compelling. Would I put it up there with the other fight nights that are going to happen, let's say in Saudi Arabia or Qatar, or the Emirati card that is coming up in UFC 321? No, I wouldn't put it right up there necessarily, but this is a pretty decent fight. Now, adding the boxing card with Allen versus Makhmudov into it, I think makes it even more interesting. So here's the thing that I sort of noticed with David Allen, right? From what I've seen out of him, he seems like a very, how do I say this? Very okay boxer, right? I mean, I want to be respectful, but I also want to be very honest about this, right? Yes, I think that he is, an average boxer, but an average boxer that honestly has some serious world level skills. This is an observation that I noticed out of David Allen. World level skills. Okay. That's what I sort of, this is my observation out of world level skills that he's eventually accumulated into this world level skill set that he has going on. And I think it's extraordinary, just that alone, right? Very extraordinary. But nonetheless, Makhmudov, I mean, he seemed like a guy that was on his way up, right? And then we found out he's got some weaknesses. So we're going to find out if that remains a reality for David Allen, him and David Allen. So that is the fight of the night. Also, obviously, Gamrot versus Charles Oliveira is also a big part of today's event as well. We're also going to cover that. But let's see here. Okay, so we're just getting this started right here. Okay. So, all right, yeah, just a little bit of an intro to the live stream that we have going on right now. All right, so right now what we have is on the David Allen undercard, Udin versus Roberts. All right. Okay, so British Bangladeshi fighter up right now. You don't see too many of those, right? There's not a lot of British Bangladeshi fighters out there, but this guy is obviously one of the rare ones out there, and looks like he's doing pretty well in this fight right now. Setting up the thumbnail right now, turning on the notifications, or I'm sorry, the monetization as well. There we go. All right. So everybody around the world, don't forget to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, because I'm here to cover all of these fights for you right now. So okay, now we got the thumbnail going. There we go. All right.
And it's very difficult when you're someone that has the variation and what we see here, the accuracy as well. It just takes half a step back, he leads back on that left hook, but he knows exactly where it is. That right hand got to be a bit higher, although he was throwing the right hand there, but that is so impressive.
All right, Truth Seeker says, "What's up, man? What's up, brother? How you doing, man? You ready for these fights today, or what? Or would you say that these fights, Nate's fight got canceled? They scrapped the whole card. Nate's fight? Oh, Nate Davies. That's right. That's right. Because your boy was supposed to fight today. Yeah. So what happened with that, man? What made them cancel the fight? And then the whole card got canceled in the process of that. Now that's insane, right? Like what brought that up? I guess is the is the underlying question. But yeah, man, I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm bummed out for your homie for that one. That's yeah. That's one of the worst things you can hear as a fighter, especially as an upcoming fighter, when every fight truly matters, right? Now, not to say that, I mean, most fights matter for the most part, but, I think that when you're starting off with, just one or two fights early in your career, then yeah, it would probably be, very important to sort of, get every fight as much as you can. He says, my buddy was fighting today. A bunch of fights fell through, I guess. So, okay. So because a bunch of fights fell through, they just decided that the whole card wasn't worth scheduling. It's rescheduled for December 13th. Wow. Okay. A little bit of a longer way, especially considering the fact that a lot of these guys have peaked their bodies very early on, especially in mid-October, which is right now, right? This is where they were peaking their body. And so now all of that has to be resetted again. There's also an aspect of overtraining as well that I think you'd have to be very careful about, especially when you have these types of bouts that are rescheduled. So yeah, man, hopefully it works out for everybody involved, including including your homie. I know that he was really itching to get in there, get a win today, and and then just progress on to his career and on to the next one. He could have won today and then got a fight again somewhere in December as well, and then now he would have had two fights under his belt. But unfortunately, yeah, that's what it is. He says this is the fourth fight in a row that fell through for him. I mentioned this in the Tom Aspinall documentary that I did, right? Where I basically mentioned about Cain Velasquez's situation. He had a very hard time finding fights very early on due to the fact that there wasn't a lot of people that were willing to fight him. And then if there are people that are willing to fight him, then it would have fell through for the same reasons that you were mentioning right now, which is very typical in the regional, aspects of MMA, right? Even in the UFC, this could be very common as well, especially if you're Conor McGregor, obviously, but totally different situation, but almost relatively the same. You see, it's very difficult to get Conor McGregor to fight because there's a lot that comes with a Conor McGregor fight. There's a lot of logistics that has to be involved. There's a lot of, aspects of, how do I say this? Preparation for the event. Also, the marketing and the promotion that goes along with it. But yeah, it's unfortunate. Anytime a fight falls through, it's unfortunate. It's not good for the fans. It's not good for the fighters themselves. But this also kind of brings into question the reason why a lot of fighters go into fights completely hurt. Right? A great example of this is Ankalaev, obviously. Ankalaev right now is a great example of this because right now, for those of you that don't know, there's a lot of turmoil that is going on with Ankalaev and Ali Abdelaziz right now. And what exactly is that turmoil that is going on with them? Well, obviously right now, Ankalaev has cut ties with Ali Abdelaziz. Ali Abdelaziz is no longer the manager for Ankalaev. By the way, for those of you that don't know, Ali Abdelaziz is the quintessential manager of the stars. Kelvin Gastelum, even bigger names like Khabib and Kamaru Usman, and then all the way down to just fighters that you wouldn't even expect was with Ali Abdelaziz, like Dan Ige. The list goes on. He is the manager to the stars. Some will call him a babysitter. Some will call him a towel holder. Some will call him a loyal friend. Those are the extremes that you get out of Ali Abdelaziz. But what he did was tell Ankalaev that, hey, listen, you can't go into this fight with a broken rib. You are the champion. Alex Pereira is the challenger. Okay, he was the champion, a very popular champion, and you beat him, and you decided to go in there and fight him again with a broken rib for the second time. And for what? Maybe an extra cash, maybe extra money because of the fact that he is, after all, Alex Pereira, and whether he is a challenger or the champion, going into a fight with him would be a lucrative process for any fighter. So it was very tempting for him to take that, even with a broken rib. And I believe Ali. I don't think Ali has any reason to lie. Now, why is it that Ankalaev is upset? There's a lot of emotions involved. There's also aspects of not being in the right state of mind. Truth Seeker says, yeah, a broken rib is a valid excuse to pull out. Correct. However, there's a lot of pressure. Even with that, though, there's a lot of pressure that comes with wanting to stay in that fight, right? Now, Khabib, on the other hand, he would never hop into a fight like this. Ankalaev is a different animal. Khamzat is a different animal. Khamzat would go and fight on the day of Ramadan while fasting. Islam and Khabib would never do such things, even though they also participate in fasting and Ramadan and things of that nature. So yes, a broken rib is a valid excuse, but there's a lot of pressure that comes with that, right? We don't know the type of pay and the type of salary structure that Ankalaev has going on. What we do know is that Ankalaev is in a lucrative opportunity to fight him for the second time again, right? And he'll never have that opportunity again, and then he may never have that with other contenders that he may have had to face within that division. Are the prelims on your channel? Jason Best says, yes, we are here to cover it, Jason Best. Shout out to you. Let me know what part of the world you are from, and I hope that you are enjoying this content right now. Because the topic that we are talking about right now is Ankalaev and Ali Abdelaziz. Ali Abdelaziz. So please understand that. Okay, thank you. I am from PA. Shout outs to PA, man. Shout out to everybody in Pennsylvania. Shout out to everybody in the East Coast and all of that. Truth says, yeah, but having a broken rib puts you at a big risk of losing your win money. Correct. So we don't know what is the underlying motivation that Ankalaev had going on to go into this fight with a broken rib. We also don't know why he's so upset at Ali revealing this. Maybe it has something to do with the fact that Ankalaev does not want to make it seem like he has any excuses. And let me sorry, it got muted there for a second. And just like what Marty said over here, it is a valid excuse to pull out of this fight. A very valid excuse. If you didn't pull out of this fight, it would not have been, honestly, the smartest thing in the world for you to do. But unfortunately, he picked his decision, and as a result of that, he's never getting a rematch because Alex Pereira is too much of a bigger star, and they think of Ankalaev as a very boring champion. So that's the literal synopsis behind it. Truth Seeker says, revealing that he was injured is an attempt to justify the trilogy fight. Revealing that he was injured is an attempt to justify. Well, okay, that's a very good point. That's a very good point, right? Now, the problem with that, Marty, is now Ankalaev seems sincere about retiring, never wanting to come back. So think about that. He never wants to come back again. Adam says, Makhmudov, the caveman, he will win. I'm uncle. Oh, okay, you're Makhmudov's uncle is what you're saying. Okay, well, shout out to you, Adam. By the way, for those of you that don't know, oh, wow. How about this, man? The Bangladeshi boxer right now. Yeah, for those of you that don't know, Adam is a very common name in the Muslim world, right? With Arabs, with Chechens, with Pakistanis, with Afghans. So, yeah, Adam Makhmudov is your last name probably. But on any regard, speaking of the OVs in the world and the bearded guys like me out there, yeah, man, Ankalaev is dead serious about retiring right now. So there is no justification for a rematch at all. So there you have it. That is my segment and a little bit of my rant on Ali Abdelaziz and Ankalaev cutting ties. So I'm actually going to put that. I'm actually going to put that on the timeline. Yeah. So what do you guys think about Ali Abdelaziz getting fired by Ankalaev? Was it a long time coming? Let's read some of these comments right here. So my man says he's from PA, just like what Truth Seeker says. Yeah, but having a broken rib puts you at a big risk of losing your win money. Facts. My man is from Pittsburgh. Revealing that he was injured as an attempt to justify the trilogy fight. That would be a good reason to, yeah, sort of, let's see. Yeah, it would be like Tyson and Jake Paul. Let me know in context what you mean by that. Because otherwise it was too dominant of a win to get it. Says, not fair if he is hurt. Says, Makhmudov, caveman, he will win. I'm his uncle. He says, dude, talking about him pulling out the fight. If he has a broken rib, tell the keyboard warrior to get in the ring with a broken rib. Facts, man. There you go. There you go. Now, that's a very good point, man. You know what I mean? A lot of people don't understand that. You see, all they understand is the superficiality of things, right? That's what they only understand. Oops. There we go. Okay, so as I was saying, the comment that you said about the keyboard warriors, that is all they realistically understand is just, you know, the superficial side of things. Okay, well, he lost, he won. That's all they see. That's all they know. And that's all there is really to it, unfortunately. Hamza Udin, the Bangladeshi. That's awesome, man. They got some Bangladeshis, in the game right now. All right, man. So what else? What else can I talk about here where I can cut up some clips later on? How about this topic, right? How about this topic with Armen Tsarukyan and the comments that he made about not allowing his mother to be in the fights because it's not a place for women to be around. And here's the thing, right? Even though Armen Tsarukyan is of a different religion, he has a very similar culture to that of the Arabs, Muslims, and people of the Mediterranean Islamic world, right? I think that's the best way to really put it. So this idea that a lot of people have about, we got to have equality, we got to include everybody, or this, that, and the other. Okay, let me just say this, right, without really stating my true opinions on this particular matter, because you get in trouble for stating your real opinions in this day and age, right? Misha Tate once complained about the Dagestanis not allowing women to be in their shows, to not allowing women to be in their fight parties, as she was referencing in context to the Khabib versus Conor fight, where a group of these Chechenian guys were watching the fight in a theater, and it was just nothing but men. And so she was very shocked about this. She couldn't understand it. She couldn't get why there were no women in the stands, or there were no women involved in these shows or this watch party. What she doesn't understand is that there's just a huge difference between American culture and Islamic culture. And that's just what it really comes down to. So everybody right now is smashing on Armen Tsarukyan for saying that he doesn't allow his mom to be in the fights. You want to know something? A lot of Muslim fighters never really had their mom in the stance with them in any kind of way. Neither do a lot of Armenian fighters. And like I mentioned to you guys, even though they are of a different religion, they are similar to the cultural practices that we have. For example, shout out to Savachi Financial right here. And by the way, I'm going to read all your comments to everybody that's in here. But obviously, I'm just doing this segment right now for a video that I'm going to cut up and release later on, right? So you guys are tuned in exclusive for a live recording right now, right? So me and Savachi Financial once mentioned each other. You know what? Us, Arabs, Pakistanis, Afghans, North Africans, people of that particular circumference, you could add Eastern European Muslims into that. We all have a very similar culture. The Albanians, the Lebanese, we all have a very similar culture. It goes as follows: BMWs, tracksuits, hanging out in hookah lounges, and all of that, right? That is the same culture that we have. Now, we may have different religions, but when it comes to our hyper-masculine culture, it's very similar, okay? We don't involve women in anything. Look, I can tell you right now, in the streets and in the gangbang world and all these, thuggery that's going on, skullduggery that's going on in the streets, man, listen, they involve women, right? They get involved all the time. And in what capacity do a lot of them get involved? Well, it goes as follows. Oh, well, you know what? My baby daddy, talking shit to me. So I'm going to get some, NYs or, YNs to go slide on him and this and that. Next thing you know, you have a violence that is perpetuated by the emotions of a woman. So guess what? Is Armen Tsarukyan correct for not having his mom there? Here's my honest opinion about it. There's going to be less emotions involved. There's going to be less coddling involved because let's be honest about this, right? It is a woman's natural instinct, especially her son who's going into war or battle, to have emotions. So better you eliminate it out of the equation, right? So, Savachi Financial says, this ain't the Karate Kid with a single mom teaching English in a China, English in China to support who kid because her white man died in Iraq war for his. Oh wow, okay, that's okay. So he says white moms are on Fresh and Fit podcasts promoting their OnlyFans QR coding, arguing with Myron while their kids is doing MMA training with a Sean Strickland poster in his room. There we go. He says we are the people. Jason Best says don't make this don't make it about a political. Next thing you know, Transformers are going to get in saying it's not fair. Okay, so there you go, right? So obviously there's some political attachment to this. I'm going to read your other comments later, but I'm still going on with this particular segment with Armen Tsarukyan, right? So usually the male feminists out there will make an argument saying, oh, well, you got to involve them with everything or this and that. No, here's the thing about it, right? If you are a female that's involved in MMA, there's really nothing that an Islamist or somebody that thinks in Islamic worldview is going to change you from doing that. Look at the way Khabib interacts with female fighters such as Kayla Harrison, who, by the way, is sort of her stablemate, right? There is never going to be a Dagestani female fighter, but Khabib is not going to go out of his way to tell Kayla Harrison, hey, you need to stop fighting. This is haram. Because he understands this is the culture that she grew up in, and that's really all there is to it, right? Savachi says, Armen isn't a Kim Kardashian Armenian. That's a very good point. We are all people. No one is better than anyone. Well, Jason Best, that's a very good point, right? But I want to bring this up, right? Sometimes ideas are better than people, and sometimes some ideas are better than other ideas, okay? And that has nothing to do with the metric measurement of a man's character or the metric measurement of a man's worth or value. It's just that, you know what? Sometimes these ideas are better for an overall longer term security, right? So he is a Glendale salvage, a hardcore Armenian. So that's the thing, man. What a lot of you don't know, right? People that just know Armenians, people that are outside of the West Coast, bro, listen, Armenians are deep in the West Coast, and I got to respect them for it. Obviously, they're deep in MMA, just as us Muslim boys are deep into MMA, and just how African Americans are deep into boxing. Armenians are also right up there with us in MMA and boxing. And they have a very strong gangster culture on top of it. And these are not the type of Armenians that you are dealing with when it comes to the Kardashians, right? These are LA Armenians. And of course, people are going to make an argument, well, Armen's not really gangster like that. He grew up with a rich dad or this and that. Listen, me and Savachi Financial know better than anybody. There's some kids out there that grew up rich that are gangster, and I'm going to drink my coffee to that. Shout outs to all the gangsters in the world. So there it is, man. There's my there's a segment that I'm going to release later on. I started that in 20 minutes and 25 seconds. There it is, man. There it is. So just like that. All right. So now we can go back to live stream mode and read some of these comments. Okay. So let's go back from the very top. We got some good comments going on here by Jason Best and Savachi Financial. So, okay, let's start off with Adam. Not fair if he is hurt. Okay. Yeah, that would be like, okay, let's go back to your Jake Paul comment, right? Yeah, that would be like Jake Paul in comment. Okay. Otherwise, it would be too dominant. Let's see here. Okay. Right here. Dude is talking about him pulling out of the fight if he had a broken. Okay, yes, we read that part. Like Tyson was set up to pull the fight. Watch the replay. Tyson couldn't lit him up a couple of times. Jake Paul tapped Tyson on the shoulder, signaling to slow down. Okay, so you are suspecting of fight fixing, perhaps. He says, don't make it about, okay, we read that part. Yes, this is a very good point right here. Weird that people no one is better than anyone. Okay, so that's what I'm saying. Women shouldn't be involved. It could affect him. There you go. Okay. So we sort of understand that. He says they don't play basketball and baseball. Yes. So that's a very good point, Savachi, right? I think fighting is such a mainstream sport right now that we sort of equate it to similar to watching your kids play soccer or watching your kids play baseball. And sometimes the vibe of that is very much the same. You go to a Taekwondo tournament, it seems like you're going to a Little League baseball game. You go to a wrestling meet, right? Shout out to all those wrestling dads and wrestling moms out there, right? You go to these meets, these wrestling meets, and if you guys know anything about wrestling meets, they are no different than basketball games, because wrestling in the scholastic high school sports is literally played in the same field as that of basketball, and we literally play in the same season as basketball. And I remember this because growing up wrestling in New Jersey, we would share time with the basketball players, right? Because, you know, they would train side by side with us sometimes. Sometimes they would be in one room and this and that, and we'd have like very much similar schedules. So yeah, you know, but what people need to understand is that this is not baseball, basketball, or football. This is a very violent sport, and there's war that goes on and that is involved. And even GSP himself, who is a liberal Canadian, right? I mean, look, Justin Trudeau is like the extremist side of left-wing Canadian politics, right? George is like a moderate liberal. Even George, who's a moderate Canadian liberal, says that he does not want women or children involved in his fights, and rightfully so. So there you go, right? He says they ain't worried about Mickey Mantle or Babe Ruth and Rocky. Armen, the Joe Frazier of LA. Okay, that's a good comparison. He says the Pakistani baseball team beat USA team this. What? For real? Oh, wow, man. I didn't even know Pakistan had a baseball team. That's crazy. Are you sure it's not cricket, though? Like, I know they're big and they're very good at cricket, but baseball, that's surprising, man. And it was done in Chicago. All right, man. So that was in Chicago. Okay. Yeah, so I didn't know that, man. You know what? It's very surprising when you find certain countries that have a sport that you wouldn't think they would have a sport in, right? In baseball. Okay, so you're confirming that it is baseball. That's very interesting. Wow. Wow. Okay. Oh, man. All right. So right now we're also covering, yes, home of the Cubs. Yes. Wrigley Field, I believe, is it? You know, Wrigley Field, I believe, is the name of the venue that you were talking about. All right, so what is this? Bellotti and some other guys, some undercard fights right now going on in the Makhmudov and the Allen fight. Obviously, a Chechen heavyweight boxer. Very interesting, right? He's popping right now in the light heavyweight division. But, you know, they're trying to have, you know, Chechen heavyweights up there too. So that's good. It says we got two teams in Chicago and in the 6. Two teams in Chicago in the 6, huh? What is the 6 exactly? What is that in reference to? All right, man. Josh Yadley is walking out. Is the card already in Rio? No, not yet. That one is going on in 1 hour. I'm watching a boxing card right now. I'm also covering a boxing card on top of the UFC card. So, okay, White Sox. Okay, yes, of course, because there's two teams there. Yeah, Chicago. Okay, so that'd be interesting to see MLB, I suppose, recruit Pakistani players now, right? See, here's the thing, right? Like in MMA or boxing or MMA or fighting sports, period, it is never a surprise when you see, oh, you know what, such and such nationality competing, right? It's never a surprise because it's like we sort of expect everybody around the world to know what fighting is or participate in it in some kind of way. What is this? Tekashi is not a snitch. He redeemed himself on Vlad. What is up with that? All right, you know what? Let's react to that real quick, okay? Let's see what we're talking about here. Let's go react to Tekashi right now. All right, here we go. Let's check this out.
Streaming now. Peacock brings home the dragon-sized streaming event of the year.
Okay, so you get locked up in November. On January 23rd, 2019.
Okay. Let me just put this on start at 1. Hold on. Let's see here. 38. Okay, let's go on 38 minutes. Hold on, just setting up a timeline. See, this is the difference between other streamers is that I try to be very organized and all of that, so you know where to find what. All right, here we go. Okay. All right, so here we go. Let's react and see what Tekashi when he the 8 blood.
19. Yeah. You originally pled not guilty, but on January 23rd, 2019, you changed your plea to guilty on all 9 charges against you, admitting to being a member of the 9 trade gangsters.
Yep.
What were the 9 charges?
I don't know, mad shit.
Bunch of shit.
Yeah, drugs, guns, shootings, whole bunch of shit.
Along with pleading guilty, you agreed to cooperate.
Domestic violence, I took responsibility for all that shit.
Well, along with your guilty plea, you agree to cooperate against everyone else.
Mr. Hernandez, are you currently in federal custody?
Yes, sir.
At some point, did you decide to cooperate with the government?
Yes.
A common trend that I notice a lot of people make about Tekashi 6ix9ine, right? They say that he was a civilian. They say that he should have never been in the gang world or anything like that. A lot of people have these weird criterias as to what a person should be when they are involved in the gang world. In other words, they have these weird stereotypes that the person must come from X, Y, and Z location or zip code, that this person must come from a particular neighborhood, or this person must come from a certain set of cloth, or just talk a certain way, or express themselves a certain way, or make themselves look crazy in certain kind of instances, right? But the reality is that Tekashi took responsibility of almost being like a gang leader, because let's be honest about this, right? If you want to get people hit, if you are planning on getting people hit, then understand this. You are a gang leader, okay? And I'm not saying whether he is or he isn't, or whether he did or he didn't. I don't know anything about this case. I don't know anything. I'm just an MMA streamer that is covering gangster stuff. That's all there is to it, right? But understand this, right? He took full responsibility of the power that comes with having a group of guys do dirt for him. And as a result of that, we should treat him just like everybody else, and not this aspect of, oh, you know what, he should somehow be exonerated because he didn't really know what was going on. Well, what do you mean he didn't know what was going on? He grew up in New York. He knew what that was. He knew what all of this was about. And here's another thing that a lot of people would really find offensive in what I'm about to say. If Tekashi never snitched, I guarantee you that there would be a lot of Southsiders in LA, from LA to the North Side to the upstate. They call them upstate guys, right? They would absolutely ride with Tekashi 6ix9ine based on the fact that he is what he is, and he is of a certain cloth. And that's really the reality of it, right? He's Mexican. Let's just put it out like that. He's Mexican. They're going to ride with him, or at least create some kind of relationship with him if he never snitched. So that's the reality of it. He's Sean O'Malley's spirit animal. Yes, he did get Sean tatted up. He says prelims start at 4. Gotcha on that. 9 trade gangsters were fake bloods. Yes. So about this, what they did, and I don't want to get too detailed into this, but I know a little or two about this, right? 9 Trey is a concept that they took from 8 Trey gangster Crips in LA, by the way, started by the founders of the Crips, Raymond Washington, T. Williams, and then there's another Crip OG that wrote a book on Crippin by the name of Monster Cody. So in other words, they took Crip ideology and made it into blood ideology, but in a New York version, right? Now, a lot of people are going to say, well, then they're not real bloods or this and that. The real bloods are in Piru. The real bloods are in Compton. The real bloods are in Pacoima. The real bloods are in Sacramento, or this, that, and the other. Maybe that's true, right? But it does not make them any less dangerous because of the lack of authenticity that they have regarding to those lineages. Says New York bloods ain't real gangsters. Well, it depends it depends on the situation, right? We can't underestimate them in any, look, put it like this. You can never underestimate the level of violence that anyone can commit. Can't we just all unify our world? No one is better than anyone. Okay, well, that's a very, very pragmatic view of the world, but also a bit of a naive point of the world, point of view of the world, to be quite honest with you. 6ix9ine for lips to tell. He should have been a Latin king or vice lord. I don't know about vice lord, but Latin king would probably fit the ethnic demographic that Tekashi 6ix9ine sort of covers, right? I mean, you look at his career right now, a lot of it is Spanish-speaking songs. So, says, yes, you said the prelims start at 4, correct? They start at 4. Well, if you're in the East Coast, yes, Eastern time, yes. So that would be 1 p.m. Our time, yes. Yes, okay. So, all right, back to Tekashi 6ix9ine on this one.
In connection with your cooperation, have you pleaded guilty to certain crimes?
Yes.
What crimes did you plead guilty to?
I believe there was 9 counts of racketeering, shootings, and drug distribution.
What did you go through to actually get you to do that? Because you were the first high-profile rapper to ever do that in the history of hip-hop.
What I go through?
Yeah. What led up to you making the decision? but actually saying, okay, I'm going to.
Look, I want to answer this question, right? This is interesting right here, but really important to sort of point out. He says that he should have been stepped out if they aren't built for it. Look, Jason, with all due respect, I'll be honest with you, right? No one is built for it. Nobody. Virtually nobody is built for a life of crime. A life of crime is either something that you have to do on a temporary basis, or something that you shouldn't do at all. That's really what it comes down to, right? So no one is built for it. Now, if you're going to do it, you have to understand that you are taking on a social contract that you have to fulfill, because there are certain consequences that come with that. Now, look, the consequences back in the days is if you rat, you get whacked. That's what it is, right? That was the motto of the Italian mafia. That's how they handled things. The Mexican cartel, no different. That's how they handled things. Most gangs in the 90s, that's how they handled things. It was no, there was no debate about it. You snitch, you're gone, right? And when I mean gone, I don't mean like gone from the group. I mean gone from this earth. So time has evolved and changed, right? But now, does it really matter? Do rats get whacked? No. Obviously, Tekashi's still living. Johnny the Bull is still writing books and doing podcasts, no different than Tekashi. And you could add Keefy D into that list and all of that, right? So you don't join the streets. It's not something you decide to do. It's just part of life in the hood. Okay, that's also very true. There's no distinction. He says, no, you don't do no, you do the crime, you do the time, stand on your feet like a man. Okay, that's a pragmatic view. It says just walk down the street with your homies, then you hit a lick, then sudden you're a gang member. Sammy was a real snitch. Yes, Tekashi did not snitch. You know what? That is a common thing that's a lot of people are saying. All right, I may have to watch the whole interview, or just probably watch this partially, but all right, let's
sign this paperwork. I'm going to cooperate. What led up to that particular moment?
Let me see. The kidnapping, the wiretaps, the money, right, that was being stolen from promoters, my baby moms. What else more do you need? My mom.
Fair enough.
Right? I know niggas that tell less than that and telling their friends and their friends. Yo, let me ask you something. I told on niggas who did mad shit, right? And you stated this whole interview that they wasn't your friends, right? Friends wouldn't kidnap you. Friends wouldn't fuck your little thing you got, right?
Yeah.
Mike wouldn't do that to you, right?
Right.
They won't be on the wiretap trying to harm you, right? You see how, and it's crazy because it feels like I'm just saying this shit over and over, but it's my first interview with you. But niggas tell, like I said, Young Thug said that Gunna told. Gunna got put on by Young Thug. That was his man. That nigga, he didn't commit no crimes with niggas. He could have took it to court.
Okay, so a couple of things I want to bring up on this, right? He says they weren't his friends. It's not snitching. Okay. So I'm going to bring up a couple of things here, right? A couple of things that he mentioned that I think is, worthy to bring up. Okay, number one, in the East Coast, I'm going to be honest with you, people in the East Coast are grimy. Okay, far more than in the West Coast. In fact, I think that if you are involved with a neighborhood, you're involved with certain people in the West Coast, there's a good chance those people are going to be loyal to you. At least just from my own anecdotal experience, understanding the East Coast versus the West Coast, right? People in East Coast, I'm sorry, man, but a lot of them are dirty. They don't care about codes. They don't care about not attacking innocent civilians. They will go after innocent civilians. They will go after innocent people. This is the reason why there's a huge anti-Asian hate crime going on in New York, because let's be honest, the majority of people that get hit up in these anti-Asian hate crimes are civilians. These are not Asian boy Crips, TRGs, or, Asian Bloods in Stockton or anything like that. These are normal civilians that get hit up, right? And there's no accountability. And let's just be honest, there's one particular group of people that are doing this to them, one particular demographic, and it's the same demographic of people that Tekashi 6ix9ine rolled with. And what I'm saying is that I'm not talking about that particular demographic is prone to that. I'm saying that people in the East Coast specifically, I mean specifically the West Coast, aside from all gang ties, race, religion, color, or whatever, people in the East Coast, for whatever reason, they are just prone to doing grimy stuff, even to people that are helping them get out the hood. Here's Tekashi 6ix9ine, right? A rich rapper who doesn't need to put any of you broke Trey 9 bloods on, right? Because, you know, people often think, well, you're a gang member. Okay, you must be something. The reality is if you're a gang member, you're broke. You got nothing going on other than what hood you put on your stomach and all this, that, and the other, right? That's just the reality of the situation. But here's a guy who's coming in here, giving you an opportunity, and then you snake him behind his back. And to be fair, yes, Tekashi was never about that life. But at the same time, you sort of perpetuated him into a situation where he compromised your whole entire organization. Well, what do I mean by that? Okay, well, first of all, he was supposed to be your friend. But even if let's say he was an enemy, right? I'll give you an example, something that I may or may not know about. An enemy, I had somebody that I had problems with, right? Let me just say that I may have taken it a little too far, went a little bit over the line, and so he threatened to snitch on me, okay? You know whose fault that was, aside from him saying that he was going to snitch? That was my fault because I went a little too hard on him to the point where I backed him up against the wall and he had no choice but to call the police to be his only assistance. You understand what I'm saying? And by the way, I'm only speaking in a hypothetical situation. I'm not talking about anything real. But understand that if you put somebody, whether it's an enemigo or an amigo, meaning your friend, whether it's an enemy or a friend, you never want to put them in a situation where their back is up against the wall to the point where they have to do desperate things like snitch on you to the cops. So understand that on some free game.
Court, he would have got acquitted on all that shit.
Yeah, he would have won.
He would have won.
Yeah.
But Young Thug said he wanted to come home to some pussy, right? Fast.
Yeah.
So he implicated his mans, right?
Will claim that YSL is a gang.
So what is that?
That's
These
cooperating.
niggas fighting for their life saying it's not a gang.
Yeah.
So what is that?
Cooperating.
But Young Thug put him on, right or wrong?
True.
Did Non-Trey put me on or I put them on?
You put them on.
They did me dirty more than...
Exactly my point. Who put who on? Right? Who put who on? Now, I understand Tekashi was wearing this and the other. I get all that, right? But you know what? If these guys are going to be your friends, you're going to inherit their enemies, so why not do it anyway? But by the end of it all, it was the Bloods that wanted to be around Tekashi more than Tekashi wanted to be around the Bloods. Around him, yeah, it sort of gave a certain level of gangstery image to his prop that he was trying to present to the world, that he was trying to market. But yeah, man, let's hear more what he has to say.
More than once?
Yes.
So why niggas bashing me?
I'm not criticizing you.
All right, come on, let's keep on with the question.
Okay.
I realized that they wasn't my friends. And it's facts, but people gonna ignore it.
Yeah, especially an op. Snitch on an op, especially an op. But sometimes you push them a little too hard. You know, they might snitch on you because you're backing them up against the wall, which is what happened to Tekashi 6ix9ine. He got backed up against the wall. Now I got nobody. I got all these rappers from Chicago to Atlanta, even guys in LA that want to hit me up, and my own gang, my own people that I'm surrounded with okay, are stealing from me. So now I got nobody. So, of course, he goes to the cops. Now, that's not something I would do. That's not something I would recommend. But once again, what do you expect from somebody like Tekashi 6ix9ine?
Right, they're gonna be like, yo, bro, just skip to that. Go to the other clip. Go to where he talked about the minor. That's how it go.
Part of your plea agreement, you wouldn't be fully prosecuted for any of the 9 charges as long as you fully cooperated in testifying against the others and committed no further crimes. After your guilty plea, prosecutors gave more firearm and racketeering charges to Shadi. And then on March 28, 2019, Shadi becomes the second co-defendant to enter a guilty plea. And he said that 6ix9ine broke every code, but I forgive the little dude after all that. It's all good. He said, Treyway still stands strong. I want that to be known. And then on September 2019, he got sentenced to 15 years. How did you feel when Shadi got 15 years?
I don't give a fuck. And well, I'm just like, damn, I don't care, man. I don't give a fuck.
Then on April 2nd, Ish pled guilty.
Which they just wanted to use him, and he wanted to use them. And yeah, they wanted to use him, and they wanted to use him. Right? It was a usury type of situation.
Crippy pled guilty. Mel Murder pled guilty. Bat pled guilty. But then there were a couple people who didn't plead guilty, which involved you going to court. How did it feel to take the stand and actually publicly cooperate? It's one thing to sign a plea deal. It's one thing to have a statement. It's one thing to say certain things in an interrogation room, but you were the first to actually get on the stand and start actually cooperating against everybody. What was that process like?
Not on everybody. I took the stand on Harv and Nuke. And I never even told him because I don't even know the nigga. I mean, the nigga who put the nail in coffin, people were like, oh, nigga. Nuke was charged for drug selling in 20. You got the facts right there. Nuke was.
All right. So, in other words, what he's trying to say is that, listen, a lot of these guys already had underlying charges or this and that. You guys can watch the whole thing. I'm going to just say it like this, right? Unfortunately, there is no loyalty in the streets, right? I know that's a common thing a lot of people say, but that's the truth. There's maybe a few solid guys that you can count on or this and that with one hand, but those are the guys that you have to keep around. And then even sometimes you have to understand there's a level of compromisation that they are going to face, or some sort of temptation or some sort of struggle or trial that puts them in a dilemma to where they're either going to tell on you or they're going to face a longer period of time. And that's just unfortunately a common story that goes on beyond Tekashi 6ix9ine's story, right? It happens to everybody all across the world in different forms, different cities, and different situations. And that's just the unfortunate truth about it. But that's all that I really have for this particular segment right now. Don't forget to like and subscribe. All right, so we're going into hour number 2 of this live stream. We're going to wait for the UFC fight to come on. In the meantime, I'm going to do a documentary, well, not so much of an old documentary, a documentary that I had made recently regarding Jon Jones. I think you guys would absolutely appreciate it, right? I'm going to leave you with this. Let me pull this back way up right here. It's an hour long, so it should take us all the way to the prelims. So let's see here. Where is that video? Here we go. 2 months ago, I made this video. Okay, interesting. All right, here we go.
Introducing
us.
MIQ Sigma, AI-powered advertising technology, built to cut through the complexity of programmatic and deliver smarter, faster, more effective results.
I try to believe that everything happens for a reason, and that, you know, at the end of the day, God has a plan for me. He has a plan for us all, and so I just, you know, I'm just trying to stay optimistic. I feel like I've put in a lot of work to get back to this point, and I feel like I have to reclimb a ladder.
Jon, I'm just wondering.
Imagine being the greatest of all time and how they decide to call your career quits is in a random city somewhere in Baku, Azerbaijan, and you're not even there to receive a goodbye gift. So that brings me to the question, is Jon Jones the greatest fighter of all time, or is his legacy forever tainted by controversy? Now, this video explores the tumultuous career of the UFC's most dominant champion, analyzing events that have changed his reputation and the future of his reign. So beyond the knockout power, beyond the wrestling, beyond the dominant wins, Jon Jones's career has been a roller coaster of controversy, from failed drug tests to public outbursts. Okay, now this video unveils the dark side of the UFC legend and examines the impact he's had on his own legacy. So Jon Jones went from pretty much a prospect, okay? A prospect and a prodigy to a controversial champion, okay? Jon Jones' story is one of triumph, turmoil, and constant battles with his own demon. And this video dives into the personal and professional struggles that have defined his career, leaving viewers to decide whether he is a villain or whether he is a hero. Now, obviously, one thing you got to understand about the UFC, right? Nobody is absolutely bigger than the program. Absolutely nobody. After that Azerbaijan announcement by Dana White, all of a sudden, the ball kept rolling. The company keeps rolling. Take a look at this. UFC 319. What do we got? Khamzat and Dricus du Plessis. UFC 320. The guys that are fighting for Jon Jones's belt and the legacy that he leaves behind at 205. Alex Pereira and Ankalaev once again for the second time. In that same card, Merab versus Sandhagen. And on that same card, you have Yuri versus Khalil Roundtree, which, by the way, is keeping the former division that Jon Jones competed in at a stacked, competitive architecture that we are seeing in that division right now. And then how could we forget the replacement of Jon Jones at UFC 321 in Abu Dhabi, where Tom Aspinall sets to take on Cyril Gane. And then, of course, you got Islam Makhachev, who, by the way, took the pound-for-pound #1 ranking from Jon Jones, and that's probably now being contested by him and Ilia Topuria. In other words, the game goes on. It moves on. So how did we get here? Let's start from the very beginning, okay? From the very, 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 very beginning of Jon Jones's career, all right? So it was on August 8th, okay, less than 4 months after his pro debut. Jon takes a 6-0 record into his first octagon fight as a replacement, 2 weeks' notice, beating Andrei Gusmov by unanimous decision in a prelim bout at UFC 87 in Minneapolis. The main event that night pits George St. Pierre versus John Fitch. By the way, one of the craziest fights that George St. Pierre has ever been. And it's crazy how John Fitch doesn't have the type of name that he does in his post career, but that's neither here or there. You know who else was on that card? Co-main event, Brock Lesnar records his first UFC victory, unanimous decision win against Heath Herring. And that was right before Brock Lesnar had lost to Frank Mir. Okay. So as we move on, okay, December 9th, Jon Jones loses technically. Okay, he was dominating in a bout. Jon Jones is disqualified by referee Mazzagatti for using a 12-6 elbow that hurt Matt Hamill to the point where he cannot continue. Now, much controversy ensues, including UFC president Dana White bitterly slinging insults at the ref. Okay, so 2011. Let's get to 2011, the most exciting parts of Jon Jones's career. Before he wins the world championship against Shogun Rua in New Jersey, he had to help a lady whose purse was being snatched, and only for him to apprehend the culprit and waiting for the police to arrive, right? So that's Jon Jones in a nutshell when it comes to the heroic side of his life, right? So previously unbeaten Ryan Bader at UFC 126 improves to his record 12-1. Immediately afterwards is informed that in just a few months he will be replaced by the injured teammate Rashad Evans in a title fight against Shogun Rua. So what does Jones do? He goes and beats Shogun Rua at age 23. By the way, becoming the youngest UFC champion in history. Now, UFC 128 main event in Newark, New Jersey is actually Jones's second victory of the day. On the morning of the fight, he turned into a superhero. As I told you before, foiled a robbery nearby Petersen. At that time, I remember he was saying that he was out there trying to meditate, right? He was trying to meditate. He was trying to find a waterfall of some sort, right? Doing some, I don't know, some Eastern techniques of meditation, what have you, whatever Greg Jackson had him going on. So he chases down the suspect while his coach were out for a run. Okay. And surprisingly enough, we found out that day that Greg Jackson spoke Spanish because he apparently was communicating with the lady in Spanish, but this, that, and the other. But all right. So the controversy continues on. And by the way, what a great time that was during March of 2011, right? I remember that vividly. And for all my old school guys, for those of you that don't remember, Uriah Faber was also in that card fighting Eddie Wineland, which I believe, by the way, was Uriah Faber's UFC debut, right? At that point, he already had 20 to 30 some odd pro fights, but it was his UFC debut because WEC had been purchased by the UFC. And as a result, they inherited all their rosters. So it became Uriah Faber's first fight in the UFC officially when WEC was brought in. Now, obviously, during that time, I was living in Sacramento, okay, and also not only living in Sacramento, I was also training and fighting out of Sacramento, if you guys remember. So, yeah, man, had some experience training with Team Alpha Male, had a few amateur kickboxing matches, MMA fights, and here we are coming full circle together. You remember that time Uriah Faber and Jon Jones were doing the Dougie, if you guys remember that little dance from back in 2011. Now look at young Jon Jones and Uriah Faber at that time. Oh, my goodness, man. What a fun times that was back in the days, right? Really fun times, great times in Team Alpha Male. Obviously, great times for Jon Jones because it was the time that he had become the undisputed light heavyweight champion of the world, right? And man, it could have been better times. It was absolutely peak times for MMA, especially comparing the world of MMA right now. Talking about literally 2010. Okay, so this picture right here that you're seeing me training at Team Alpha Male, when Team Alpha Male was in I Street, by the way, at downtown Sacramento. Yeah, that was in December of 2010, and then been training there from December 2010 all the way when I had witnessed Uriah Faber get ready for his UFC 128 match in the same matchup that Jon Jones had won his first light heavyweight undisputed championship of the world. So now, 1 year later from that picture, right? It's now November 24th, 2011. Jon Jones is taken into custody at a parking lot of a strip club in Albuquerque, New Mexico, the city where he lives and trains at. A traffic stop reveals that he had been driving on a suspended license.
Nice. Nice, Sonny.
How about this? Charges were later dropped. Okay, and we're talking about from the time of 2011 to 2014 is a timeline that we're talking about right now, right? But this one right here, where his charges were dropped due to a suspended license, was in 2011, right? You want to know my speculation on that? Here's my speculation on that, right? Jon Jones at the time was a local hero to Albuquerque, New Mexico. Think about it. He put Albuquerque, New Mexico on the map. He's not from Albuquerque, New Mexico. In fact, it's not even a glamorized city in a way where people from Europe or these fighters from England or Ireland or Australia are breaking their backs to come to New Mexico out of all places, when you could train in New York with the Longo team. You could train in Los Angeles with 10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu, along with other top MMA gyms in California, including, of course, Team Alpha Male. But then he goes and puts the city on the map. Now, everybody around the world now, all of a sudden, at this point, was training at Greg Jackson, and that included the names of George St. Pierre. That included the names of Carlos Condit, even Diego Sanchez. By the way, shout out to Diego Sanchez. He's got his own legal troubles going on right now. I believe he was doing a drive-by shooting of some sort. Jeez. Well, okay, so moving on from November 24, 2011, the cops may have given him a little bit of a leeway. So May 19, 2012, Jon wraps his Bentley around a utility pole in Binghamton, New York, and is taken into custody by the police after refusing a sobriety test. Okay, keep in mind, this is in 2012, just a year after he had won his world championship. So 1 year as a champion, he's already getting into it. He pleads guilty to a DUI, assessed a $1,000 fine, and his license suspended for 6 months. Now, obviously, I don't want to skip way too ahead of myself in this chronological order, but during 2014, Conor McGregor said something to the effect of, "Mate, why don't you just hire a driver? Why don't you just hire a driver or something?" You know what I mean? You know what a lot of Europeans may not understand about American culture is that American culture is a car-driven culture, right? If you've seen in my past live streams, I've showed you guys some lowrider shows. In this live stream, I've showed you guys different types of, car clubs that involve California and all throughout across the United States, right? So that's just the culture around here. It's a car culture, and the idea of somebody driving you around is sort of a sense of lacking independence, not so much of a flex of your wealth or anything like that as how the rest of the world may view it. But on any regard, as time goes on, August 8th, 2012, Jon Jones signs a worldwide sponsorship with Nike, becoming the first UFC fighter to do so. Okay, so August 23rd, 2012, Jon Jones incurs the wrath of White after declining to accept a short notice replacement bout with Chael Sonnen after he rescheduled an opponent with Dan Henderson. Okay, and then he withdraws. Later on, Jon and Dan Henderson went on to have a grappling match inside a cage, not in the UFC, but that's neither here or there. Yep, so here it is. Here's the fight that we all wanted to see during that time, but it never happened. And there it is. Jon Jones doing what he normally does. He goes and he submits him. So what does that tell you? I think that how the matchup would have ended was either Jon Jones would have kicked him in his face or jabbed him out, or maybe even just submit him the way that he did here. But did we really need to see this fight in the first place? No. But it was a fight where many people were upset because Jon Jones prevented a lot of them from getting paid. So keep in mind, we're still in the phase of 2012 to 2014, right? If we can follow on, right? So, okay. As a result of that, UFC 151 becomes the first event to have been canceled by the promotion. White verbally attacks Greg Jackson, the coach of Jon Jones, who had advised him in taking this fight, okay, as a fucking sport of killers. He says, okay, so September 22nd, 2012, after being falsely scheduled for UFC's next pay-per-view event, Jon Jones is nearly submitted early by Vitor Belfort. Man, that was a crazy fight, right? He had nearly submitted him in the first round, and but ultimately won UFC 152 in a main event via fourth round submission. So again, he finally fights.
We got here first. We did it.
No, she's right there.
Good morning, guys.
You wake up, good morning, it's a brand new day. Blue skies above, it's a perfect day.
I don't think I could have ever dreamed I'd be here.
I love it.
Get ready, honey. Chris Martin's gonna knock you out.
You should grow your hair long. You'd look prettier.
I'm leaving you.
Leave me, I'll kill you.
I want the ring back. I want it without him. It's my house. It's my things. I'm not gonna let him push me out.
Christie in theaters November 7th. This film is not yet rated.
Chael Sonnen, right? Finally gets his date in a cage with Jon Jones and nearly ends up as the champion. Despite Jones dominating while mauling Sonnen at UFC 159 headline bout, Jones disclosed his big toe was broken, okay? But nonetheless, he was able to finish him in 27 seconds, just ground and pound. Had Sonnen survived the horn, the doctor would have likely not allowed the champ to continue with such a grotesque injury. I mean, the toe looked absolutely horrible, right? So September 23rd, 2013, Jones is taken to the limit for a 5-rounder against Alexander Gustafsson. Okay, now that fight right there was absolutely legendary. And he didn't even train for it, apparently, right? Setting a UFC record for light heavyweights in his 6th title defense. So now we go on to the Daniel Cormier era, okay? Accused of writing homophobic slurs to a Swedish fan on Instagram, Jones said after the quote-unquote homophobic slurs, he said that his phone was stolen and was hacked. In reality, nobody really cares that he said these things. Let's just be honest, right? Nobody really cares. You understand what kind of sport you are in, right? Although others will say otherwise and say, well, you know what? That's not a very good way of making the sport inclusive or this and that. To your opinion, it varies, right? August 14th, Jon Jones appears with Daniel Cormier at a Las Vegas news conference to promote their scheduled title fight. The two ended up brawling in the hotel lobby floor later that day, and they interviewed via split screen. Following the interview, Cormier is heard saying he wished he were allowed to go to where Jon Jones was so he can spit in his face. And Jon Jones responded, you know what? I would absolutely end your life. You know that? So that's where we are now in the Daniel Cormier era of the Jon Jones saga.
Okay. You're a little fat.
You're a John.
Oh my God, you're so weak.
First off, you hit like a if you even hit me.
Yeah. I hit like a hit like a but I didn't hit you. You didn't.
You didn't, because I didn't even feel it.
Oh, man.
I felt Melky's punch more than yours, you little fucking punk.
Oh yeah, you're so mad. I can hear it in your voice.
Okay, John. I'm taking everything September 27th.
Oh my goodness. Hey, are you still there?
I'm here.
Yeah.
I'm here. You're just the fakest person. I actually admire that you can actually be this fake. And like when the TV comes on, how you can just change. It's like you're a chameleon.
Hey, listen,
it's awesome.
I'm a professional.
It is unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
The fact that you're a hasn't changed.
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable how fake you can really be. I don't want to insult you. I don't want to fight and be petty. But John, if you really are really basing anything off of what happened today on that floor You are an idiot.
Yeah, but how come you ended up being on the floor and on your back?
Because they had all security guards grabbing me.
Oh.
You're the worst, dude. Like, seriously. You're the worst, dude. You're the worst. But hey, John, watch, John. I'll be a chameleon just like you. I'll do exactly like you did on this last interview. I won't give him anything. I'll do exactly like you did. Because, I mean, remember, I have Olympic level media training. So watch, I'll show you.
So, yeah, here we are, right? In the Daniel Cormier era of Jon Jones's career. So obviously, yes, Jon Jones appears with Daniel Cormier to promote their scheduled fight. Okay, the two ended up brawling in the lobby. And later that day, obviously, the interview of the split screen right here, that right there that I'm showing you right now is absolutely exclusive footage that Fox Sports did not want to air for absolutely good reasons of monetization or just censorship, right? I mean, okay, so September 23rd, 2014, for his role in the Cormier brawl, Jones is fined $50,000 by the Nevada State Athletic Commission, which also rules that he must put in 40 hours of community service. So what happens? January 3rd, 2015, Jones and Cormier finally fight. Jones controls the UFC 182 main event from the start to finish, and he earns a unanimous decision victory over that, okay? So one day after that win, okay, by the way, we're maybe skipping around right here because that's the second time around that him and Daniel Cormier had fought, right? But before all that, before this head kick, okay, just one day after being featured on the Forbes magazine of 30 under 30 list on the brightest young stars in the sports, Jones is seen with his public image take a jolt when the Nevada State Athletic Commission reveals that he had tested positive for the main metabolite in the cocaine prior to the Cormier fight. Jones announced that he had checked into the rehab. The drug test occurred a full 30 days before a UFC 182. And because it's cocaine, it's not on the list of banned substance while out of competition. The fight was allowed to go on. So January 7, 2015, Jones checks into a rehab facility in Albuquerque, New Mexico, okay, after just one night. January 17, 2015, from January 7th to January 17, 2015, Jones was fined $25,000 for violating the athletic code of conduct policy for a failed drug test. January of 2019, Jones is involved in a hit and run.
Our seat covers aren't just engineered for comfort. Ford had to build a whole damn truck around them. The F-350 was basically built as their accessory.
We had a particularly tough year with a higher number than normal of students who had experienced trauma in their lives. Our school system wasn't working well for them, and they were having all sorts of big behaviors. What do those students do if they can't be successful in that class in that moment?
We needed someone who could bridge the gap between some minor challenges and then also more extreme. And then we also needed someone here who the students can relate to.
What the certified wellness coach does is it completes a puzzle piece that our schools have been really deeply missing. We now have 2 other certified wellness coaches in the district, and we're working to get 3 more certified. I think that every school should have one.
Okay, hit and run injuries with a pregnant woman and other vehicles. So what does Jones do? He turns himself into the police hours, initially fleeing the scene. Okay, so Jon Jones at that time has already been stripped of his championship, suspended indefinitely by the UFC. September 29th, 2015, pleads guilty of leaving the scene of an accident involving an injury, sentenced to 18 months of supervised probation. 23rd of October, 2015, UFC reinstates Jones in the active roster. March 29th, he's jailed for violating probation. A week earlier, he was cited by the police of 5 charges related to drag racing, and a footage from a police body camera captured Jon Jones calling a police officer an effing liar and a pig. Okay, so shout out to Jon Jones for that. I know a thing or two about that. March 2016, parole violation. Jones is ordered to take anger management and driver improvement classes. April 23rd, 2016, Jones returns to competition after 15 months of absence, defeats Ovince St. Preux via unanimous decision to capture the light heavyweight belt. Okay, so what's interesting about that, many people were citing at the fact that, hey, you know what, maybe Jon Jones is not the same guy anymore, right? Maybe he's not the same guy considering the fact that he had gone to a decision in the way that he did against Ovince St. Preux. So Jones is pulled from a scheduled 200 UFC rematch with Daniel Cormier after being flagged by USADA for potential violation of doping. Okay, so July 7th, Jones holds a press conference in Las Vegas, denies the cheating, okay, and announces that he will appeal the failed test. Okay, being labeled a cheat, he says, tearful, Jon Jones hurts me more than anything. I've been through a lot in my career, pretty much. So, yeah. All of a sudden, okay, November 16th, 1 week after hearing Jones is issued a 1-year ban from USADA failed drug test, the hearing had revealed that the substance for which Jon Jones tested positive were clomiphene and letrozole metabolites found in tadalafil. By the way, okay, I need you to read that right there because I'm not reading that part right there. Okay, now make of that as you will, whatever reason he had to do that. So Jones, once again, stripped of his interim title by the UFC, making him the first champion to be stripped twice. December 16th. By the way, this was during the time that Conor McGregor was beating the crap out of everybody, right? I mean, he went from Nate Diaz and then goes into Eddie Alvarez. Now he's going into a fight with Floyd Mayweather. Okay, that's where this was during this time, right? So after 1 year of suspension he received from USADA, he comes back July 29, 2017. By the way, a couple of months before what I believe is to be the Floyd Mayweather-McGregor fight, after a 15-month absence from the cage, Jones finally meets Cormier again, connects with a devastating head kick to score a third-round knockout to regain the light heavyweight championship of the world. Okay? So after that win, Jones reacts to reclaiming the UFC heavyweight light heavyweight championship after defeating Daniel Cormier. But guess what? Guess what happens? Jones is notified of a potential violation of UFC's anti-doping policy stemming from a drug screening of July 28th, 1 day before the UFC 214 rematch with Cormier. Anabolic steroids Turinabol was found in his system in a test administered by USADA. So the California State Athletic Commission overturns Jones' win over Cormier, ruling the bout a no contest, and once again, Jones being stripped of his title. Okay. So in September 2018, by the way, just about a couple of weeks before Khabib and Conor McGregor were going to fight each other at UFC 229, USADA announced that after an appeal process, it was assessed to Jon Jones that a 15-month suspension retroactive to June 28th to 17th. He was deemed eligible to fight again on October 28th. So what does he do? He goes in there with a rematch against Alexander Gustafsson. What happens in an Alexander Gustafsson fight? Well, take a look at this.
And Gustafsson, the super fight between the women, Nunes and Cyborg, and we're moving it from Las Vegas to the Forum in LA. Tickets will go on sale Wednesday. And people who bought tickets here in Las Vegas can get a full refund, and we'll figure out how to get you seated in LA if you're interested in moving to LA to watch the fight. I'll turn it over to Jeff to explain what's going on.
We were informed earlier this week by the United States Anti-Doping Agency, who administers our anti-doping program, that a urine sample collected from Jon Jones on December 9th of this year tested positive for a very, very small amount of a long-term metabolite of the same prohibited substance for which he was sanctioned in July 2017.
So just like that, they decide they were going to move the fight down to LA. Okay. Very unprecedented. Relocated from Las Vegas to LA. Okay. After a random drug test discovers a trace amount of anabolic steroids for which he was banned last year. Okay. USADA declares that Jon Jones was not at fault, but he is able to be licensed in Nevada in time for Saturday's fight. So they had to move based on that. Unprecedented, never happened before. 2018, Jones is drug tested on the day of the weigh-ins and trace amount of Turinabol, same steroid metabolic that earned him the ban. Okay. On the 29th, Jones dominant all the way against Gustafsson, third round TKO once again, becoming the UFC light heavyweight champion of the world.
Boy, do I love coming here. Walking down that hallway shaped like a clown cervix. Beef curtains. Black.
Jones passes multiple drug tests. After that, in 2019, Dana White tells TMZ that Jones will file a license application with Nevada later that month. And if granted a license, he will defend his belt against Anthony Smith. Okay, so Jones granted a one-fight license that subjects him to the testing that will keep him eligible even if he tests positive for the same bad substance as long as it's in the same picogram levels. Now, that created a lot of controversy during that time, okay? The debates of picograms, this, that, and the other. And the next thing you know, February 19th, every week, maybe twice a week, someone is at my house taking blood and urine. A lot of people at the time were really complaining about the USADA, right? Just being very invasive and just, not really respecting the privacy of the fighters. So Jones coast to a unanimous decision win over Anthony Smith. Obviously, a scary moment in round 4 where Jones lands a knee to his face, which was granted illegal, and referee Herb Dean deducts 2 points. Had Smith been unable to continue, man, Jon Jones would have lost his belt right there. April 19, 2019, a waitress at the Albuquerque club, okay, you've seen right there what kind of club it is, alleges to the police that Jon Jones denied a private dance, was roughhousing with her, put her in a chokehold, kissed her on her neck, and what? Wow, okay, so that's crazy. That right there is something that not a lot of people have really talked about, what kind of reveals Jon Jones in a different way. So after that, Jones fights Thiago Santos, gets a split decision. Many people thought Thiago Santos won that fight, but that's neither here or there. So this is at the phase right now where him and Izzy start fighting, right? Jon Jones reports to have had battery stemming from April in that club, failed to appear for a bond arraignment in June, prompting a bench warrant to be issued. Jones tells the station that he was unaware of the charge and that once he was told, Jones went to court and paid the bond. Now, him and Izzy got into this beef. For those of you that don't know, obviously, Izzy at the time was hot in 2018, 2019, and even in 2020, up until, of course, he fought Jan Blachowicz, right? Which sort of ended the notion that perhaps maybe Izzy can compete at 205. Or somehow fight Jon Jones, or maybe replace Jon Jones, because after all, this is a business where you can be easily replaced at any given time, right? So now we are in the era of him and Izzy, sort of fighting with each other, right? So, all right. They respond to each other, okay, talking about, oh, you're a delusional kid. You don't want to mess with a beast like me. I'll expose you. This back and forth that they have going on. They later went on to become friends. Obviously, they had met up and obviously made up.
They want to fight me. I'm middleweight. But then I responded back, and then we had beef. And then for a few years, it was like that. Then after I fought Costa, it went really deep. And then that was a fight. That was around the time it could have happened. But I don't know what happened, scheduling, COVID reasons, whatever. And I fought Jan. But, yeah. Real recognized real, I put it that way. The fans,
So there it was, just like the Tom Aspinall fight, a fight that never happened, a fight that probably we didn't need, and some will argue Tom Aspinall is needed to solidify his history, but on the other end of that, I just look at it like, man, people want to see Jon Jones lose because of all these things that have happened to him, right? So, all right, going back to October 15, 2019, Jones pleads a no contest to a reduced charge of a disorderly conduct for his behavior at the strip club under the terms of the plea deal. If Jones is not arrested to have found violated the law in the next 90 days, the case will be dismissed. There have been no violations reported since, and the case does not appear on Jones's record. November 2019, UFC President Dana White confirms Dominic Cruz will be up next. They fight in February 2020. It was one of Dominic Reyes's best performances. Okay, and then after that, he had gone on to lose one fight after another, right? It was like a Jon Jones curse type of thing until eventually Dominic Reyes got a win. Okay, after he got that win, then he's sort of back to where he needed to be. But it was one of those fights that really escaped Dominic Reyes, right? In fact, when he did win, I managed to make a video about it. Well, check this out. I was in LA right behind Universal Studios, and I was in a hotel, and I had just reacted to Dominic Reyes finally winning after losing that fight to Jon Jones in which he should have won. This is what I had to say about it. Dominic Reyes finally get a victory over Dustin Jacoby. A long time coming, I got to be honest with you. We've known or thought that Jon Jones was defeated by Dominic Reyes, probably one of the hardest fights of his career. Afterwards, Dominic Reyes went on to lose to a whole bunch of contenders and future champions, and as a result, never got the full credit that he truly deserved. So as a result, here he is tonight, finally getting sort of a redemption in his career. Obviously, we've known that Dominic Reyes is capable of a lot more. However, the losing streak that he had going on, I think, was really detrimental to his career. But tonight, he finally proved that, you know what? I can go out there and show the world what I'm really made of. Not by fluke mistakes, not by the judges' scorecards, and not necessarily anything that has anything to do with anything that was outside of his control, but rather showing that he was in full control and in full swing of things with a first round TKO victory that he has over Dustin Jacoby, as I'm witnessing it right now, while he is right now being interviewed by Paul Felder as we speak. But not only that, I think we also have to understand that when it comes to this game, there are mountains and valleys and peaks. In other words, you have the highest high and the lowest lows when it comes to wins and losses. You also have a lot of 50-50 matchups where in MMA, everything is a total 50-50 coin toss. And many of those coin tosses that he's experienced, unfortunately, was not in his favor.
You wake up in the morning, it's a brand new day. Blue skies above, it's a perfect day. Sunshine is shining just across the way.
I can't tell you what was right about John Candy or what was wrong, but he was my friend.
This is a guy who, the minute you see his face, you're going to smile.
Even though
Dominic Reyes has had his own redemption story, but in a form of competition. Now, as for Jon Jones, his form of struggles didn't exactly happen in the cage. It was everything outside of the cage where he was taking L's. Okay, so obviously he retains that title back in February 2020 with a controversy. It's a unanimous decision, but the reaction to the fans suggests that Dominic Reyes had deserved that win. Now, Dana White says after the bout that Reyes deserves a rematch, but that was put in doubt a week later when Jan Blachowicz scores a first-round KO of Corey Anderson. But if you remember, Corey Anderson was hot at that time, right? Jones was in attendance, talked about how impressed he was of Jan Blachowicz and how he could see the UFC matching them up. So March 2020, okay, he's arrested again for alleged DWI negligent of use of firearms, among other charges. 5 days later, Jones agrees to a plea deal, guilty to a DWI, and is fined in order to perform community service, put on probation, and other charges were dropped. May of 2020, Jones donates $25,000 to a food depot, during the time of COVID. May of 2020, Jones indicates that the fight he wants is not another light heavyweight title defense, but rather a heavyweight bout with Francis Ngannou. And that's when the Predator tweets at Jon Jones and replies to him, all power means nothing when your haymakers are too slow. Okay, so yes, this was a fight that was supposed to happen between them, but obviously the politics sort of prevented that from happening. Have met with each other several times, right? Obviously, this was the second time around that they had met with each other. And I believe there was, first encounter. It was all in the PFL. So this was in the PFL, and the other one was in the PFL as well. Or I believe this was in a boxing match. I'm not quite sure. But I know the first one, the cage is right behind him. So yeah, it was a PFL fight. And the first one was a PFL fight once again as well. Jon Jones sizing up Francis Ngannou, feeling him up, saying to him, hey, you listen, all the best, all the best. You know what? One day we'll fight, but you cross the street to the other side of the promotion, and that is that, unfortunately. So,
From NorCal to SoCal and in between, we're California, and we keep our communities safe and strong by retrofitting our houses against earthquakes. Strengthen your house, strengthen California. Learn more at strengthenyourhouse.com.
Unwilling to pay Francis more money for the super fight, Jones hints that he is walking away from this sport. And it's been fun, you guys. Maybe I'll see you in a year or two, threatening retirement around that time. So upon hearing UFC president Dana White claiming he's been asking for too much to fight Ngannou, he wants to be paid Deontay Wilder money. Jones had a fiery response on Twitter saying, I don't make half as much as what Deontay Wilder makes. If my reputation causes to undervalue me this much, just go ahead and release me from the UFC altogether. I'm sure some promoter somewhere will be fine and happy to pick me up. Okay, so although he does not make it official, Jones indicates that he is surrendering his 205 belt, and Reyes and Yan for the UFC light heavyweight belt for the world. As of right now, I got nothing to really gain from fighting either of them, according to Jon Jones. And this was around May 31st, 2020. Right. So he wants to set up a fight with him and Izzy one day, but obviously that never happened. Jones announces on Twitter, August of 2020, that he's vacating his belt. Hours later, again, Jones writes that he had really a positive conversation with the UFC and sounds like the negotiation. So back in 2020 sounds a lot like the Tom Aspinall situation, isn't it? Very much similar to that effect. So obviously after he had beaten Cyril Gane, now we're in the Tom Aspinall era of Jon Jones's life, even though they've never really officially had fought each other. So in May of 2021, Jones announces on social media he had hired a veteran of the boxing promoting game, Richard Schaefer, former CEO of Golden Boy Promotions, as a representative. This move was seen as a step towards ending Jon Jones's contractual impasses with the UFC. We all saw how that went out. So Jones's 2013 title defense back and forth goes into the UFC Hall of Fame. Back in 2021, hours after the Hall of Fame, guess what happened to Jones? He's charged with a misdemeanor and tampering with a vehicle, a felony. Asked about his arrest, UFC President Dana White says this guy's got a lot of demons, man. A lot of demons. Definitely does, right? And obviously, before we get to the Tom Aspinall part of his story, here's Jon Jones again with another troublesome situation with the. So as we're watching the body cam footage of the Metropolitan Police Department of the Las Vegas PD right now, Jon Jones being handcuffed, has his head right on the hood of the car. probably about to, bash his head into the car. But on any regard, yes, look, this kind of goes into the Tom Aspinall situation that I'm talking about, right? Why is it that people are obsessed with seeing Jon Jones somehow lose to Tom Aspinall? Well, this is why. This is why. Okay, he's the greatest of all time. He didn't get the send-off the way that Dustin Poirier did. And he's right here embarrassing himself with another embarrassing situation. And you know what? I think a lot of UFC fans want to see redemption. But like I said before, right? Yes, is it possible that Tom Aspinall can beat him? But it's only Jon Jones that can decide whether he wants to go in there and fight this man or not. And therefore, what if Tom Aspinall can't beat Jon Jones? Then if that's the case, guess what? There is no redemption story or this karmatic story that people want to see out of Jon Jones, but that's just really the reality of it. So obviously, right after that arrest in September 2021, Jon Jones posts an Instagram story of a video of him lifting weights, along with a capture that reads, "I have way too much trauma to consume alcohol. My brain simply can't handle it anymore. I will leave alcohol in the past forever." Okay, so now on October 2021, Jones is banned for a long time from his longtime training facility at Greg Jackson because of this incident that happened in Las Vegas. Okay, 2015, Jones posted on Twitter a video of him working out at Fight Ready MMA, the training home of Henry Cejudo in Scottsdale, Arizona. Okay, the caption says, "Turning lemons into lemonades, ladies and gentlemen." 21, a domestic battery charge is dropped by Las Vegas court after Jones agrees to plea a nolo contendere to misdemeanor charge of destroying a property of another. Jon Jones is ordered to pay restitution for damaging a police vehicle and attend anger management classes. So then April 22nd, 2022, April 26, 2022, the advisor, Richard Schaefer, tells ESPN that the UFC asked Jon Jones to fight former heavyweight champion Stipe Miocic in July after Jones tweets Stipe is saying that they will be at his absolute peak in September. Now, I'm disappointed but patient. I wanted the heavyweight GOAT at his absolute best, according to Jon Jones. By the way, they were scheduled to fight years ago in Detroit when Stipe was world champion, but obviously it never happened. August 2022, asked by Twitter, the follower of an update for the Miocic fight, and addresses that also a possibility of meeting Francis Ngannou. Now, I've been hearing whispers in November, but honestly, I had no clue. Been hearing Francis could possibly be back on the table. Okay, so that's according to those reports. So, yeah, man. So, okay, this is still haunting Jon Jones, right? The whole thing that had happened to him in Las Vegas, right? So, okay, UFC heavyweight Cyril Gane tweets, "Where are you at? Jon Jones, I'm free this March." Okay, so the UFC announces that Jones will make his heavyweight debut against Gane on March 4th, 285. Okay, and what happened afterwards, right? Obviously, Francis Ngannou got stripped right after Cyril Gane had been beaten by Francis Ngannou in a unanimous decision. So Jones only needed 2 minutes and 4 seconds to defeat Gane by guillotine choke, okay? Now, the UFC announced that he will defend against Stipe Miocic in 2023. In October 2023, Jones and Miocic have been canceled, and Jones tears a pectoral tendon off his bone in training, according to UFC President Dana White. So Crystal Martinez, a drug testing agent from the Free Drug Sport International, files a police report saying that Jon Jones in his home in New Mexico, in which he alleges that Jon Jones had assaulted and threatened to kill her during a visit to his home to collect a urine sample as part of UFC's anti-doping program. Wow. Wow. Okay.
Those who answer the call of the vagabond know that the best stories aren't about where you went. They're about how you got there. Because they know the real destination.
Now, I want you to keep in mind, all of this is just nothing more than speculation, okay? The Albuquerque Police Department issues Jon Jones summoning, citing alleged assault and interference with communication. Jon Jones responds via X, saying that in part, I was caught off guard by unprofessionalism and protocol by one of the testers, which caused frustration, leading me to some profanity that I regret. However, I want to emphasize that at no point did I threaten anyone, get in anyone's face, raise my voice to anyone, or engage in any form of assaults. You know what? There's a part of me that believes Jon Jones in this, right? There's a part of me that absolutely believes Jon Jones did not do this, because there's a lot of people that complain about drug testers that are very invasive.
Test results. So
for which athletes?
Unnamed. As
Which
far
sports?
As, they wouldn't say. They just said like Olympic level athletes and elite athletes, and kept it very vague.
Really?
And essentially, they disclosed what they had tested positive for, and even that one of them was an Olympic caliber athlete, and their entire career they got to go until retirement without getting exposed, just because they helped USADA supposedly catch other people. And they were basically...
Well, there you have it, man. Not just USADA, but other drug testing agents have had a long history of corruption, right? I mean, you could go back to VADA, I believe, as well, with Devin Haney. But that's neither here or there. That's a controversial topic for another time in another place, and unknown to anyone about the full information or the extent of that corruption. But on any regard, yeah, so we're now in July 17, 2024. Jon pleads no guilty to a pair of misdemeanor charges stemming from March during a drug incident at his home. An Albuquerque judge rules that he can remain free pending trial. October 29, 2024, on the morning trial to begin, Jones agrees to instead attend 4 hours of anger management classes. If he completes the classes, he does not violate any of the laws for 90 days. The misdemeanor charges will be dropped. So here we are. Now we got Jones finally fighting Stipe Miocic at UFC 309. Okay. During this time of UFC 309, I had made a video of Tom Aspinall's dad talking about how he never had a plan B. Okay. And the reason why it was important to emphasize that video is because of the struggles that Tom Aspinall had came from, right? Just the struggles that he had. Imagine this guy, okay, who we never thought would be anything in the heavyweight division, especially after the way that he had lost to Curtis Blades, is all of a sudden the guy that everybody is pitting to dethrone Jon Jones and to knock him off his pedestal, and more importantly, the guy that is supposed to be the one to humble him. Check this video out right here. 8 months ago, from the time I'm recording this, I made it. Whenever you are trying to reach for glory, you can't have a plan B. You want to know why? It does nothing but distract you. And not only that, it's going to make you go at it half-ass, and it's just not the way to go, is it? Well, guess what? We're going to talk about Tom Aspinall's dad and the reason why he didn't have a plan B when he decided he was going to put all his eggs in one basket to try and reach for heavyweight glory in something that he's recognized in his son early on. Now, obviously, this weekend, in the time that this is being recorded, Tom Aspinall was on his way to New York to watch Jon Jones taking on Stipe Miocic. Obviously, a fight that really serves a lot of interest in his corner. He's the interim champion. Jon is the linear champion right now. That is, if you don't count Francis Ngannou and his contract negotiation issues with the UFC that ultimately led him to departure. But either way, it was a very important matchup for Jon Jones and Stipe and Tom Aspinall as well. Now, at this point, we're sort of delving into the twilight years of Jon Jones's moments in the octagon, right? So now we go back to Thailand, okay? After he gets that win at UFC 309, a one-sided beatdown of Stipe Miocic, who, by the way, was 42 at the time, first time competing in 3.5 years, and Jon defeats him, and a lackluster two-time former world champion in a third-round TKO for his first heavyweight title defense. Now, at this point, Jon said, you know what? I fought in front of my president. I fought in front of everybody in New York. I fought in my home state that I'm originally from. This is the best way to go out. So next thing you know, here comes the springtime. Okay, not too long ago, a couple of months by the summer of which this is being recorded, okay, of 2025, while in Thailand, he goes and coaches against Nate Diaz in the Ultimate Fighter-like TV show called ALF Global Reality, where Jon Jones engages fans online who accuse him of ducking Tom Aspinall and are calling him to be stripped of the heavyweight title. Now, Jones has not defended his belt since November at that time and has only had one other fight since 2020. He says, y'all barking up the wrong tree. Jon wrote this on Twitter. I told you UFC's plans long time ago. I have no clue why they haven't shared any of that with you guys. Now, why is it that the UFC never shared that? Obviously, there could have been a multitude of reasons. Perhaps maybe they're trying to use Jon Jones as a leverage tool for their next TV contract negotiations. But yeah, man, I tell you what, Jon Jones was living his life when he was out in Thailand. Nate Diaz gets into a street fight, period. Is that surprising in any kind of way?
How's that feel? Hey, I'm not surprised, motherfucker.
We got here first. We did it.
No, she's right there.
Good morning, guys.
You wake up, good morning, it's a brand new day. Blue skies above, it's a perfect day.
What do you subscribe to?
I subscribe to True Love.
I subscribe to bad behavior.
I subscribe to monsters. And him.
I subscribe to all the channels I love in one app.
Well, let's be honest about this. In reality, who can be really surprised about that? Nick and Nate Diaz have a history of going at it with people from Jason Mayhem Miller, all the way to Khabib, all the way to the Logan Paul lookalike in New Orleans. So yeah, man, during the spring of 2025, you're forever going to remember that as the time of when Jon Jones and Nate Diaz were living their best life, okay? But as time goes on, okay, the UFC has finally announced on June 21st, 2025, following a UFC Fight Night card in Baku, Azerbaijan, where Dana White announces that Jones is retired and Aspinall has been promoted from interim champion to undisputed champion. And Jon Jones calls us last night and said that he retired. Dana White says, Jon is officially retired. Tom Aspinall is the heavyweight champion of the UFC. I mean, wow. Right? After all of that, the contract negotiations that were going behind the scenes, all this, that, and the other, this is what we get right here.
You said the timeline for Jones, 2 weeks to decide what to do with the title, or whether it takes the fight or you're going to strip him. What do you think is more important, to keep the belt there so he can uphold his legacy, or we move the heavyweight division, take the title away from him?
Jon Jones called us last night and retired. Jon Jones is officially retired. Tom Aspinall is the heavyweight champion of the UFC.
Now, honestly, is this where the story of Jon Jones ends, at a random city in Eastern Europe or in Middle East, and Azerbaijan, out of all places, by the way, not to disrespect that place in any kind of way. It just seems very lackluster. But, I mean, the question remains, right? Is this where Jon Jones's story ends? And if it does, I'm going to give you a couple of analysis on this, right? If it ends like that. If it ends like that, nobody is ever really going to remember him ducking. I know that many people want to believe that it is Tom Aspinall who retired Jon Jones without even fighting him. I know that they want to say that, but I want you to remember this, right? There's the element of Georges St-Pierre into this whole entire mix, right? What exactly happened with Georges St-Pierre? Well, obviously, he vacated the belt just right before just right after he had defended it, just right after he had defeated Michael Bisping, and decided to vacate it because he didn't want to defend it against who was the top guy at the time, who was the Tom Aspinall at the time of his division. It was none other than Robert Whittaker. Now, why did we never see that fight? Well, I'll tell you why. The reason why we never saw that fight is because George St. Pierre is a good guy. He did everything right. He was a consummate professional, not just inside the cage in a way that Jon Jones was, but also a professional outside of the cage in ways that Jon Jones wasn't. And that is the reason why people wanted to see Jon Jones fall. And that is the reason why people were not mad at George St. Pierre for vacating the belt the way that he did. And I'm telling you, that's really all. All right, so here we go, man. The first fight of the UFC, we got Oliveira taking on Lacerda right now. And then we have the undercard for the Allen versus Makhmudov fight right now. Does anyone know how to watch today's match? Well, here I am right here. I'm going to react for the fights for you. What do you want me to react to, the UFC fight or the boxing fight? I'm assuming, judging by the fact that you are saying UFC and Portuguese limbs, I'm going to go out of the limb and say that you are talking about the UFC. So, okay, I'm going to cover the UFC right now while the boxing card is going. And in the boxing card, it's Bustamante versus Fawaz. Okay, and right now in the UFC prelims, it is Oliveira versus Lacerda, the first fight of the evening. So here we go. First fight of the UFC. There's a leg kick attempt right there by Oliveira. There's a front kick right there by Oliveira. Oliveira throws a front kick. Low kick by Oliveira. There is a front kick right there by Lacerda. Low kick by Oliveira. All right, now there's a knee right there going in. As he goes in for the knee, Lacerda is right on top positioning right now, looking for a full guard, but it looks like Oliveira is butterfly guarding himself in the top guard position right now is Lacerda, while Oliveira is on the bottom now in the half guard position. Right on top of a half guard position right now. All right, now he's looking to transition from what it looks like maybe, okay. Instead, he scrambles off of him, he reverses it. He's got a front lock choke right on top of him. Now they clinch up on each other, right up against the fence. There's some all right, so still clinching. And Oliveira has taken Lacerda down. Right now, Oliveira in the Brazilian yellow Venom trunks and Lacerda in the black generic UFC trunks. All right, so now they're right up on top right now, clinching against the cage. There's a knee right there by Lacerda. Okay, now maintaining this clinch position right now between them. Okay, good takedown by Lacerda right now. Lacerda right is up on top position right now. Maintaining the half guard position. He's trying to posture up, and Oliveira is doing a very good job from the half guard position, hand controlling Oliveira. All right, so now Lacerda has the back of Oliveira right now here in the first round with about 1 minute left. So Lacerda's looking for a rear naked choke right now, and we got 43 seconds left into this round right now. Hand fighting going on right here while Lacerda has the back of Oliveira, and he's got a full body lock on him right now. Oh, wow, that is deep with just 25 seconds left. Okay, I think he's going to fight this off, though. Oh, wow, man, pounding away. All right, that is the first round right now. I'm going to give this round to Lacerda right here. Lacerda won this round, ground control. A few times he was put on his back. Hard to score. I'm going to give it to Lacerda just based off the last impression. All right, so round two coming up right now. All right, here we go, round number two. All right, there's a high kick right there by Oliveira. 1-2 shot by Lacerda. High kick attempt by Lacerda. Shoots in for a double leg takedown. There's a guillotine attempt by Oliveira. He says, bro, what about the prelims? We are watching the prelims right now. What are you talking about? The prelims are on right now. I'm covering it for you guys right now. All right, so now it is Lacerda that is on top half guard position, right on top of Oliveira right now. Oliveira fighting off of his back. Yeah, you're welcome, my man. Don't forget to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and also throw me some super chats along the way as well. All right, so now there's a ground and pound position by Lacerda right now. He says, I just heard it. Okay, what did you just hear? Now Lacerda's ground and pounding away. Oliveira gives up his back once again. Oliver going to lose. Yes, okay, you're watching a fight right now. Okay, yeah. It doesn't look too good for him right now. Plus, there is a rear naked choke attempt right here. He's in a body lock on him again, and he's going to force Oliveira to hand fight right now. The fight when I pop back on the channel. Okay, yes, the current fight that is going on right now. How about this? Look at this. Trying to scramble away from this body lock position right here. Now he still maintains the body lock. There it is, and then he reverses it. Now it is Oliveira that is on top of Lacerda, full guard position on top right now. With 147 seconds left in the second round, a big turnaround for Oliveira right now. Oh, there's a nice ground and pound shot right there by Oliveira right on top. He says, I got Oliveira losing. Yeah, he's absolutely losing this fight right now. I would say by the end of round number 2, it's going to be one. Oh, wow. Look at this. Lacerda with the arm bar. Wow. Lacerda gets the submission out of nowhere, man. He gets the arm bar right in, and then there it is right there with the arm bar. Great job on Lacerda. Wow. Wow. Beautifully done by Lacerda. Real good job, man. Real good job. Yeah, you know what? There were a few times that Oliveira had a good chance right up top right here. He was going to ground and pound him, and then he just threw up the arm bar right there as he was ground and pounding from the elbow position, and then got the win right after that. This is what he did right here. Look. And rolls right in. He grabs the thigh as he is getting ground and pounded, right? And then grabs the arm. From the arm, he gets arm bar position from the bottom, and then snaps his arm and gets a submission win. Man, awesome win for Lacerda on that one. All right, man. Well, we still have the prelims going on in the Alan Makhmudov boxing card while we have the first fight of the UFC right now down in the history books. I'll be right back. We'll continue the coverage for fights after these messages right here. Negotiations that were going behind the scenes, all this, that, and the other. This is what we get right here.
You said the timeline for Jones, 2 weeks to decide what to do with the title, but whether it takes the fight or you're going to strip him. What do you think is more important, to keep the belt there so he can uphold his legacy, or we move the heavyweight division, take the title away from him?
Jon Jones called us last night and retired. Jon Jones is officially retired. Tom Aspinall is the heavyweight champion of the UFC.
Now, honestly, is this where the story of Jon Jones ends, at a random city in Eastern Europe or in Middle East, and Azerbaijan, out of all places, by the way, not to disrespect that place in any kind of way. It just seems very lackluster. But, I mean, the question remains, right? Is this where Jon Jones's story ends? And if it does, I'm going to give you a couple of analysis on this, right? If it ends like that. If it ends like that, nobody is ever really going to remember him ducking. I know that many people want to believe that it is Tom Aspinall who retired Jon Jones without even fighting him. I know that they want to say that, but I want you to remember this, right? There's the element of George St. Pierre into this whole entire mix, right? What exactly happened with George St. Pierre? Well, obviously, he vacated the belt just right before he just right after he had defended it, just right after he had defeated Michael Bisping, and decided to vacate it because he didn't want to defend it against who was the top guy at the time, who was the Tom Aspinall at the time of his division. It was none other than
Meet the women of our 2025 Confidence Project, empowering women entrepreneurs. The program has skill building, coaching, mentorship, and a chance to receive $20,000.
Hello, my name is Kiana, and I am the proud owner of Room Key Event Venue.
I'm Christian Franklin, founder of Angelic Organics.
I'm Shannon Jamel, founder of Retreat Ranch and Mind and Body Complete.
My name is Ellison Lombardes. I am the founder and CEO of Outfit Formulas.
I started Life Startup Essentials because I saw a gap in support for people transitioning out of homelessness.
I wanted to create something meaningful, something that grows, gives back, and lasts.
I didn't grow up with products that truly worked for my hair or reflected me. I never saw people who looked like me in leadership or business. That kind of invisibility plants seeds of doubt, and rebuilding confidence has been part of my journey ever since. Angelic Organics was born from that healing.
I've witnessed the struggle of my clients trying to heal from trauma and not healing because traditional therapy methods aren't helping.
My mission really at the core of it all is to empower women to feel confident.
We provide warm and personable services if they're our own friends and family.
My hope is that Planogram inspires others to live more sustainably.
When we band together, it's a lot easier to lift each other up.
I'm so grateful to be walking this path and hopefully inspiring others to do the same.
Follow along at BotoxCosmetic.com/realimpact.
Boy, do I love coming here. Walking down that hallway shaped like a clown cervix. Beef curtains. Black May West. As much as I'd love to continue to exchange pleasant cocktail pleasantries, there is a war to be won.
You better walk.
Oh, Laura. Wow, it's you.
Right this way.
You better walk.
You're the best divorce lawyers in town.
I need you to tell us the whole story.
We got married when I was still an undergrad.
We were in love. It was all perfect, except for this one small thing. I trusted him.
How did this ever happen to me?
She's not getting.
Okay. Men, they are terrified of women in power. And women besting men in divorce? No.
God, I love my job.
I tell my clients every day, you never really know a person. It's just a trap.
Guess who's here with me right now? Chase, say bye-bye to your future ex-wife.
Bye-bye.
See you in court, you poor discarded. Let's light her on fire.
It's showtime, lady.
You are the victim here. And every tear you shed is $100K in your pocket. Make it rain.
Here, there is no safe word. You can't tell us to stop.
You infertile, career-obsessed. Stand up straight and breeze into that room like a storm no one saw coming.
You are not taking so much as a ballpoint pen out of this building.
Enough edging, counselor. Let us come already.
Love and war.
Before you comment on my new appearance, please know that this look is mine. Nothing more than next Halloween's costume, where I will be dressing as a whore lawyer.
You better walk.
Robert Whittaker. Now, why did we never see that fight? Well, I'll tell you why. The reason why we never saw that fight is because Georges St-Pierre is a good guy. He did everything right. He was a consummate professional, not just inside the cage in a way that Jon Jones was, but also a professional outside of the cage in ways that Jon Jones wasn't. And that is the reason why people wanted to see Jon Jones fall. And that is the reason why people were not mad at Georges St-Pierre for vacating the belt the way that he did. And I'm telling you, that's really all there is to it. Many of you want to see Jon Jones fail. Many of you want to see Jon Jones get beat up. You want to see that image of Jon Jones laying on the ground, looking up at the ceiling, knocked out, beaten up, bloodied, which you've already seen him in several fights, one with Alexander Gustafsson, but the problem is he didn't lose that fight. So therefore, many people believe that him winning and him constantly being on top is just enabling him. I mean, look at all the charges that we had just gone through in his rap sheet all throughout this whole entire video, right? What we got out of that was nothing more than just absolute chaos to the highest order, right? And yet he kept dodging law enforcement. He kept dodging prison time. And by the end of it all, it wasn't really all that of a serious charge, right? But at the same time, it was enough to somehow hinder his life, to hinder all the situations he had going on, right? To hinder the best that he could have possibly been. I mean, look, imagine the guy was 23 years old, the youngest light heavyweight champion of all time, probably the youngest UFC champion of all time across all weight divisions. And this is what happens to him, right? He gets a Nike deal. All of a sudden, it gets dropped. He gets all these accolades from UFC Hall of Fame, all these title defenses, only for him to become literally the Darryl Strawberry of MMA. Now, that is sad to say, but I really emphasize this, right? I know a lot of people right now are saying that his legacy is tainted because he ducked Tom Aspinall. Listen to me. There is a reason why he ducked Tom Aspinall, because eventually Tom Aspinall may lose right before his career ends. And when he does, guess what Jon Jones is going to do? Like a true villain, he's going to stand right there and say, see, guys, I told you so. I told you that Tom Aspinall was going to lose. I told you that I am the greatest of all time. I never lost. Now, that is the villain side of him, the GOAT side of him.
Then another sign appeared in heaven, an enormous red dragon. Revelation 12:3.
$1,200 murdered, 250 taken hostage.
Is that he is a guy who is accomplished inside the cage. But guess what? Like all people across all different forms of life, right? Just because you're great at what you do at your job, it doesn't mean that you're a great person behind closed doors. And that is a reality for a lot of people. That's a reality for a lot of athletes. Look at Michael. All right. So what do we got here? Terminator got the link. We're reacting to the fights right now. What is happening in the fight right now? I got Julia Pilarsi. So yeah, Karolina is a veteran right now. Is Julia fighting Julia Pena? No. Julia Pena is Julia. Yes. Julia Pilarsi is fighting right now. Yes. You can be a and a villain. Yes, that is correct. Sabachi Financial. Oliveira, the Brazilian LeBron. Okay, that's an interesting comparison right there. Comparing him to LeBron, I mean, that's big right there. But he said nobody gonna hook up with a brother with a link. Nobody gonna hook a brother up with a link. Well, we are reacting to the fights right now, so yeah. You can always check out VIP Box. I suppose VIP Box is always available, has been available for years. So, yeah, check out VIPbox.tv, I would suppose. All right, so front kicks right now by Pilarsi. No, I heard he was doping. Hook yourself up with internet free ninja. Sabachi Financial going at JoJo Smokes right now. You gonna let him talk to you like that, JoJo Smokes? I know you ain't gonna let him talk to you like that. You better, you better defend your honor over here. Sabachi Financial over here dissing you, bro. What's up with that? You gonna let bro diss you like that, man? What's up, man? How can I see the prelims? Nigga asking for a free internet handout. Yeah, that's the thing, man. A lot of people will be coming in here asking for a free internet handout, right? It's like, well, I tell you what, I can hook you up with the techniques that are going on right now. So here's Pilarsi hitting Karolina with an elbow right against the clinch, right up against the fence. Now they're in the center of the cage right now. I would probably give this fight to Karolina. I'm sorry, no, Pilarsi. Go post, like, comment, and reshare. Make yourself useful. There it is. Yes, facts, man. Before asking for free stuff. There it is. Yes, very true. Very true. That is a very good point. Deport this fool. Oh, man. We in this channel do not condone anyone calling ICE or, yeah, man, that's not what we do here. But, if they're going to deport and do what they are going to do, that's what they're going to do. He ain't contributing to the economy. He says he ain't contributing to the economy. What if they're citizens, though? He on some welfare-ish. Yeah, well, I mean, they are anonymous people. Oh, wow, man, Karolina's getting beat up right now. All right, man. So that's the end of round right there. Yeah, I'm giving that one to Pilarsi. All right, so just in between the rounds right now. Let's see here. You ain't a citizen unless you're a passport from the Native Americana. Okay, that's true. Can't argue with that. That's a fact that is hard to argue with. If you're a hardcore white nationalist, like Sean Strickland and an MMA guru. All right, so here we go. Round number 2. Are you going to beg for free-ish? Sabachi Financial says. Yeah, man. So, JoJo Smokes, man. Sabachi Financial is over here dissing you, bro. You ain't going to come and defend your honor one time and, and what's up, man? You know what I mean? What's up, bro? Yeah, man. All right, so there it is. Some leg kicks right there by Karolina. There's a high kick by Karolina, front kick. Okay, a bit of some weak exchange there in terms of closing distance within a clinch. There's a feint and then uppercut by Pilarsi. Wow, man. Karolina is getting torn up right now in the second round. There's a flying knee. Wow. Catches with it. Slap this fool for asking don't ish. That's right. Just like Pilarsi is smacking up Karolina right now. Donkey of the day. Damn, bro. He's saying Joe Smokes is donkey of the day right now. Now there's ooh, bomb away. Ooh, bomb away. Live. That's what the Portuguese are saying right now. Ooh, bomb away. It sounds like they're dissing Obama when they say ooh, bomb away. It sounds like they're taunting Obama for something. Like that's what it sounds like legitimately. You gotta hit the oil rig. You gotta hit the oil rig. Get on some City of God. Yeah. I remember that movie. Yeah, very good movie. Very interesting movie reference indeed. Yeah, the City of God. Yeah, that was one of those movies that put Brazil on the map. Besides Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and soccer, obviously. I mean, well, the Brazilians have been known for soccer for a long time. They added MMA into that, and then the City of God was, man, it made Brazil very prominent in the early 2000s. For sure, got to go hustle out the favela. Here we go. And meanwhile, Pilarsi is hustling right now, really hustling. Says N-word selling his ass for a free link. He said selling his butt for a free link. All right, less than 2 minutes in the second round right now. Here's Pilarsi sort of taunting Karolina right now. Can you believe this is a former title challenger right here? Hard work. It's that hard work. All right, so now maintaining this clinch position. Right now, there's Karolina right now on top. How about this? Little change of events right here in the grappling exchanges, scrambles. Now he's got a head front lock right on. Okay, now it's off. Head movement. Or Kobe. You think Jordan was asking for free links or Kobe? Nah, man. You know, they weren't asking anything for free. You know, although they did get a lot of things for free because once you reach, you know what's weird? You reach a certain level, right? You start getting things for free. You know what I mean? It's the weirdest thing ever. Like next thing you know, you're in a certain tax bracket and then you're hanging out in golf clubs for free. And normally, if you were a brokey and nobody knew who you were amongst those circles, it'd be like, well, who's this broke dude coming in here in our country club, right? Meanwhile, you're worth millions of dollars. Next thing you know, they're asking you to come into the country club for free. Whereas the people that try to look all rich, they charge them like, you know, bands on bands. They was out there shooting in they was not out there shooting in the gym. She wasn't shooting with me in the gym. Yeah, exactly. That's what it is. You know, it's just a strange observation. That's all, you know, like when you have it all, it's like people give you stuff for free, but when you don't have it all, they want you to pay for everything. It's really weird, you know? All right, so right now in the DAZN coverage of the Allen Makhmudov fight, they're talking about the Paul Hughes and the Usman Nurmagomedov fight, right? Talking about the controversy that was surrounding the decision in that fight. But what is the controversy? I mean, Usman won that fight. What's the controversy behind that? Go get on that oil rig. If you got to ask for a free link, there you go. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. You got to get on the oil rig, they said. Damn, bro. All right, so here we go. Round number 3, the final round for this one. Man, the crowd in the front row looks empty. I know it's just a prelim fights. Obviously, it's a female fight, right? So, you know, I know that Brazil is this, you know, MMA country, but even then, you know, they're not going to sit around and watch a boring fight. This is not bad. This is not bad. Yeah, get on the oil rig if you got to ask for that free link. All right, I think they're setting up for the main event. Yeah, there's a 1-2 shot right there by Karolina. Still staying in this fight is Karolina. All right, so now we're singing the Sweet Caroline song. Caroline. Oh. All right, man. So not really much going on here. Just a little bit of a jabbing fest. Karolina and Irina right now. So it is the main event time for Allen versus Makhmudov right now. Oh, wow, the head kick wobbled her right now. Karolina looks like she's about to finish this fight right now. Oh, wow, and she finishes her. How about that, man? A good finish by Julia right now. How about that, man? Great finish by Julia. Yeah, it was a gradual finish right there. That was gradually going to happen, that finish. All right, man. And at the same time, we got the main event going on right now. Main event time for Allen versus Makhmudov. Yeah, can't wait for this one. This is going to be an interesting fight. It's going to let us know where Allen is at. It's also going to let us know where Makhmudov is at. And it is for the WBA Intercontinental Championship belt. Right now, Intercontinental belt doesn't seem that it doesn't seem all that boxing world, but in the wrestling world, the Intercontinental belt has a history behind it. He's a Canadian-based fighter or a Canadian-based boxer, which is interesting. All right, here we go. Main event. The Don Castro de la Hoya. I don't know why he would want to name himself the Don Castro de la Hoya. Ring style, maybe it's because, I don't know, man. I don't know why David Allen picked me. All right, concentration on this main right here with David Allen. I'm kind of one really that the UFC fights that are going on right now, especially with the women's card, with this one that just fought right now. I mean, it's all right, you know, but obviously David Allen versus Makhmudov, this is going to be a banger fight. Yeah, that's the thing about David Allen, huh? He definitely did have all the ups and downs in his career. He's coming out to Frank Sinatra, It My Way. Interesting choice of music. All right, here's David Allen walking out right now. Very popular figure for someone who's not a world champion, by the way. So, also, let's not forget, we also have Rocha versus Nichols on the UFC side, lightweight division. All right, man. So David Allen, here we go. Lucas Rocha versus Stuart Nichol. All right. All right, so now they're set to announce the main event of the boxing card right now. Here we go. Alan Makhmudov. All right, man. The moment is come. All right, so now they're announcing Makhmudov right now. Arslan back. Fighting out of Montreal, too. Very interesting. All right, here's David Allen right now. Looks a little bit more chubbier in this fight than usual, I would say. Right? You know, it doesn't. I mean, you know, he's. I've seen. Let me just. I've seen him in better shape, but not always indicative of what Allen can do in there. All right, so they face off each other right now. Remember, the Rocha versus Nichols fight, flyweight division, is also going on in the UFC at the same time. So, all right, here we go. Round number one. David Allen versus Makhmudov. First round is going on right now. 250, 249. Oh, wow. He just rocked Makhmudov out of nowhere, as what many people would have suspected. Yeah, that's right, man. Kabayel beat Makhmudov. And Makhmudov, well, now he's back down fighting David Allen. Kabayel is ranked number 3 in the world right now in the heavyweight division. All right, here we go. The flyweight division. All right, Nichols and Rocha is being announced right now. So, all right. AR says we need our country back. Huh. Let's have a conversation about that. What country is it that you want back, and who is taking that country from you, AR. All right, here we go. Nichols versus Rocha in round number 1. While we are at round number 2 between David Allen and Makhmudov right now. So far, David Allen is looking very good in this fight. All right, so that's the end of round number 2 right now. All right, round number 2. All right, into round number 3. All right, so far on the UFC side, Rocha is doing a very good job here. All right, so Nichols is right on top of Rocha right now. Looking to take him down. There's a single leg attempt right there. Yeah, really committed to these takedowns right there is Nichols. Oh, wow. There's some heavy hands by Makhmudov right now. Oh, wow. And now on the UFC side, there's Rocha right now looking to knock out Nichols. Wow, now it is Makhmudov that's actually right now. Okay, there's some stall going on right there by Nichol. There's a leg kick right there by Rocha. Yeah, Makhmudov has dominated this recent round right here. I think I'd give the first round to David Allen, but these couple of rounds I may have to give to Makhmudov. And there's a good fight going on with this as well on the other side. All right, here we go. Round number 3. Oh, wow. There's Allen coming back with some shots right here. Some good jabs right now coming from the part of Makhmudov. All right, so now Allen is walking down Makhmudov right now. All right, there you go, man. There's some jab. Ooh, nice. Wow, man. Yeah, watching 2 fights at the same time right now. Okay, there's a leg shot right there by Nichols. Gets sprawled on. All right, man. Good scrap so far between Nichols and Rocha. All right, there's a good spin attack right there on the part of Rocha. Meanwhile, Allen versus Makhmudov is heading into round number 4. All right, here we go. 10 seconds out into round number 4 between Makhmudov and Allen. Oh, some good uppercuts right there. Oh, some good shots right there. All right, good takedown defense so far. All right, so commercial break going on with all right. Zach says, yo, what's up, my man? What's up? Let me know what part of the world you are from, my man. I seem to have lost this link with the David Allen fight. Hold on a second here. All right, so man. How's it going, brother? I'm from Denmark, and you? Oh, very good, brother. I'm from Sacramento, California. Hope everything is all right with you, my man. Let's see. You watching the Oliveira fight? I am. Yes, I'm also covering the Dave Allen fight as well right now. I don't know what's going on with this link. All right, some good shots right there by Nichols and Rocha. All right, good counter right there. Can you share the Oliveira fight with me, bro? What do you mean by share exactly? I mean, I'm sharing the information of what's going on right now. Oh, yeah, so interesting fight between Rocha and Nichols so far here. All right, so third round right now. Well, I am watching the fight right now. I'm reacting to the Rocha Nichols fight right now in the undercard. Oh my God, where is this at David Allen fight? All right, now that's the end of the fight right there between Nichols and Rocha. All right, show me the screen. No, I can't, bro. It's that would get our page banned. That's what I think a lot of you guys don't understand. You people that like come out here and ask for freebies and all that. I don't think you understand that your page gets shut down if you do that. And the thing is, you guys, I understand you guys don't care. You guys are selfish. You don't know me from a can of paint. And so, you know, you're just going to ask away that boldly without really understanding the consequences of it. And also, I can't really fully blame you for that because you guys are not content creators. So I really should not expect you to understand. But yeah, so that's basically my long-winded response to that reality, my man. So yes, you are welcome to stay here and listen in on the commentary from me. But that is all that I am able to do. And then on top of that, be entertained while we're at it. So all right, looks like Makhmudov may be winning this one right here. Yeah, I fully understand, brother. Love from Denmark. For sure, man. Thank you, my man. All right, man. So yeah, he's making David Allen miss every shot right now, man. He's looking really good here. Surprisingly, Makhmudov is looking really good. I think people had David Allen in this fight for one reason or another, but yeah. All right, man. So now we are in what round are we in with Allen versus Makhmudov? Round number 11 right now. Wow, man. 10-time jiu-jitsu champion. That should be interesting. All right, so from America, top team is where Mesquita trains out of. Very interesting. Just because you're a BJJ champion, it doesn't mean you're going to do very well in the UFC. It is a good indicator. So, all right, here we go. All right, Russia versus Brazil. Here we go. They call her the Russian Ronda. That's a very interesting name. Russian Ronda, they call her. All right, here we go. Round number 1. All right. All right, so you got clipped in that shot right there. Meanwhile, it's number 8 for Allen versus Makhmudov right now. All right, so Mesquita is wow, so she's got a ground and pound position right now, looking to finish right here in the first round. All right, here's David Allen right now just walking forward towards Makhmudov. Man, and then here's Mesquita going with a ground and pound position right now. All right, so now she's maintaining this top position right now. All right, so looking at gift right here. Now looking to rain down some shots on her right now. Yeah, Mesquita looking for a lot of options right on the top position right now. Man, continuing her ground and pound position. This is brutal. Yeah, just very awful position to be in, honestly. Yeah. She busted her nose up in this one right here. Her nose is busted up right now. And the Allen Makhmudov fight is a 12-round fight, by the way, not just a 10-round fight. All right, meanwhile, in the David Allen fight between Makhmudov. All right, yeah, here's some good shots right here by Allen. Moving towards Makhmudov right now. Yeah, Irina is bloodied up right here. Oh, there's a 1-2 shot right there by Makhmudov. Oh, wow. There's David Allen moving forward on Makhmudov right now. Oh, wow. Oh, he's throwing some hard shots at Makhmudov right now. Makhmudov clinches up. Man, these are some hard hooks right here that David Allen was throwing at Makhmudov. Oh, there's a good takedown right there by Mesquita. Wow, man. IBJJF Hall of Famer. That's crazy, man. All right, so round number 10 between Makhmudov and Allen. And Makhmudov's doing a very good job of jabbing away at the face of David Allen right now. Oh, she's looking to choke her out right here. She's going to choke her out. That's it. It's locked. She's got her choked. That is it, man. That is it. Wow. Great debut. Great debut, man. Yeah, it was a one-way traffic the whole entire. Wow, man. Wow, and the Allen Makhmudov fight is still going on. This fight right now, 1:21:16 round right now, as this fight is going on with Allen and Makhmudov. All right, man. Yeah, rear naked choke. Yeah, they call her the Lady Goat. Man, she could be champion, this Mesquita right here. Very good grappling on her part. All right, man. Yeah, here we are. The Allen and Makhmudov fight continuing on. Okay, there's a double jab by Makhmudov. There's a double jab and a hook to follow along. I mean, looks robotic in the way that Makhmudov sort of throws these shots, doesn't he? Yeah, it looks like Makhmudov may be winning this one right here. Yeah, it's her clinch between Makhmudov and Allen right now. But looks like, man, Makhmudov's been out jabbing him this entire fight. But we'll see how, there it is, man. Just not allowing him to walk into his length. Oh, very good shots by Makhmudov. But it'll be very difficult to put David Allen away, I reckon. All right, there's Bia celebrating her victory. Now we got this David Allen fight still going on right now. All right, man. Well, here's an interesting fight that I'm like kind of really looking forward to is Vitor Petrino, right? Fighting at heavyweight. And this guy fought at middleweight, right? So really interesting transition in his career. Taking on Thomas Petersen. All right, meanwhile, we got one more round in the David Allen versus Makhmudov fight. Let's see how this fight turns out right here. All right, man. One more round between Allen and Makhmudov. Let's see how this fight ends up. All right, so just 1 week left for the Dana White Contender Series. Here we go. Heavyweight fight between Vitor Petrino taking on Thomas Petersen. All right, we got about a minute left before the end of this fight. Wow, man, Minnesota top team, huh? How many top teams are there? Like with the names top team behind them. All right, 30 seconds before this Allen Makhmudov fight, just so we can get a result out of this. All right, so that's it. That's the end of Makhmudov versus Allen. Let's find out who the winner is of that one. Yeah, Petrino had some big wins at 205, but then, you know, he was also a 185er from what I believe. Yeah, huge dude, man. All right. All right, so right now we're going to find out the decision between Allen versus Makhmudov. Petersen versus Petrino are set to fight right now. We're going to find out the winner of these two in their heavyweight boxing match. So 87% of people in the DAZN poll think that Makhmudov won. I think that he won this one as well. But let's find out. Let's find out who is the winner between Makhmudov versus Allen. So round one, it was just nothing but jabs and 1-2 shots by Makhmudov. Up against the ropes, Allen hit him with some bombs, uppercuts, hooks to the body, some shots upstairs. There's another one right there. So we'll see what the judges say while this Petersen and Petrino fight is going on. Two weight actions going on right now. UFC heavyweight and boxing heavyweight all rolled into one. Let's find out who the winner is of this fight. All right, so the winner of Makhmudov and Allen. Let's find out. All right, so meanwhile, while we find out the winner of Allen and Makhmudov, here's round number one for Petersen and Vitor. They touch it up. They both look a little bit nonchalant with each other. There it is. Makhmudov wins the fight while we are in the first round of Petersen and Petrino right now. All right, so that's the end of that fight. Okay, so Makhmudov won. Now we don't have to concentrate on that fight. Now we can just concentrate on MMA all throughout the night. Great fight. Obviously, there's more boxing fights going on. It's Jon Jones versus somebody that we don't know. Usually one of those fights that's set up for him to win. Obviously, you know how boxing is. They're not always going to be in those types of fights, but yeah. All right, here's a takedown attempt right here by Petrino. All right, here's a single leg attempt by Vitor Petrino. Yeah, this definitely does take up a lot of gas, as what many people may not know and really highly underestimate, right? This definitely takes up a lot of gas in you. Okay, so here's a single leg attempt by Petersen right now. Oh, wow. Vitor just hit him with some shots right there. Big shots, looking to finish it off right here. All right, that's the end of the first round right there. All right, so heading into round number 2 right now. Yeah, very aggressive round for Vitor. Oh, there's a good shot right there. All right, good knee right there by Petersen. All right, so they broke it up, man, which is surprising. Surprising that they would break that up. Ooh. All right, here's some hard shots right here by Petrino. All right. Petersen is looking to see if Vitor is tired here. He sort of is, right? Backing him away. But okay, here's a single leg attempt right here by Petrino. Oh, yeah, Petersen looking to drag him down on the ground right now. All right, so here's Petersen right now maintaining this body lock position on him. Oh, Superman punch attempt right there by Vitor. All right, now heading into round number 3 for this one, man. Yeah, Vitor, even as tired as Vitor looks in this fight, he looks like he's winning this hands down. Hands down, he looks like he's winning this fight. All right, round number 3 is coming up. All right, third and final round. Here we go. Heavyweight matchup. Wow. So the corner of Petersen is telling him, we know you're tired, but Petrino is even more tired than you, and you got to take advantage of that. Oh, wow. He just slapped him out of nowhere. Out of nowhere, he just slapped him. Can you believe that? Can you believe that? He slapped him out of nowhere. Bro, out of nowhere, he slapped him. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it, man. I could not believe it. Out of nowhere. Out of nowhere. That was so dramatic. Just as soon as I was talking about how he was tired, all of a sudden he knocks him out. Wow. It was an uppercut, left hook. I can't believe it, man. Wow. Wow, man. That came out of nowhere. Out of nowhere, that shot. Well-deserved win. Well-deserved win for Petrino on this one. Wow. Wow. Well-deserved win on that one. All right, guys. We'll be right back. Okay? We'll continue the coverage for this fight. We'll be right back. Jordan. There's a lot of people that don't like Michael Jordan because Michael Jordan is a D-I-C-K head. And you know what? So is Kobe Bryant. So are a lot of people that were high-strung athletes. But you know what? What's crazy about this is there are athletes out there that don't need to be like that. They can still be talented. They can still be gracious at the same time, but also humble. Ronaldo comes to mind. Lionel Messi comes to mind. Wayne Gretzky comes to mind. George St. Pierre comes to mind. And why do I keep bringing up George St. Pierre? Well, it's as simple as this. George St. Pierre did it right, and he did it with integrity, and he never got into the things that Jon Jones had gotten into. Look at this thumbnail that we got on Jon Jones right now, right? There's the cops behind him, and then there's the octagon on the other side, and there's a split screen of two faces that he has going on, very similar to that of my profile pic. Now, why do I have a profile pic like that? Because I believe in human psychology, and I believe that humans have a high complex reality into their actions, into their overall daily activities, and also something that pattern recognition could not recognize, such as, for example, in the latest news that we have in NYC, speaking of NYC and Jon Jones's latest victory in NYC, there was a shooting that had happened in NYC, which I have covered on my live stream, right? Nobody knows or understands why this guy did what he did. Now, obviously, he was targeting the NFL from what I had understand, but at the same time, I'll bet you that a lot of people are going to say the following: oh, he was such a nice guy. He was a great guy, this and that and the other. Same thing when I watched the 7/7 bombing of London's documentary on Netflix. All the people that had committed this atrocious act, what did they say about these people before they had committed the atrocious act? They say, well, he was a good teacher. He was a good provider. He was good to his fellow peers, this, that, and the other. But you know what? That is why I tell you guys, human beings have a high complexity to which we could never understand. And with that in mind, don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you in the next one, inshallah. MMA needs, if you want to find predictions, news, and everything that deals with MMA, shout outs to Kyrie Abu Al-Kir MMA, Sacramento, California, represent.
That's right, Kyrie. I appreciate you, my nigga. You came in here, you was talking that shit. That's right, bro. Much love, Flo. I appreciate you for always stepping in, bro. Be safe out there. Man, my nigga Kyrie, my man Kyrie came through. He started talking that shit. Hey, here's the thing. Here's the thing. That nigga will whoop your fucking ass. You will think that nigga's all squared up and all that type of shit. Nigga come through and beat your fucking ass. Like, man. Fuck you up. You will never see it coming. So for those of y'all
this is Buick.
Different place if we have black heavyweight champion. Of all of us from the 60 and the 70 living and seeing in the time of Muhammad Ali, you have a 3-4 legend in the same time. I don't like to talk about religion or colors, but if we want to say about something, I think the boxing will be in different place if we have black heavyweight champion. Of all of us. 2 points, you lose it, 2 points. You must take it. You lose it, 2 points.
It's very obvious Turkey is biased for black and Muslim fighters. Now, the question is it ethical, or is he violating any laws and regulations that deal with boxing commissions? Well, the answer is simply no, and that may shock you. But here's some of the reasons why he's not violating any particular laws or regulations here. So in contrast, Turkey is not like Dana White, who, by the way, has officially 857 fighters in the UFC roster, in which Dana has to remain neutral. Well, unless, of course, Dana White has to side with Conor McGregor in a boxing match against Floyd, in which that is not promotional malpractice in any kind of way.
Get the show started! The reigning, defending, 155-pound champion of the UFC, the notorious Conor McGregor!
Well, Turkey is also not Frank Warren, and a hypothetical fight between, let's say, Daniel Dubois versus Tyson Fury, in which both fighters are contracted to Queensberry Boxing Promotions. That's not who he is. That's not what he does.
There's a lot of jealousy in boxing, especially when an individual's making a lot of money. A lot of jealous fighters slagging someone off who did his best and the guts to get in there. There is no cowards in boxing. When you're in that ring fighting world heavyweight champions, there is no cowards. So all the credit deserves to Daniel. He worked his off from being 8-year-old. He won the world title and fought Usyk for the undisputed. Video went off and fought Usyk for the undisputed. And now he's sitting at home, multi-millionaire at 27. Do what he wants. Daniel, if you ever get to see this, chin up, son. Your dad's proud of you. Everybody's proud of you. You've come from a kid to a man to be the world heavyweight champion and box at Wembley in front of 100,000 people. You can't beat that kid. And if you ever want to do any training with a real straight man, come yourself to Morecambe anytime you want, kid. Because there's no jealousy here and there's no people putting others down who do the best. I call them dream crushers and jealous. Exactly, that's what you are. I love the dirty, jealous. Get up, Daniel Dubois. Get up, son.
Once again, can you imagine a fight between those two? Who would Frank Warren side with? Obviously, he has to keep a certain neutrality in that. But Turki Al-Sheikh, on the other hand, well, he doesn't have to do any of that. Well, all right, let's delve into the history of Turki Al-Sheikh. Now,
Dad, I'm Bud.
Let's count the smiles.
I see 1, 2, 3.
Amazon Freight can scale with you. Transparent pricing, simple booking, and 24/7 support. All powered by Amazon's trusted transportation network.
We're here.
Amazon Freight. Back your freight with Amazon's network of smiles. Freight.amazon.com.
Hello, my name is Dr. Nathan Bryan, an international expert in nitric oxide biochemistry and physiology. I spent more than 25 years in the basic sciences, have a bachelor's science degree in biochemistry, PhD from LSU School of Medicine in molecular and cellular physiology, published over 100 peer-reviewed papers in the scientific literature, translated basic science into clinical medicine.
A more common question I've gotten over the past 3 to 4 months is, what about people that have diagnosed coronary stenosis or plaque in their carotids that have been diagnosed upon ultrasound? And then would giving nitric oxide cause vasodilation, affect the plaque instability, and actually increase risk of dislodging a clot or activating platelets and causing a thrombus? And the answer is typically not, because what we look at is really clinically relevant. It's not the degree of stenosis in the carotids, in the coronary arteries. It's the viability and the stability of the plaque. And you got to understand that the atheroma is really subendothelial. It's smooth muscle hyperplasia, and it's occurring underneath the endothelium. And when that plaque becomes vulnerable and ruptures, it's not the degree of stenosis, it's the rupture of the plaque that causes the thrombus and the embolus in the coronary arteries that leads to sudden cardiac death or myocardial infarction. So in patients with advanced coronary artery disease or advanced plaque in their carotids, what we're finding is that, and we've published on this, the nitric oxide releasing lozenge actually see about 11% plaque regression over 6 months. So we're also finding in coronary calcium scores and coronary CTs and other imaging modalities that you can see reverse of the plaque and actually stabilizing vulnerable soft plaque where it's becoming less risky of plaque rupture. So what we're finding when you look broadly across all kind of severity of disease in all patients and all people, nitric oxide is protective, dilates the blood vessels, whether you have stenosis or ischemic heart disease. And that's basically how nitroglycerin works, or isosorbide. If you're a patient with ischemic heart disease, which means that you've got constricted coronary arteries that are unable to vasodilate because they can't produce nitric oxide, if you give transdermal nitroglycerin, sublingual isosorbide, it produces an enzyme-independent source of nitric oxide that still dilates the coronary arteries, and you perfuse the coronaries. You overcome the ischemic pain known as angina. That's how those drugs work. They release nitric oxide, or they're metabolized into nitric oxide. The problem and the downside of organic nitrates like nitroglycerin and isosorbide is patients develop tolerance to them. So with each subsequent dose, the degree of vasodilation becomes less and less to eventually become non-responsive. This is a phenomenon called TAP.
Fun fact about All right, here we go. We got Filho versus Carpenter up right now. Oh, there's some good shots right here. Okay, left hook right there, then gets right onto a clinch position. All right, there's a trip takedown right there by Filho. Now he's got his back position right now. Looking for a rear naked choke here. so Filho's looking for a naked choke here. All right, so now he's got his back position right now. All right, good reversal by Carpenter right here. He's got the top position, but here's Filho with the lock from the bottom. Oh, wow. Did he tap? He tapped. 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 Okay, there it is. He tapped. He tapped. Oh, wow. Filho just tapped out Carpenter. That's crazy, man. Wow. Wow, that was a good tap out right there. Wow. Wow, man. That was awesome by Filho, man. Wow, man. That was great submission by Filho. Wow, good win, man. Good win. All right, man. Well, on to the next one, man. About Turki Al-Sheikh. Many people don't know that he graduated in a military academy in Saudi Arabia, which means he has some kind of military position in the government. That could mean intelligence, that could mean a whole wide range of things, right? But here's something interesting that a lot of people don't necessarily know about Turki Al-Sheikh, okay? It is this, okay? So Turki is the head of sports and entertainment department in Saudi Arabia, and as such, doesn't show any favoritism, nor does he show lack of favoritism of either. Well, who exactly is Turki Al-Sheikh, the guy that everyone calls his excellency? But also, notice how nobody calls him by the royal title of Your Majesty. Now, why is that? Well, now, if you think about it, in a world where a lot of people complain about nepotism, one thing you can say about Turki Al-Sheikh, it seems that he earned his position, even though there's not really a lot of background in how he got to where he was at and what type of position he had previous in order to get him to the position where he's at right now. The one thing does remain, though, and the next thing that we're going to talk about is this a good signing for Canelo? And I'm going to tell you, probably not. Yes, in terms of monetary-wise, but not good in terms of his legacy. And I'm going to explain and elaborate on this right now. So right now, we're talking about maybe close to a $400 million deal, right? 3 fights. So I would say 150 for Crawford, the fight that he just had. And then the next fight he's going to go into, he's going to go in there against Arthur Beterbiev. Is this a good idea? I don't think it's a good idea. Let me explain why. In all honesty, okay, I honestly don't think Canelo can beat Arthur Beterbiev. He certainly could not beat Bivol. And guess what? It was Arthur Beterbiev that beat Bivol. However, Bivol also beat Arthur Beterbiev. Either way, these guys are very close to each other in a 50-50 matchup. So how do you think Canelo is going to do against him? Not very good. And furthermore, here's something that I need you guys to understand, right? It's great for his pay, but I got to be honest with you. It is not great for his legacy. He's going to go out just like BJ Penn with multiple losses out of his career. Now, is he going to care at that point? Maybe not, or maybe he will. That's up to him and his team to care regardless. I could tell you one thing that he's not going to care for is how he's going to go out considering the type of incentives that they're throwing his way. But still, one thing remains is that he is becoming an exploited boxer in a very expensive way. And that's really the best way to put it.
One of the great challenges in this world is knowing enough about a subject to think you're right, but not enough about the subject.
Now, there is this term that we use in MMA called MMA math, right? I think boxing sort of fits in that same equation as well, where it goes. The fact that Bivol beat Canelo means that Canelo cannot beat Arthur Beterbiev, right? Well, guess what? His next matchup is going to be Arthur Beterbiev. Why? Because let's be honest about this, right? Going back to Turki Al-Sheikh, you guys understand that Turki Al-Sheikh has a biasness towards Muslim fighters. He also has a biasness towards black fighters. And for that reason alone, what I told you in the beginning of the video, well, I didn't tell you in the beginning of the video, I played you a video of him and Booker T talking about how there needs to be a black heavyweight champion, an American black heavyweight champion specifically. Now, why did he say that? He said that because during the times of the 1960s, 70s, and 80s, it was ruled by Muhammad Ali, Ken Norton, George Foreman, Frazier Ali, Mike Tyson, the list goes on, right? But that also extends to other weight classes, and that is where Terrence Crawford came in, where he was favored by Turki Al-Sheikh over Canelo. So now you also got to understand about Turki Al-Sheikh, right? Because more than anything, more than the fact that this is a Canelo video, this is also a Turki Al-Sheikh video, and the reason for that is because he's a real boxing fan, and he's the one that's financing all of these fights that are going on. So why is this significant? Him being a hardcore boxing fan, there's one thing that Turki Al-Sheikh understands. What he understands is good fights and fights that should have justice behind them. And I'm talking about justice in a way where there's a lot of fights out there where there were a lot of unanimous decisions that should have been unanimous decisions, split decisions that were controversial. And guess what? Canelo was in the forefront center of many of these fights. So there's a part of Turki Al-Sheikh that says, you know what? Let's see you go through a UFC boxing style gauntlet. What exactly do I mean by that? Well, look at the way that a lot of these legends lose in the world of UFC and MMA at the end of their career. What happens? Well, what happens is that they lose consecutively. Look at BJ Penn. Look at all the past fights with Tony Ferguson before he went into Misfits boxing. But that is how he ended his MMA career. And then he went into boxing, where you can live in a world where you can fight the likes of Salt Poppy and actually get a win. In this world of Turki Al-Sheikh, and in this world of Turki Al-Sheikh's boxing, he doesn't want to give you easy fights. So there's no more UK bums for Canelo at this point, which means that Turkey El Sheikh is absolutely orchestrating all of this. For what? To uplift black fighters and to uplift Muslim fighters, and in particular, Hamza Shiraz. Because guess what? When it's all said and done, and after Canelo gets beat by Arthur Beterbiev, because if that's the next fight, I'm going with Arthur Beterbiev on that one, and he's losing that one. And after that fight, guess who he's going to face after that? Hamza Shiraz. So that means that at the end of Canelo's career, 2 Muslim fighters are going to make a name out of him. That is, if Hamza Shiraz gets through him. And for sure, I know for sure that if his next fight is against Arthur Beterbiev, he's going to run through Canelo easily. Probably even worse than Crawford, if not a knockout. I wouldn't go that far, but maybe. But all right. On that note, that is all that I have for you on this one. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you in the next one, inshallah. All right, up next right now, we have Almeida versus Aswell coming up right now. So, yeah, man, can't wait for this one. All right, here we go, guys. Aswell versus Almeida. We continue on our coverage. All right, here we go. Out of Houston, Texas. All right, so Michael Aswell Jr. is now being announced, and then the next one coming up is Almeida. the hometown favorite. Round 1 as well versus Almeida. Oh, there's a big right hand right there. Oh, there's a nice 1-2 shot right. Is looking to take out Almeida right now. He's like one big shot away from really finishing this fight right now. And there it is. There it is. Oh, yeah, the referee's looking closely to try and finish this. He looks like he's about to get finished on his feet right now. Oh, wow. I can't believe the referee is not stopping this yet. That's it. He's hammering away. Full mount position right against the cage. Oh, that is it. That is it. That is it. That's enough, man. That's enough. That is awesome, man. Big win for Aswell right there. Big for Aswell on that one. Yeah, he did not hesitate at all, man. All right, man. Yeah, he really made this one look easy, man. Really made it look easy. Oh, wow. And he is the training partner of Joshua Van. Okay. Interesting. All right, man. Very interesting stuff. Man, what a win. He's saying one of the first many wins he's looking for here. All right. Shout out to everybody around the world that has tapped right now. Don't forget to like and subscribe. We are close to the main card. Yeah, Muhammad Hijab fighting right now too. Oh, is that right? Stop the fight. Muhammad Hijab is fighting? That's crazy, man. I got to check that. I know he fought already before. I guess he has another fight again. All right, man. Shout out to Muhammad Hijab, man. Oh, wow. He's fighting Pantoja. Ooh. That's what I'm talking about, man. He's fighting Pantoja for the championship. All right. Well, speaking of championship, let's go back to when Alex Pereira won the undisputed championship 6 days ago. Here we go. I can't believe it. Alex Pereira is now the undisputed 205 champion once again. Overhand right over Ankalaev. Next thing you know, he's down on the ground, hitting him with 12 to 6 point elbows, and it was all over from there. Now, Alex Pereira is now the champion. The UFC is happy that he is world champion. And to be quite honest with you, I am not happy that he is world champion because I'm going to be honest with you. I had a lot of biasness going into this fight due to the fact that I love Ankalaev for the most obvious reasons that I don't need to go into. But on any regard, it is combat sports by the end of the day. Anybody can win at any given time, and it is just the reality of the situation. Let's hear what he has to say to Joe Rogan right now real quick before we continue on.
Você foi para cima, isso te surpreendeu? Não me surpreendeu, eu tinha isso desde a primeira luta, mas eu falei para todo mundo, eu não sou de dar desculpas, mas eu não estava bem. Hoje eu estou bem, eu provei para todo mundo. It didn't surprise me. I saw that in the first
He said it didn't surprise him.
excuses, but I've been saying I wasn't well that night, but tonight I'm very
Okay. So that's the other factor going into this, right? He said that he wasn't well the first time. You know what, man? A lot of fighters make these types of excuses every time, right? This time around, it's very difficult to deny Alex Pereira of that. Due to this performance, how can you deny the fact that he was actually really hurt last time? Look, a lot of guys make all types of excuses. Conor McGregor said something to the effect that his toe was like a balloon when him and Khabib were fighting. And by the way, that's coming up in a couple of days of its anniversary. Either way, a lot of people looked at that as an excuse, right? Manny Pacquiao mentioned he had a shoulder injury when he fought Floyd Mayweather, taken away from Floyd Mayweather's win. Well, Alex Pereira said in the last fight he had a broken hand. You know what? It made a difference this time. You want to know why it made a difference? Because at first I thought, you know what? It wasn't his foot that was broken. So therefore, whatever footwork we saw out of that fight, it's the same thing that we're going to see out of this one. The only difference is that him having a broken hand is really detrimental to his knockout power. And this time he proved exactly why that is.
at the top of the mountain. Ladies and gentlemen, the undisputed light heavyweight champion of the world, Alex Pereira.
And there it is, right? So I just wanted to play that right now live in the moment as it happens to give you guys a glimpse of what is going on right now, the thrill, the agony, and defeat. This is all that I really have to say about that, right? We could talk about the kicks and the punches all day. We could talk about the speculations of whether he was really injured or whether he wasn't. The fact of the matter is, here's what you have to learn about combat sports, right? It is ups and downs, thrills and agonies and defeats and everything in between. So as much as he's doing his Andrew Tate dance celebration right now, okay, other nights he was laid out, knocked out cold by Izzy and, defeated by Ankalaev for 5 rounds. Tonight, it's a little bit different. It is him that is the victor. It is him that is now the 2-time undisputed 205 champion and potentially now the face of the UFC, right? How can you deny that, right? He has the marketability, he has the likability, whether I like it or not. A lot of people love the whole Shama thing. A lot of people love the content that he does with Nina Drama, this, that, and the other. I tend to not like it. I personally think that I would rather see fighters look as stoic as humanly possible. Look at this. Now he's right there with Mark Zuckerberg, dapping it up with Mark Zuckerberg. Okay, that's fine. Mark Zuckerberg is one thing, but then collaborating with Nina Drama and all this other foolish stuff that they have going on, I'm just not down with that whatsoever. But to each its own. He deserves his victory, and to the victory is how they write the history, to how they deem fit. And if he deems fit that this is how he wants to celebrate and how he wants to go out and how he wants to present himself, let him do so, because he is a winner. But by the end of the day, you know, there are winners and losers in the octagon. And by the end of the day, you still have to go home to your family, no matter what it is that you believe or no matter what it is that you stand on. But on any regard, that is Alex Pereira with this win right now. What does Jiri have to say?
I will find a way for Alex in the third match.
What would be different this time around?
You know, as you saw the fight, there was a pressure. There was a pressure from Alex. And in this my last fight with Khalil, I really understand I need the pressure from opponent, from myself. And in that case, I'm working the best. I'm doing the best. So I just need to accept who I am and just go through every time. And
so basically, what he's talking about right now is his fight tonight with Khalil Roundtree. By the way, Merab got a win, 5-round decision against Corey Sanhagen. Nothing that we didn't expect. That was exactly how we would have drawn it up. So what Yuri is talking about is simply this. He wants to go in there, impose his will, fight a firefight, create chaos the way that he did against Khalil Roundtree, because Khalil Roundtree is a very methodical fighter, very conventional Muay Thai fighter. Whereas with Jiri, he's also a very technical fighter, but technical in a sense where, you know what, he is unconventional and he is very difficult to read. So as such, of being difficult to read, he had to create something different when two methodical guys are having a chess match at each other. What did he do? He created the chaos, and throughout the chaos, he came out of the fire as the more durable guy between the two, and created an advantage for himself to win this fight. Now he is the #1 contender. Merab is still champion, and Alex Pereira is now once again the undisputed 205 champion of the world. That is all that I have for this one. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you in the next one, inshallah.
This is hands down one of the most
All right, man. So just wait the main card to start now. Obviously, yeah, these cards are flying through right now. We just ended the prelims right now. Now heading into the main card. Should be a good one. Yeah, man. What happened with Charles Oliveira if he wins this? There's a high probability Oliveira wins this. In fact, you know what, man? I like Gamrot, but I'm going to go with Oliveira on this one. Yeah, I'm going to go with Oliveira on this one. What do you guys think? Let me know what you guys think. Let me know in the comment section below. Do you think that Oliveira is going to win this one? I have a good feeling that he does. Right? Look, it takes a very elite guy to finish Charles Oliveira. Very elite guy. Now, is Gamrot that elite? Well, we don't know. That's what we're going to find out. We're going to find out if he is elite enough for the upper echelons of the division. So, Gamrot has been has lost before. I think to who did he lose to? I believe Ziev, right? Let's take a look at Gamrot's record right now. Obviously, a KSW former champion. One can argue that KSW has a better funnel system to the UFC than, let's say, Bellator, right? It's a better recruiting pool than Bellator and PFL. This is a Dan Hooker by split decision. It's the reason why Dan Hooker is fighting Armen Tsarukyan. Loss of Beneil Dariush, that was surprising. Has been a win over Armen Tsarukyan. Gamrot has a win over Armen Tsarukyan by decision back in 2022. Wow, okay. Guram, I believe that guy is the training partner of Kamzat, Guram, that guy that he's fought and that has beaten him. So, yeah, man. Wow, Norman Park. He's fought Norman Park before. Okay. All right, man. Yeah, interesting fight, man. Interesting fight. So earlier in the night, you had Karolina Kovic take on Pilarsi. Right, TKO her just right before the end of the round. So all right, guys. So we just awaiting the main card right now. Man, Rashad Evans, they flew Rashad Evans and Alan Joban all the way down there in Brazil. Yeah, those dudes are probably having a time of their lives right now down in Brazil, huh? I mean, like, they're down there in Brazil. Not really the biggest card in the world, but rather big enough to, yeah. Big enough for them to get in there. Pereira, go live so quickly. Oh, what is this? Are you going to show the fight? I'm showing the fight right now. I'm commentating on the fight, my man. Where do you watch? I watch it on a laptop. Where do you watch it, my man? All right, man. I mean the site. ESPN, my man. It's on ESPN. You ever been to ESPN? You know, paid like a monthly. Stop stealing from the UFC, going on to these illegal websites. You know who you are. That's what you want, huh, Alan? That's what you came in here for. You came in here because you want an illegal website, right? You want to steal, basically. You want to tell the world that, hey, I am a thief. My name is Alan, and I'm a god-dang thief. That is why I'm coming into this chat room asking, hey, where's the fight? Are you going to show the fight? Where do you watch?
I mean site. Which site? No, I do not plan on steal. Yes, you do. You just plan. I just want to know where I watch. Yes, I tell you where to watch, Habibi. It is on ESPN. You understand? Okay. Look, let me show you how to watch. Okay? Let me show you how to watch. Look. You go ESPN.com and you go here. Okay? Look. Here's where you go. ESPN. And it's not ESPN.com, by the way. It's ESPN Plus. Okay? You go to ESPN Plus. Like this. Like this. You go like this. Where is ESPN Plus? Where is ESPN Plus? Look. This is what you do. You go here. You go ESPN here. And this how you watch. Okay? You understand? This how you watch. Okay. Thank you. You go now. Thank you. Is what you do. You understand? He said chill. I know. I'm just messing with you, my man. He says fix your mic. Okay, thank you. I will. How about now? Is that better? Is that better? The mic? Let me know if the mic is a whole lot better now, my man. Oh, don't worry. If you're going to go watch it legally, I'm definitely not going to snitch on you, dude. You know, that's the last thing I'll do is I'm definitely not the one who's going to snitch on you. So, yeah, dude, I just want to make this very clear to a lot of you out there, right? Like, I can't show you the actual fight because it's illegal to do that, right? It's very illegal to do that. It would destroy the channel and it would put my channel out of commission. Why would I want to do that when I can go and provide MMA content for you guys, right? There is a difference between watching MMA and MMA content. I am an MMA content. I am not a vehicle for you to watch MMA fights through. So I hope that explains a lot. All right, back to this. Okay, so understand, I am not a vehicle for you to watch MMA. I am an MMA content creator. That is a difference. So let's try and understand that. All right, carry on, gentlemen. All right, man. Here we go. We are already in the main card portion right now. Rio de Janeiro. Rio de Janeiro. Here we go, man. into commentary right now. Mic check. Mic check. All right, mic check. Can you guys hear me? All right, looks like the mic is good. All right, man. They're just showing some highlights right now. All right, man. Montel Jackson. Also in this card, one of the most exciting 130. Yeah, Montel Jackson. Yeah, somebody look out for it. Taking on Davis and Figueroa. That's a good fight, man. All right, here we go, man. Main card fight coming up. All right, so the next fight we got coming up is Ofli. Right now, we got Ofli versus Ramos Jr. That is the matchup we are waiting on right now. All right, now just awaiting the fight coming up right now with Ofli and Ramos. These fights right now. Yeah, everybody around the world, let me know what part of the world you are from as we are reacting to these fights live right now, and we are going to get it on and cracking in the first main card fight of the evening. Also, let me know what part of the world you are from. Let me know who you are going for tonight and who your favorite fighter is, and what are some matchups you are looking forward to in the upcoming 2026 schedule of the UFC, because we got the UFC White House card, which, by the way, I'm wildly suspicious of, right? I'm going to tell you why. Because number one, as we are waiting for the Ofli versus Ramos fight right now, I start to wonder, was this fight just for Donald Trump and not necessarily for America? Because think about how convenient it is that he's holding this fight on his day, right? Think about that. Very strange. All right, here we go. Cannon Ofli. All right, Richard Ramos being announced right now. Here we go, round number 1. Ooh, bomb away. The crowd yelling, ooh, bomb away. Okay, there's a front kick right there. There's a calf slicer, potentially. Oh, wow. Oh, he's calf slicer right here. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Look at this. Oh, he's close to getting this calf slicer right here. What is this? Oh, my goodness. He might have to tap. He might have to tap. Okay, Ofli's doing a very good job of fighting this off right now. Okay, he's trying to put pressure on it. And Ofli's trying to... Oh, wow. He's stretched out. Nice. Okay, good turn by Ofli. Okay, oh. There it is again. Still in danger. Oh, what is this? He's taking the back now off of Ramos. How about that? As Ramos was the one getting these submissions, and now it is him that's swimming the arms right here, looking to get a rear naked choke. Yeah, Ofli was in some serious danger right there until he had decided, you know what, I'm going to scramble up out of this. Now he is the one on the back of Ramos looking for a rear naked choke, man. I don't understand what people are booing at. I mean, they're pressing the action right here, right? Yeah, man, this is not something that you boo when they are out there pressing the action. Oh, yeah, he's looking to get a good squeeze in here. Look at this. Yeah, Michael Bisping is suggesting that he, like, it's off and just slams him on his back. Wow, look at this. This looks like a really tight choke right here. Oh, wow. It is right underneath. That is right underneath. Look at this. I don't know how Ramos is going to get this. This is tight. It's fully in. That's it. That's it, man. That's it. Wow. Real short work. Man, they're beating all the Brazilian dudes. This is not good for the Brazilians in their home team advantage. Yeah, man. Wow. Yeah, that was a deep choke, man. That was a real deep choke. Now look at the next couple of line of fights that are coming up after this one, right? Let's take a look at this. This is not a bad fight. Heavyweight matchup. Jonah Diniz taking on Mario Pinto. How about that? Vicente Luque taking on Joel Alvarez. Very interesting matchup. And then Montel Jackson, who's a very huge 135er, taking on the former 125 champion Davis Figueroa. Very interesting matchup. Very interesting. And then obviously the main event to go along with it. So yeah, man, real interesting stuff, man. Real interesting fights along the way. Let's see what the comments are saying right here. Big Tear, what fight are we on? Oh, okay. No, he says elevator music. Yes, my man. It's a good way to kind of get the mood going. So what fight that's if you look right now, that is the current fight that we are on right now. Heavyweight Jonah Diniz taking on Mario Pinto. So, and then, yeah, there it is. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4 fights left for the main card. Okay, so this is a very good question by Marty Miller, right? What do I think about this in particular, this fight between Ilya and Justin Gaethje? In all honesty, Marty, a little disappointed. I wanted Patty to get that fight, but I think that it seems a lot more fair for Justin Gaethje to get the fight than
Paddy Pimblett. Paddy Pimblett is unproven, right? It's not something that you could say he truly deserves, at least not right now. Maybe in a couple of fights, you know, stays in a 2-fight winning streak with the trajectory of the kind of opponents that he has. But overall, man, Paddy would have been the money fight. But unfortunately, that's not what we got. So I'm not going to lie. I'm a little disappointed, but it is what it is. It is what it is by the end of the day, unfortunately. So I'm not thrilled about it, only because I feel like there were better fights like Paddy and Ilya, right? I mean, it's literally a storyline that wrote itself, right? And that's not the case. So yeah, no lie, I'm a little disappointed in this fight. Like, I'm not thrilled about it, but I'm not mad at it, right? We do want to see what Ilya looks like with much bigger 155ers, right? Like, how will he do against 155ers that are real 155ers like Justin Gaethje? Not to say that Charles Oliveira was not a real 155er, but he was like him, a 145er that moved up to 155. Dustin Poirier is the same way in that regard. So, yeah. All right, we just await for the heavyweight matchup right now. So I hope that answered your question, Marty, about Ilya Topuria and Justin Gaethje. So not happy about it, only because we knew that Paddy was there. We knew that Paddy was there for that fight, and the promotion behind that fight put itself out. But by the end of the day, it is what it is. Wow, so they got Jose Aldo. They got Jose Aldo right now. I believe they what are they doing? Are they announcing him as a Hall of Famer? Let's see here. What do you think about the Mike Perry fight? Oh yes, so I finally got to see the Mike Perry fight, right? With Jeremy Stephens. What I thought about it was that Jeremy Stephens, small for the weight class. Mike Perry, proven he is one of the best BKFC fighters out there. But yeah, man. Oh, how about this, man? How about this little special moment for Jose Aldo right now? Making that one last walk to the octagon right now, doing his little symbolic walk that he did. Yeah, I knew Mike Perry was going to win that. I didn't think Jeremy Stephens was going to win that one, but then again, you never know, right? Maybe in hindsight, it seemed like it was a fair fight, but in reality, Mike Perry is Mike Perry, and he is the king of bare knuckle. At least on the entertainment side of bare knuckle. I mean, there's real champions in bare knuckle right now. We don't know enough about the sport or the ceiling of Mike Perry to really understand if, let's say, he has, any championship potential in that sport. Mike just doesn't care about getting hit at all. And you know what? I think that could be counterproductive and inconducive to his long-term goal and longevity in the sport, in my opinion. But you never know. Maybe bare knuckle is a lot less damaging than, let's say, combat sports that deals with big gloves and things of that nature. So they were just, I can't believe this. And of course, Michael Bisping makes it about himself, as Jose Aldo is currently right now, getting a warm retirement welcome. Yeah, Jose Aldo is now retiring. All right, man. So here we go. Mary Pence. All right, so here we go. Heavyweight action, right? Fresh Melon Juice says longevity in life, buddy. Yes. Most fights. I don't really like Bisping, honestly. Yeah, you do, Miller. You said you like his... Oh, my goodness. Come on now, man. Stop with this... Yeah, man. Very haram speak of, brother Fresh. This is very haram. You speak this way of Marty Miller. You cannot be looking at this man in this matter. This is very haram. You keep it up, Fresh. You keep it up. You and me, you gonna go to rooftop, and you know what happens to people like you at the rooftop, okay? He says, yeah, you do, Miller. You said, he said, S words, not mine. Miller's words, not mine. He did not say that. He did not ever say that. Man, listen. The closest thing that I could see Marty saying something like that is saying something like, all right, you know what? He's got athletic legs in terms of being able to go for a long distance. Like, that is the most that I can honestly see him say about Bisping. But man, you're over here trying to make it all about sus stuff, man. What is up, man? He's not denying it. He died. He's not denying. He says he does have nice eyes. Well, let me pluralize that, or lack of plural for you. Eye, okay? If you're gonna say Michael Bisping has nice eyes, you have to say Michael Bisping has a nice eye in singular expression, not plural, okay? Because you need to have more than two eyes to have a plural expression statement. And for those of you that don't understand what I just said, I just literally dissed Michael Bisping into calling him a one-eyed blind bat, right? So yes, his eye. Yeah, there you go. Yep, his eye. Yes, his eye. Single, his eye, not plural, because we all know what happened, right? And that is all in courtesy of Vitor Belfort. So, yeah. Yeah, man. So who's excited for this heavyweight matchup right here? Right? This is, yeah, man, good heavyweight matchup. And then after that, it's just nothing but killer cards from here. No, you were talking about his brown eye. He says, I like him A. I like him A. I think that's, maybe you might be typing a little too fast or so, you know? He says, as a fighter, not as a person. Okay, well, there you go, right?
Yeah, I mean, because Michael Bisping as a person is very highly questionable, right? He's a highly questionable person in my humble opinion of things. So, all right, here we go. All right, here we go. Music off. Let's get ready for these fights. All right, let's see what you got here. Okay, he's driving. Okay, that's why your typing was a little messed up. Bisping is an alcoholic. He can't do anything without a beer in his hand. I think that is sort of the problem with a lot of British people, right? British, Irish people, people in the English Isles. But we all know he's got another problem that I'm like totally not, I'm totally against. But Alhamdulillah, brother, you know what? Brother like to gamble, but this brother does not drink. Drinking is not good for you, brother. This is very haram in Islam. No, no, no. But yeah, you are right, though. Every British guy I know somewhere, wherever you see them, they're always holding on to like some kind of beer or some sort. You know what I mean? So. He says, change the break music to the Adnan. Maybe. You know what? I don't think Adnans are copyrighted, obviously, right? Like you can't copyright someone for an Adnan. But I suppose if it's coming out of someone's voice or I don't know. I'll see. That's a good idea. I'm not opposed to it, obviously, but yeah. Oh, look at this. Look at Pinto right here doing a little Jon Jones thing right here. Okay, let's see what we got here. Some heavyweights that got a little bit more, some to their step right now. Hey, there's a short, a little leg kick right, lazy, the way that he threw that shot, but looks like he may be using that to set something up. Usually, sometimes when you see somebody do something slow, right, oftentimes they may be trying to set something up in the process of doing what it is. Okay, there it is. There's Pinto right now with a double leg takedown. That's what it is, man. That's a good point by Michael Bisping. Take the path of least resistance if you are a smart fighter. Now, Diniz was probably expecting that, hey, you know what? We're going to go in here. We're going to have a scrap. We're going to have, a stand-up battle. Here he is. He changes his levels, shoots the takedown right on top, maintaining half guard control right now. Now the corner of Mario Penta is telling him to frame up from the half guard position right now. They're selling to stay heavy on the neck as he's got his elbows right in his neck like this. And now Penta is being asked by his corner to pin Diniz up against the maintaining. There it is. Now half guard position right on top.
All right, so here we go. Now he's in full mount position. Okay, now it is Diniz is sort of preventing from getting into full mount position. Now there it is. He's in full mount position right now. Let's see what the heavyweight does on full mount position right now. Okay, now he postured up. He's posturing up, throwing some elbows and some shots from the top. He said that the sound is choppy. Okay. How about now? So meanwhile, he's wow, he's got a crucifix. All right, in a crucifix position right now. Oh, he's looking for a Kimura right now. All right, how about now? All right, how about now? It was mostly bad when you speak. Let me try something here. How about now? Let's see. Let's give this a try right here. All right. So that's the end of the first round. Very done. You need a sound engineer. Facts. Okay. Let's try this out right here. Here we go. Round. Change the mic or reinstall it. Okay, there you go. Let's see. Okay, so we are now in number 2. All right, here's Diniz. I'm sorry, Pentel right now. And Pentel looking to get a takedown again. right, so Pinto gets a takedown once again, takes him down. Is Punta Pinto a Brazilian slave? I don't know. I don't know what the history is behind that name. I know Pinto is obviously a Portuguese name, which obviously is a derivative of Brazilian culture, right? I mean, so... All right, good elbows on the top right now by Pinto. I think if Pinto was to win this one, it would be Moicano set Pinto means D-I-C-K in slang. Huh. Okay, that's interesting because, well, I mean, to us, Pinto is synonymous to a very old car from what I understand. You know what I mean? Like there's, yeah, it's an old car derivative. Or like a car that's, you know, dang near, what do you call it? Like a bucket or of some sort. All right, so very good ground control by Pinto right now. All right, there's the back. I guess Pinto Bean. Yeah. Pinto Bean. But, you know, then again, I'm not as well versed in Spanish as I should be. I mean, considering I live in California, right, it would probably be good to be, you know, sort of well versed in it. But yeah. All right, so now he's got full mount position once again, right? Constant full mount by Pinto, which kind of shows the superiority of his grappling skills in this display right now. It's the cut right there at the top of the eyebrow. I'm assuming those are from the elbows that Pinto's been throwing at him. Portuguese dude, yeah. There were a lot of Portuguese people that lived in New Jersey when I was growing up there, right? And I found it strange that a lot of them claimed to be Latino, right? Like they are European, but somehow they're accepted by the Hispanic community of New Jersey. I found that kind of strange in a way, you know? So, all right, so here's Pinto right now looking for a ground and pound finish. I think he's looking at, yeah, he might get a finish right here. He's going to get a finish. Pinto got a finish right here. That is it. That is it. Mario Pinto gets a finish. Performance by Pinto on that one. Yeah, in the first round, he gets a takedown. A bit of a surprise. Keeps it down there. He's dropping elbows the whole entire time. Pinto gets a TKO ground and pound finish, and that is all she wrote right there. Says, fix the audio, man. I'm trying, man. I'm trying. Okay, let's give this mic a little try right now, because remember, I can't hear what here. So let me see here. Okay,
right, let's check this out right here. Mic check 1 2 1. I think the Alvarez is going to destroy Vicente. I think so too. And Vicente is a bit of a wild horse, right? Like, he's very wild in the way that he throws his exchanges. Just, it doesn't spell longevity. Right? The way that he fights, it's not the type of thing that spells, oh, you know what, there's longevity with this man. Nah, not whatsoever, man. So, I think so too. And Vicente is a bit of a wild horse, right? Like, he's very wild in the way that he throws his exchanges. Just, it doesn't spell longevity. The way that he fights, it's not the type of thing that spells, oh, you know what, there's longevity with this man. Nah, not whatsoever. Okay, the audio doesn't seem that bad right now, but yeah, all right. All right, let's hear what the decision is on this one. All right. All right, he's saying something in what was it, Portuguese or? He said, "Sorry, bro, I don't." My comment. I'm sorry, a translator there. Yeah, so they ask what is next for Mario Pinto. All right, man, they just gave him his brown belt right now, Pinto. Wow, man, very humble of him to say, well, I know nothing about jiu-jitsu. Fight speech. Okay, now he wants to practice English, he said. Says, forgive my English. So he said, basically, I want to give a shout out to my people in London, England. What the heck? And out of nowhere, he starts speaking in a British accent. Hold up. He just switched from Portuguese to English. And by the way, British English, and very good British English, by the way. Like, he just sounded like Zayn for a second there. What the heck did I just... What was I just watching? What the heck was I just watching? What the heck was I just watching? I was watching somebody that claims to be a Portuguese speaker speaking in an accent. What is MMA Guru has something to say about that? Wow. All right. Really strange there. But all right, man. Who's the female fighter that has a fake Brazilian accent? Mackenzie Dern. It's not fake. You know what it is? All right. I'll give you a little anecdote, right? His dad was a diplomat for the Philippines, right? So in other words, he lived in New York City because his dad was stationed in the UN out there. And so he's lived all over the world, right? He's lived in Australia, right? Because his dad had embassy duty for the Philippine government out there as well. So when he was there, guess what? He had an Australian accent. When he came to the United States, he started to develop an American accent. When he was living down south, he had a southern accent. He had an accent wherever he was at. Mackenzie Dern is no different in this particular light. It's just that a lot of people who normally don't see people travel from one place to another at a period of time in their life, this is a very foreign concept to a lot of people. Have you seen the clips of her talking completely normal? Yeah. Yeah, look, does anybody... Well, what do you mean by normal, exactly? Like, when you mean normal, do you mean people that talk like you and me? Marty Miller? Now, look, I honestly... I don't know what you sound like, right? But obviously, you're from Ohio, so I just know that automatically you're going to sound American. You are American. More than likely, you sound somewhat like me to a certain extent, right? But if you mean normal talking, the way that you talk like a color Caucasian without an accent, the way you talk, I think what you mean is the way that you talk like a white collar Caucasian, okay, without an accent. Yes, okay. So you're saying that's what you've seen her talk like, right? Like basically a normal American accent, pretty much is what you, yeah, that's normal, my. She grew up in America. She has a dad who's Brazilian. She goes back and forth from America to Brazil. She's in that kind of matter. Michael Bisping, you look at him, he's been living in California for quite some time, right? You notice that there's a little twang in his accent in comparison to people that are, right? So, but yeah, that is a common thing that a lot of people do say about Mackenzie Dern is accent. Yeah, she just looked like a typical white American. Right, because she grew up here, but then she also had, yeah, this is not unusual. I think, you know what it is? I think that in the MMA world, we're hyper skeptical of people that are to portray something that they're not. I noticed this as well with the gangster genre of YouTube and rap music, right? Like people in that world, MMA, rap, combat sports more so, highly suspicious of everybody, right? I think that's also kind of the reason why MMA has a strong right-wing following, because the culture that we have inside of MMA sort of encourages those types of behaviors. So we want to think that she's trying to portray herself as being Brazilian, trying to be authentic to the jiu-jitsu lifestyle of some sort, for whatever that means. That is what we are thinking when we see Mackenzie Dern speak in these two contrasting matters. He says, you don't have an East Coast Jersey accent at all. You know what? So it's funny that you say that. I used to talk differently when I was younger. You know, like, hey, what the... You know what I mean? Like Tony Soprano style. Like, I had that going on. Like, hey, what's going on here? Right? Like, I had an accent of it, a slight twist of it. Because remember, even though I live in New Jersey, I was still an international kid. I was born in the Middle East, in North Africa and Libya. I lived in certain parts of Asia for a certain amount of time. So I was mostly around English-speaking people. You know, whether it was in Manila, Hong Kong, Japan, or wherever else in the world that my parents were taken for whatever reason, or they had to be for one or another. People, man, I can picture people clipping this part up and saying, see, you know, this CIA, or his parents were CIA, or this and that. Like, you know, like that's kind of the thing that a lot of people, you know, sort of have a hyper skepticism of, is they have a hyper skepticism of the CIA, right? They're like, oh, you're CIA, you know, or this and that, right? Whenever somebody does something nefarious or something that seems divisive in any kind of way, or something that can create a stir amongst people, they always accuse that person, oh, you're a CIA agent, right? Like Fresh Melon Juice, you know what that's like. You get accused of being a CIA agent all the time. You dang near claim it like Snoop Dogg would Crippen. You know what I mean? Like, you know, so it's like, yeah, man. It's like Invest in Road, NT USB, or short MV6 USB. Okay. Is that the microphone? Is that a certain microphone that you are talking about? But yeah, man. Yeah, so people have this hyper skepticism of the CIA, but in reality, like, if you're a patriotic American, or if you care about America to a certain extent, like, wouldn't you not necessarily cheer for them and not have a hyper skepticism or cynicism against them, but at least have a sense of pride? Like, hey, you know what? These are the people that are protecting our country from God knows what, because, you know, they're obviously going to know things that you don't know. But, you know, we have our resident CIA agent down here. So, you know, please care to elaborate on that. Fresh says, yes, the best of the best in a normal price range. Okay. I write that down somewhere real quick. Got it. Thanks, man. Thanks. I will look into that. I will look into that. I wrote it down right here. So, yep. Thank you, man. Shout out to the CIA agent. So, yeah, man. So, resident CIA agent Fresh Melon Juice. Let me know, man. Why are people so hyper skeptical of the CIA? All right. So, let's see here. All right, so Joel Alvarez. All right, Vicente Luque versus Joel Alvarez. All right, so here we go. Vicente Luque. All right, so here we go. Vicente Luque versus Joel Alvarez. Now, Joel Alvarez has some serious knockouts, serious finishes, and I gotta tell you, that loves Vicente Luque. He says that Vicente Luque is his favorite fighter. Now, let me preface this, okay? Why I'm mentioning my buddy that says Vicente Luque is his favorite fighter. Well, this buddy of mine is one of those guys that likes to watch tough man competitions, right? Where guys swing wild fences, right? He likes watching street beef. He's the type of guy that likes watching street fights, right? Car crash is disastrous. So is it any surprising that he's a fan of Vicente Luque and he goes out of the limb to say that Vicente Luque is his favorite fighter? Of course not. So with that in mind, this is what we have right now. Vicente Luque taking on Joel Alvarez. It's going to be a very interesting fight right here. 6'3", 7 170 pounds, 5'11". Vicente Luque, let's go. Twenty-two victories and 3 defeats. Fighting out of Spain. Already 25 fights in his career, this guy. Vicente, Silent Assassin, Luque. Bilal's leftovers, Luque. Yeah, you know what? And Luque did have a victory over Bilal as well, surprisingly. So, but yeah, I think they're pretty even now. Obviously, Bilal went on to be world champion. And here's Vicente Luque still in the quote-unquote fun fights and what have you. So, all right, here we go. All right, round 1. Here we go, guys. Ooh, bomb away. Ooh, bomb away. They yell, ooh, bomb away. Luque is the Poirier of 170. Is he, though? Yeah, I would say that. I would say that. Although Poirier is a little more accomplished, I would even go as far as to say Poirier is a lot. Luque and Vicente would be a good fight. Honestly, they would be a good fight for each other. Right? But it would have to make sense for Dustin. And that, I mean, he dominates in this fight, right? Calls out Dustin Poirier. Now, I don't know what in the world would possess him to do that. Maybe some I would say to him if I was manager, hey, call out Dustin Poirier. I know he's retired, and it's a for you to make money off of. So, yeah. Yeah, he's the Gaethje of 170. I would say so, yeah. I would say Gaethje, the little white boy that could. Yes, yes, yes. I would say that, yeah, he... The Justin Gaethje, then Gaethje has looked a lot more technical. And, well, you know, Vicente Luque is looking as wild with his exchanges as he normally is. You know, looks very methodical in the way that he's throwing these shots. The front kick right there by Vicente Luque. As he should, right? Sort of almost fighting like, I mean, you know, a 6'3", 155 version of James Vick, not Michael Vick. He's the Mexican Luque. Justin Gaethje? Yes, he is the Mexican Luque. All right, there it is. There's an overhand right by Vicente Luque right there. Yeah, a big step up for in this fight. Obviously, he's never fought anyone with the likes of Vicente Luque or a name like that. Oh, what is this? We got a little pause in the action right now, a little eye poke going on. Oh, okay, that looks... Let's see how bad that is. So he goes for the hook. Was as Alvarez going for the hook, right? The thumb hit. You know what, man? I don't think that's real. I think you could hit with a thumb right here, unless the thumb was open, right? I don't know who goes like this. They said it. He said, wait, it's a legal strike, and he went down. He says, Brazil. This is the Brazil Super Bowl. A big soccer event going on, and if there's a UFC event, yeah, I would say that it's pretty big. There's a reason why they go down there. It's an easy sell for Brazilians. You put Oliveira on top of the card, people are going to be there. As a finish right here. Yeah, it's, you know what, whenever you have a timeout and it's a legal strike, finish. That's a TKO. But all right, they started right back up. Your mic's shaking when you talk. Yeah, man, I've been having some bad audio issues right now. So, okay, so they're fighting on right now. All right, so they're cracking each other right now. All right, so the crowd is yelling, ooh, bomb away right now. That's not an indigenous Brazilian name. Vicente is his colonizer name. Yeah, well, I think Vicente Luque obviously looks like a European man more than he looks like an indigenous South American of some sort, right? I think that's, you know, relatively obvious. Yes, you know, probably has a lesser chance of having some kind of indigenous blood in some kind of way. At least not in the way that Alex Pereira or, let's say, Jose Aldo has. And although you can even argue Jose Aldo himself is not necessarily a native either, right? Jose Aldo is more classified as an Afro South American, right? But yeah, you know, you guys let me know what you think about that. Luque X. Yeah, that would be his name if he joined the Nation of Islam, right? All right, so 18 seconds, 15 seconds left in the first round right now. Is Aldo there? He was here earlier to receive like some sort of retirement ceremony, right? Because he retired in UFC 315, but then he came back here to sort of do a ceremony there. And, you know, Brazilians love that kind of stuff. It's kind of like bringing out Ric Flair or one of these old wrestlers during, you know, one of these wrestling shows. So,
Yeah, distance, right? It would be unusual to see a fight to go the distance. That's not a Vicente Luque fight that goes to a distance. Did they bring Vanderlei Silva out? No, Vanderlei Silva is messed up right now from getting punched. You know, by getting sucker punched after you know, after a boxing fight. So. All right, so here we go. So, Vanderlei is the Hulk Hogan of Brazil. Yo, that's a good one. Vanderlei is the Hulk Hogan of Brazil. I could see that. Yes, I could see that, bro. They love Vicente. I'm sorry, Silva down in Brazil, bro. You know, that's why, bro. That's why the Brazilians wanted to get at Chael Sonnen so badly. You know what I mean? They wanted to get at him so badly because they were like, man, you know what? This dude is over here talking lots of shit, so we're gonna go after him. You know, he come here and he talk shit, so we're gonna go after him. But yeah. Alvarez, oh, looking good right now. Oh, here's Vicente looking for a single leg. What is this? You a wrestler now, Vicente? Vicente a wrestler now? What? All right, he's looking for a dart stroke right here. Vanderlei on the Brazilian bootleg Wheaties in Brazil. Man, I don't even know if they have Wheaties in Brazil. I don't even know if they're a cereal eating culture in some kind of way, right? I don't know any culture out there is really a cereal eating culture other than Americans, right? I don't even know a lot of Europeans that eat cereals like that, you know, but I think it's only an American thing or maybe other parts of the world. But yeah, so I don't know if he would be on a Wheaties box. That would be interesting, right? Vanderlei in a Wheaties box. Wanna know cereal culture have a champion? Yeah. Cereal cultures don't have a champion. Yeah. Man, so Alvarez is dominating Vicente right now. Look at this. All the 6 elbows from the top. Very similar to how Alex finished Ankalaev after that overhand. Okay, so there he is. He's going. He's 12 to 6 elbow shots right here. 1:55 left of the second round. Is that Eddie Alvarez's cousin? No. Eddie Alvarez is Puerto Rican and Irish. And this kid is Spanish. You know, born and raised out of Spain. So, yeah, a little bit of a different guys. Different guys and different demographics, I would say. I would dare say. So, yeah, no relation to Eddie Alvarez. All right, good ground and pound shots. Alvarez right here on top. He's Spain, real Spanish. Yeah. He's from Spain, yeah. Like, that's where he fights out of. That's where he trains out of. He may also train with Ilia Topuria. They may have ran across each other in gyms out there. Although there isn't a lot of gyms in Spain, right? It would probably be like a niche culture group of guys. He's basically a Mordan. Yes. That's really what it is. You know what? Look, the reason why the Spanish don't look like other Europeans, I mean, yes, the weather has something to do with that. It's a Mediterranean coastal weather. Okay, we understand that. But let's be honest. Spain, Andalusia was a Muslim territory in Spain. Okay. ran by Muslims, ran by the Arabs. So, you know, they have some Arab genetics in them, you know, a little bit, you know, which is part of their Mediterranean makeup. So Muslims ran Spain for 800 years. There you go. Yeah. So somewhere down the line in the ancestry of, you know, I'm sure that he has, you know, had some Muslims in his family that could date back to 800 years. He's got Moorish blood. Yes, yes. That's basically true. Yeah. Definitely has some Moorish blood, because there's Morocco right there, very close, right? Which is the word Moor. It comes the Morocco is where the word Moor is derived from, the name and the noun of Morocco. So, all right. So that is the end of that round. On to the next round. Now. All right, man. Shout outs to all the 800 people around the world that have tapped in to this live stream right now. Alvarez, us from Gion. What? Alvarez, Gion is a Muslim city. Okay, got it. Gion, okay. Alvarez is from Gion. Got it. Okay. So there you go. Now we've unlocked the ancestry of Alvarez right there. Also, a lot of people don't know about the royal family, right? They are a blood relative of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, right? I know this is controversial to say, because obviously the royal family, they are not Muslims in any kind of way, but this kind of teaches you it doesn't matter if you're King of England. If you're not Muslim, it doesn't matter if you are a relative of the Prophet Muhammad. And their lineage, the royal family's lineage, dates back from Spain, right? Because one of the daughters of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, as the bloodline went down, had married into a royal family in Spain. And that same royal family is of, you know, that same family married into the family of the of Rasulullah. So Fresh Melon Juice says, I'm pretty sure all the fighters moving forward, including the fights, are Russian. That calls for the Russian commentators, I guess. Savachi Financial says Queen Elizabeth. Yes, Queen Elizabeth. A Saudi sheikh said this like 10 years ago, maybe even 20 years ago, where they said that Queen Elizabeth is the living blood relative of the Prophet Muhammad. So, but I know that on paper that sounds special and that sounds prestigious, but yeah, Kadyrov as a commentator and Putin. Okay, so next we're gonna have Russian commentator. Yes, Erdogan. Erdogan is good friend of mine. Yes, Erdogan give me all guns and all type of ammunition to fight these Ukrainian scum and to fight this cross-dressing man they call Zelensky, who doesn't even wear a suit. How embarrassing is this man? He go to White House and he don't even wear suit. Events ask him, hey, where is your suit? Donald Trump asked him, hey, where is your suit? He says, oh, I don't have suit. Maybe I come back with the suit. Maybe something better. Maybe something this. I'm wearing suit because I look like Che Guevara. Kurds surrender. Kurds surrender. Kurds surrender. Oh, Kurds surrender. Got it. Okay. A little typo error there, man. Everybody's having a little typo error. You know, when they're typing here, Kurds fighting with Ukrainians. Oh, is that right? Okay, that's an interesting alliance right there. The Kurds. When you say they're fighting with, you're saying they're fighting against them, or they're fighting on their side, right? Just to kind of clarify what you mean there. All right, so now Alvarez is right on top of Vicente Luque right now. I think Alvarez is going to win this fight right here. butt huggers. Yeah, that's what it looks like right now. Okay, he's got his finger up. I thought that maybe he might have gotten a front triangle choke on that. That's what it looks like. He's got like a figure four, right? He's got his figure four on him like this, right? He's got it on him like this, like a figure four, but right on top of him at the same time. So 120, 119, 118 in the third round right now. This looks... but you know what? I understand, but it looks effective. He's keeping Vicente Luque right there. And Vicente Luque's not doing anything. I'm very surprised the referee is not calling for a stalemate, right? Fresh says, what do Muslims think about Trump's peace deal going on in the middle right now? Well, it depends on what kind of Muslim you would ask, Fresh, right? If you ask a liberal-minded Muslim, they would say, well, you know what, this is a turn for apostasy. And then if you ask more orthodox and conservative Muslims, they're going to look at this naturally with skeptical eyes. You always got to remember, any conservative, whether it's in the Muslim world or whether it's in the Western world, right? Most conservatives are always going to look at everything with a simple point of view. So, Press says being physical with another man is very G-A-Y. Okay. Well, I tell you what, man. Vicente Luque up out of this. Why doesn't he try and control this man's feet or try to... I don't know how I would get out of this position right now other than, like, not get caught in it, right? Like, he's been keeping this ground control time the entire time. He basically just kept them there the whole entire time. And, well, all right, man, that is the end of that round right there. Listen, this is a fight for Alvarez. Alvarez had won this one already. That's the end of it. And, yeah, let's hear what it has to say on this one. Yeah, very easy win for Alvarez, obviously. But, yeah, I'll be right back, okay? We will get the official decision on this one, which is obviously... Okay, so... All right. He says, do you remember when ISIS beheaded 10 Egyptian Christians for refusing to convert to Islam? I don't know about that. I don't know if that was the reason why they did that, or if there were other underlying reasons. Well, yeah, that was vicious, for sure. He says that it was broadcasted live. The ISIS leader that beheading became Christian after that. Really? Really, huh? That's interesting. Okay.
What's a better idea for healthcare? What if when my doctor tells me I need an MRI?
You need an MRI.
Nothing got in the way of it or slowed it down. Instead, it just happened.
If your doctor decides you need an MRI, you get an MRI. That's integrated care from Kaiser Permanente, a better idea for healthcare.
Roger Jackson has now been officially arrested by the LAPD, and we're going to talk about how Psycho Stu snitched on him. Is that true? We're going to find out. So here's a couple of things that you guys need to understand about this particular story at hand, right? So obviously, Psycho Stu is the victim here, was unconscious for a whole entire month. And by the way, this whole entire story was hot for the entire month. That was until the Charlie Kirk situation. Only a month ago, and this is what we got. Gentlemen, we are going to talk about some real interesting topics because, let's be honest, there is only one interesting topic that is going on in the world of mixed martial arts right now. Not only in the world of mixed martial arts, also in the world of professional wrestling, but not only in the world of professional wrestling, also just basically mainstream news, period. That is what is going on right now. This is mainstream news around the world. And it seems that everybody is searching for justice, right? Because it was horrible to see. Let's be honest about this. Whether you are a supporter of Rampage Jackson, Raja Jackson, or if you have a dog in a fight in terms of racial implications, because that's another thing that is being brought upon this, is a bunch of racial implications that has nothing to do with one or the other, but they're going to use it anyway. But as a result of that, this is what you have. You have a situation where you have a son of a famous MMA legend, and the world is angry at him because they are seeking retribution and justice for something that was done wrong to a person. And look, many people are wondering what took so long to get this arrest. And once again, there's a multitude of reasons. Number one, the LAPD, they have to get witnesses together. They have to make sure that all the stories corroborate. There was an extensive investigative process that they had to go through. But guess what? This was in a news cycle for a whole entire weeks and weeks on out until this happened 1 month ago.
Social media, as I'm sure yours has been dominated with videos of people weighing in and sharing their feelings, their opinions about Charlie Kirk. And it has been a wide range, I tell you, of opinions, varying from people defending Charlie Kirk's image, defending every single thing that he said, to people downright celebrating his death and calling him a racist. So I figured I'd do a video on it. If you clicked on this video hoping that I play all of these clips of isolated sound bites of what Charlie Kirk had said, giving evidence that he was a racist, then you'll probably be sadly disappointed.
So 1 month later, here we are, back at it again, where he is back in the news cycle, but this time actually getting arrested, which, by the way, is what many people wished for, which once again had a lot of racial implications behind it. Now, look, let's get real, okay? Stu nor Roger Jackson are racist. We all understand that, right? There's no racism in their bone, in their body, or anything like that. That also goes for Charlie Kirk as well, right? Although one can argue, some can say otherwise, some will defend, some will offend, some will do something in between and be a centrist. All of that, right? But the fact remains is a couple of things. Roger Jackson is now finally getting arrested, and we don't know what's going to happen out of this. Psycho Stu is in a very bad state right now. Now, was it him that snitched on Roger Jackson? We don't know. But rest assured, Psycho Stu is barely talking right now, right? Barely coherent. Barely has his head there. But who knows where this is going to go. Some breaking news right here. A little bit of some breaking news. Okay, so Roger Jackson has finally been arrested. But if you look up and down, right, there's bailed out. There's a whole bunch of these stories of him being bailed out after getting arrested. There's Doug Mallow right there, the Scaling Up podcast. Shout out to them. They do some very interesting content, by the way, in which they go after predators, right? Very similar to Chris Hansen, something that Vitaly did, something that a whole bunch of these other YouTubers have done, right? So, all right, arrested and now out on bail as a result of that. And it's all right here, right? I believe there is exclusive footage of Roger Jackson getting arrested. Let's get to that right now. Let's get to that footage of Roger Jackson getting arrested. Let's see how this... All right, so here we are, what I believe to be the apartment of Roger Jackson, being escorted by the police. All right, so there it is, right there. He's got his jacket on him. And that is that right there. Check out this part. Check out this part right here where he notices someone is recording him. Now, if there's one thing I can say about Los Angeles, it is far removed from the days of Notorious B.I.G. being slain. If you remember when Notorious B.I.G. got hit up in 1997 in L.A., there was literally no footage of that crime happening at all. So they didn't know who was what, who did what, and who was where when this happened or that happened. They couldn't corroborate anything. They couldn't put any pieces together. Well, now we live in a world where England is not the only country anymore that has all these CCTVs, okay, surrounding their city, right? It is now LA, it is now New York, it is now everywhere else where all of these footages can be seen, right? You walk down the street, people see it. There's Ring cameras all over the place, as you've seen with the Charlie Kirk shooter and all of those things happening. Yeah, man, these are the realities of the world that we live in today. So you can't just get away with crimes the way that you used to back in the days. And unfortunately, this is a reality of Roger Jackson right now. It was all on video, but it took them a while to arrest him, and they just wanted to make sure that their ducks were in a row. So let's see what happens from here on. Reporting from sunny California, I'm out.
October 7th. Once again, an armed attack in the Middle East. But this time, it's different.
The Jewish always say never again, but unfortunately never again happened in October 7th. They burned, they raped, they killed, they kidnapped people and children.
October 7th
is an event of biblical significance.
The Bible speaks about this whole war as a dragon representing the enemy attacking a woman representing Israel. Ezekiel talks about an alliance of nations that will invade the land. You speak of Palestine is white, red, black, and green, the colors of the apocalypse. We are.
Who are the Jews? Who are the Palestinians? And whose land is it really?
All right, guys, we're back. Ooh, and we got more people in here. We got more people in here right now. Had to enjoy some Thai food real quick while Davison and Montel Jackson are walking in. Look, guys, I like Montel Jackson. He's one of my favorite 135 fighters. He's a tall 135er. You know what? His hands are almost as big as a heavyweight for a 135. Boy can crack. Oh, Lord, he can crack. So, in front of us right now.
Yes, yes. We knew that. We knew that. That is actually one of the reasons why the Quran is a miracle in and of itself, because it's not something that he read. It's not something that he wrote on his own. It was something that was given. Is the next fight. Is Montel a good fighter? Yes, I had explained that one right there. Yes, so here we are. We are now here with Montel Jackson versus Dave, which, by the way, is a co-main event of the evening. So... All right, here we go. Petersen. Round number 1. Okay, goes for some clinch and some knees right there. Very early on. Yeah, at 135, one of the biggest hands in that weight division. Okay, there's a leg kick right there by Jackson. Ooh, 1-2 shot right there. Looking to take off the head off of Davison right here. For a takedown on him. All right, and there's a takedown by right, showing why he is a former UFC champion. You'd have to be a pretty well-rounded, showing exactly. Alejandro Aguilar says, más o menos y que partes es que nosotros la vemos. Translation, please. Can you write that in English? Please. Write that in... I'm really annoyed with all these, you know, languages, man. Write it in English, please. And I'm getting annoyed right now that Montel Jackson is getting beat up on the ground by Davison. And then, judging by your gibberish, you're probably happy that Montel is getting beat up right now. Alejandro Aguilar. All right, here we go. Round 1. All right, there's a jab right there. Man, so what Davison had figured out in the first round right now, if I take Montel Jackson down, I can absolutely control him in this fight. At the same time, I also have to be very careful that he's got heavy hands, very powerful striker, and can take me out at any given time. So that is the dilemma that Davison Figueroa is in right now. There's a low kick by Davison Figueroa once again. Okay, there's another low kick right there by Jackson. Ooh, okay. Yeah, Montel looks a little more hesitant than usual in this fight right now. Shout out to all the people around the world that has tapped in. Don't forget to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and let's get this thing cracking. We are in the co-main event of the evening, Figueroa versus Montel Jackson. Oh my goodness, he caught him as he was backing him up. He goes for an overhand right and he catches Montel Jackson. Wow, man, listen, the talent of Davison is really showing here, right? Because going into this fight, I thought, man, you know what, Montel Jackson, powerful striker at 135, one of my favorite 135 fighters right now in the prospects list. And here's Davison, who I thought maybe undersized for 135 because he was a former 125 champion. Look at the way he's performing in this right now. They gave a figure. I don't know if this is a fall guy. You know what, man? Montel is a lot better than what he is showing right now, right? I just think that Montel has finally faced a much better competition. A lot of people don't know Montel like that, the way that they would know Davison, but actually is showing how, and yeah, man, and I'm a little surprised, but at the same time, I'm not. He is a former world champion by the end of the day, and all right, here we go, round number 3. Round number 3. Oh, I'm sorry, round number 2. Sorry, round number 2. First round so far for Davison. It's a 3-round fight, my man. It's a 3-round main event. Oh, wow. He took him down, got the takedown. Now he's in full mount position. Davison Figueroa is in full mount position on top of Montel Jackson right now. Montel Jackson is trying to expose his back, but at the same time, here's Davison with an arm triangle choke. He can get this right here. He can absolutely get this. No, he can't. Good job on Montel for relaxing on the ground, maintaining composure, and now he's got a 1 wrist control on Davison as Davison is right behind him. Now he's got the back of Montel Jackson on the ground. What Davison is trying to do here, what I think he should do, he should have gone for a body lock here, but wait, he's trying to go for something else. This is the City of God fight. Yes, dance for me, boy. Yeah, Davison definitely looks like a City of God character, right? Like if you made a Brazilian favela movie, like he looks like he would play the gang leader or of some sort, right? Like the guy who's the gang leader of the hood or the gang leader of the favela. You know, that's who Figueiredo kind of strikes me as. Montel Jackson looks like Myron Gaines' little brother right now. You know, like he kind of resembles a fresh and fit guy, even though the Myron is distinctively Sudanese, right? Like you could tell he is Sudanese and has, you know, some kind of Arab, you know, genetics to him. But Montel Jackson, just distance, he kind of resembles Myron Gaines, even though they look like completely 2 different people up close and personal. But from a far distance, you can kind of see Montel Jackson, dark guy, Gaines has going on. So come on, Jackson, you got to show Davison Figueroa why he deserves less, right? Shout outs to the book of Myron Gaines. He calls it Why Women Deserve Less. So, by the way, YouTube He looks like Jamar. Oh, yes, he does. He's actually the same size as Jamar, too, right? Because Jamar is like that, right? He's a very tall, 135-ish type of guy, right? So, yeah, I think he looks more like Jamar. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I kind of had that thought in my mind, too. But, yeah, you know, I didn't want to say it out loud because a lot of people don't. But yes, for those that know me and know this mutual person named Jamar, that's who Montel Jackson looks like right now. Yeah, and Montel needs to do right now, yeah, Black Israelite left, but yep, he's Montel Jackson needs to use his now. There you go, like that jab right there. You know, maybe throw some calf kicks. By the way, you guys, Dana White throw teep kicks at that robot that they made in China. These fighting robots that they made in China, and Dana White was sort of, you know, experimenting and playing with it, right? They were wearing like UFC gear. They had gloves and everything. So, shout out to the world that have tapped into this live stream. Thank you. Don't forget this thing cracked all the way to the main event. All right, that's second round. On to the third round we go. Man, interesting fight so far, but at the same time, you would kind of expect Davison would be taking this fight the way that he, right? Okay, so Fresh Melon Juice says the Quran affirms the Bible as a prior revelation. Surah 5:7 urges Christians to judge by the gospel, yet introduces contradictions, i.e., denying Jesus' crucifixion in Surah. Yeah, it's not denying his crucifixion. It's just that you got to understand this, right? Allah is not going to allow a very prominent prophet to suffer in the way that the Romans were making people through crucifixion. He says, this creates an Islamic dilemma. If the Bible is corrupted, as Muslims claim, why does the Quran endorse it? If uncorrupted, why diverge? Because there are things in there that are still valid that actually come from God. But there's a lot of things in there that are made up based on the politics of the Romans and the Old Testament. So, yeah, that's my best explanation to that. All right, so round number 3. The corner of Figueiredo is saying that he is ahead, but not so fast. You can't take that for granted. Usman and Leon Edwards in their so. Yeah, Jackson definitely needs a finish, and he needs to fight with that same sense of urgency for sure. Oh, yeah. Is definitely making some adjustments. Yeah, Figueroa. Yeah, I think Jackson is definitely afraid of the takedowns because he's already been traumatized early in the fight for Davison to be able to do that to him, right? And you know what? That is what is making him hesitant right now. He's been taken down. Oh, there's a nice body kick right there by Montel. All right, so 145, 144. Okay, there's a body lock right there. Myron versus Brazil Takashi. Brazil Takashi? Is there a Brazilian version of Takashi 6'9"? Or do you mean that... oh, okay, got it. Okay, you're saying that this is Myron versus Brazilian Takashi. Got it, yeah. You know what, man? That would be a good fight between... You know what? Me and Myron would actually be a good fight, come to think of it, right? Like, think about the dynamics between that, right? Two former Muslim servicemen, right? One is, you know, on this side of the law, the other is on this side of the law. You know what I mean? And yeah, and we both hate the same people, yet we're also very, you know, I think it would be a friendly fight. That's what I think, right? Like, it would be a good fight, but a friendly fight where, you know what, I don't know him enough to, like, you know, to feel bad hurting him. But at the same time, I think that I would enjoy the fact that, you know, we do have similarities that are quite entertaining on paper together. So, you love that African sellout. Who, Byron? I don't necessarily love him, man, you know, but listen, he goes after certain people. He goes after them. He's not lying about it. Right? So, it's hard for me to... Okay, what is Davison signaling? He's signaling to do the Max Holloway thing right now. Alright, and that is the ref. Oh, that would be hilarious. Ariel Hawani is the ref between me and him. Yeah. That would be hilarious. Alright, so there it is, man. Figueroa wins by unanimous decision on that one. You can't argue at all. However, he won that. And that... He had the wrestling early on. He outstruck. Because at any given time, he could have ankle picked him. He could have shot in. Now he could have used, let's say, fakes to get in there. He said on to reset it. It keeps buzzing. Okay. I'm going to try to do this without the microphone. How does this sound without the microphone? Let me know. Let me know. How does this sound?
build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 40, a complete AI creation. Watch it take shape.
All right, Mike. 1, 2. Mike. 1, 2. Okay, yeah, it still keeps buzzing. All right. All right, mic check. It keeps buzzing every 10 seconds. Okay. All right, so Davison is on right now. So maybe a little bit better this time. A little bit better. It's not the mic. Huh. Okay. All right. Well, at least we're now up to the main event right now. So that's good. We're up to the main event right now. Okay, I think, but it does. I do hear a little bit of the buzzing going on at the same time. But all right, so he said, "On Jose Aldo, I want to fight you guys right now." Dang, man, I know that's a bit of a funny call out. Yeah, man, he ended the hot streak of Montel Jackson right now. All right. Who's that? The Menendez brothers? No, I think they're soccer. You know how it is, man. Soccer's very big in Brazil, so more than likely, yeah, they're soccer players. It's gone now. Okay, good. Okay, so we're good. We're in business right now. Good. All right. I think what it is that I need to give the mic some space, right? I can't just be all up near the mic like that. So I think giving it space like this, I think is, I think is the way to go. So, all right. Yeah, man. Brazil is very Christian, right? Like they are so Christian that they obviously have a statue of Jesus, peace be upon him, like this. You know what I mean? Like, so, that kind of tells you how Christian these guys are exactly. So let's see here.
Okay, and we are now just awaiting the main event of the evening. Okay, let's get this main event going. He here Armen. He here Armen. Gamrot is a Polish Zionist. Is he? You know what, man? I heard a lot of Polish people are not, unless you're Jewish yourself, they're not really into Zionism like that. But you know, it depends on who you ask. I mean, there is a huge what do you call it? A huge influx of white nationalism sentiments that are happening in Poland right now. So that usually translates to anti-Zionism to a certain extent, right? So he says, F Poland. All the Zionist colonizers are Polish because they were forcibly colonized. Yeah, that makes sense. And then one of the biggest rivals that Germany had in World War II was obviously the Polacks. So, yeah. And forced into Christianity. Okay, so you're saying that they were forced into Christianity and that the majority of them were Jewish people first? Or, yeah, give me some chronological order, now, chronological context. All right, here we go. Right. And are getting their announcement right now. All right. Doing their cold open. Same things are forced into Christianity in America. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, got it. All right, man. Charles Oliveira. Look, anytime there's a Charles Oliveira fight, man, I'm excited for it, right? Whether he's fighting one of my favorite fighters or whether he's fighting other fighters, period. I mean, wow. You know, he is the man if you want action in fights. I'm surprised he hasn't fought for a BMF belt yet, right? Or has he? Has he fought for a BMF belt? No, he hasn't. No, he hasn't. He is BMF material in every sense of the word of it. Fresh Melanju says, Polish people is the stronghold of Christianity. They are anti-Judaism and Islam. Yeah, unfortunately. King Sobius defeated the Ottoman Empire and saved the Christian world. Is that right? Okay. Okay, that's good to know. All right. Brazilians were forcibly converted to Christianity. Yes. Yes, by the Portuguese. And, you know, the Portuguese and the Spanish, they were very deep into Christianity. Be right back. While this entrance is going on, like about 5 seconds or so, little bathroom break.
All right. So forced conversion because their theology is corrupted and false and believe God is a man. Yes, yes, facts, facts. You know, speaking of Polish people, right? Michael Bisping is a Polish descent, right? So you would imagine he's probably rooting for Gamrot a little bit here. He says, Savas, you're an uneducated, very stupid person. Well, what makes you say that, Fresh? I mean, what is it that he's saying that is so stupid or something that is not a proven reality or not something that is wrong or something that is so outrageously dumb? I mean, it seems that he's speaking you know, some realities to that, right? Like when he says, yeah, because their theology is corrupted and false. Well, there are some aspects of corruption within that religion. There are certain, and look, this is not a back and forth of like, well, your religion is this or this and that. I mean, we can decipher all of that, right? But it would take us, you know, a very long time, and it would absolutely take us away from this fight. But I don't know. Yeah, he's actually a very educated person in real life. You know, somebody that I know in real life, because Savachi says they think God is a man who, yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? So that is kind of the essential opposite of what we believe as Muslims in comparison to Christians. He says, focus on the fight. No, it's all right. Charles Oliveira right now is just walking into the cage. So we can talk about this briefly. So look, what it is that the idea of giving God human characteristics is illogical to the Islamic mindset. Just listen to him. He's a child. Who's a child? Well, I mean, you know, let's not get into petty insults of you know, of this, that, and the other. I mean, listen, you got to remember, by the end of the day, you two, I know for a fact you two don't know each other, right? Fresh, I know you're a regular in this channel. You know, now, you know my old saying, right? I don't know you from a can of paint. I know you through the internet. But I know Savachi Financial in real life. And what I will say is that he's a lot more educated than what you would expect, right? So, but yeah, back to the, but I just wanted to throw that out there, right? From our Islamic perspective is that it is illogical to give Allah, God, human characteristics. That is just the difference that we have with Christianity. Now, there's a lot of similarities. There's a lot of differences. But believe it or not, a lot of the similarities that are there, just for example, when you pray and prostrate to the ground, this is something that old school Christians have done. This is something that you've seen the Pope do in certain rituals, do the same, you know, prostrating prayer movement. Orthodox Christians have done this. Jewish Orthodox people have practiced in this kind of way. So obviously there's an Islamic component and similarities to that, but by no means do we believe that we were the first. What we are is just nothing more than the lineage of that. He says, I'll bet you he's as intelligent as Muhammad. Well, which Muhammad? There's a lot of Muhammad, right? So, you know, I don't know if you're saying that to, you know, make a joke or to, you know, take a swipe at, you know, the prophet. But there's a lot of people out there named Muhammad. So, but yeah, all right. So here we are, the main event of the evening right now. Main event evening right here. All right, Gamrot. All right, there's Gamrot right there. All right, here's Charles Oliveira right now being announced. Wow, Charles Oliveira is still ranked number 4 in the lightweight division. Wow. All right, here we go, guys. Round number 1. Oliveira and Gamrot. Go front. Oh, wow, he's going for a guillotine right here. Look at this out of nowhere. Oliveira, round 1. F. Gamrot. All right, he pops his head out on that one. Oh, look at this, man. Charles Oliveira looking to get Charles Oliveira on the ground. Look at this, man. We've seen a lot of submissions tonight. Go figure, you're in Brazil. You know what I mean? You're in Brazil. What do you think you're going to see when you're down in Brazil? All right, so here's Charles now looking for an arm bar here. A figure 4 arm bar. Oh, look at this. What is this? Man, he's trying everything here. Charles is really going for the submissions here, man. Just an absolute jiu-jitsu ace. All right, man. So it looks like Gamrot is going to escape this one right here. All right, so now it's Gamrot right on top, escapes these submission attempts. Very good attempts by Charles Oliveira, but great defense on the part of Gamrot to get out of it. He's attacking his shoulder. Look at this, man. Oh, looking for an omoplata. Ole, the Brazilian crowd going, ole, ole. Now, from that submission attempt, it gets let go. But look at this. It is Charles who's now getting threatened with a leg lock. Escapes it, scrambles out of it. He's in side control, gets the back of Gamrot. No hooks on the back yet. No figure 4 leg locks yet. Yeah, there's something Charles is complaining about here. I'm not sure exactly what that is. Bisping moved to America. He has no morals, he says. Oh, man. That's hilarious. He says Bisping moved to America. He has no morals. But don't you live in America? Anyways, here's Charles Oliveira right now. He's looking to get a rear naked choke right here. Oh, Charles got a rear naked choke, loses it. But now he's got a figure four locked up against his body now. He's got a figure four leg lock locked up against him. Ooh, bomb away. Ooh, bomb away. The crowd yelling, ooh, bomb away. Ooh, bomb away. I think Gamrot's going to survive this one. Yeah, Oliveira is doing a very good job of this ground control right here. Whether it's on the top or the bottom, he's controlling every aspect of the ground game here. You could argue even the striking game as well. Just Charles Oliveira is just the overall well-rounded fighter between the two. All right, and that is the end of round number one right there. End of round one. So far, yeah, I give round one to Charles Oliveira. Hands down, it's Charles Oliveira all the way. He's the one that won the first round. Ground control from the top to the bottom to everything in between. I don't see round two being any different. I think round two, he ends up finishing him here. I think round two, if he gets him in a rightful position, he will finish him. I can guarantee a finish here in round number two. Charles feels that he has his number already. Okay, so what Charles Oliveira was complaining about was a bit of some wrist control, or I'm sorry, like onto the gloves. I think he was hooking, Gamrot was hooking into the gloves. All right, here we go. Round number two, 447, 445. There's a nice front kick by Charles Oliveira right there. Okay, there's a body kick attempt by Charles. Goes low on that one. Saying, ooh, bomb away. Yeah, Charles Oliveira is really doing a good job of backing him up against the fence right here, right? Which, by the way, you don't want to put Charles Oliveira in that position. You want to put Charles Oliveira on his back seat. Oh, wow. Nice elbow from the inside right there. All right, there's a shot right there by Charles Oliveira. All right, he was looking to pick him up, instead dragged to the floor. Now he's right on top of him. All right. Charles has his back right now, looking to get some hooks in. All right, look at this. He's looking to get a rear naked right here. He's got one arm in. Oh, wow, he's got it. I told you guys. What did I tell you? Second round. I told you second round. Did I not predict this? That there's no way he's going to get out of the second round. He got his number already. He got him. He got him. That's it. He got him. I told you guys. Second round, he was going to get him. Second round. I told you guys that he was going to get it. And he does it in style. Rear naked choke. Man. Second round as I predicted. I told you guys earlier on, did I not just say, hey, look, he's not going to get into the next coming round. Wow. Wow. Choke the Kringo. Round one. Yeah, I predicted round two. The first. Wow, there's Charles Oliveira and Jose Aldo right there. Wow, look at this. So he gets the back. As soon as he gets the back, he locks it in. As soon as he locks it in, he's crushing a jaw right there. But yeah, that's a good comparison, right? Where he says it's a lot like Whitaker and Khamzat. Very good comparison on that one. Wow, man. Good fight, man. Great night of fights so far. All right, man. Is Gamrot too small for the division? No, I think he's perfectly, the size for that division. It's just that, you know what, Charles Oliveira is elite, man. This is what you're going to get out of Charles Oliveira. Let's see here. Wow, guys. Wow. So what do you guys think? I should stay and do a post-fight recap? What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Stay for a bit, do a recap? Yeah, why not? Let's stay and talk about these fights for a bit, right? Usually if it's a pay-per-view, I would stay, right? I want to give appreciation to the regular fight nights, right? We give a lot of hype for the regular pay-per-view fights and all of that, but yeah, Russian one. Okay, so guys, we do recap. Right now, we do recap of the fight. Nietz, Gamrot gets beat by Oliveira because Charles Oliveira is very good in his submission, and he was much superior to that of Gamrot. Not being able to stop, getting back, clinching in, the rear naked choke, and he was nowhere to go, and he says, oh no, I tap. Good job, Charles Oliveira. Proud of you, man. Proud of you. I like Charles Oliveira when he's not fighting Pakistanis. Baby. All right, good. Good sign of respect for both men right there. Good sign of respect. Shout out to everybody around the world, man. We're going to have a bonus stream right now. We're going to keep on going. Maybe for another 3 more hours. Who knows? Who knows what I'm liable to do for the next 3 hours with this right now. Oliveira! 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 Man. I now understand why Ian Gary loves Brazilians so much, man. Like, I get why he wants to be there in Brazil. Like, he loves those Brazilians. Let's listen to what Charles Oliveira has to say right now. Gotcha. Let me see here. He wants to speak out against gang life, so he's not only person not a snitch is Takashi and Joe Murillo. Oh, okay. Gotcha. All right. All right, so let's hear what I think Charles Oliveira is thanking some people right now. If RDR wins next week, he will fight for the title. Yes, RDR. Who's fighting next week? Not. Let's see. There is a fight week before UFC. Is D Ritter versus Brendan Allen. Okay. And then Mike Malott versus Kevin Holland. That's a good fight as well. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay, how about that? He's calling out Max Holloway for a BMF card. I like that. All I hear is Favela. Sounds like he's shouting out the Favelas of some kind. All right, man. Charles Oliveira with the win. Yeah, 7-0 in UFC Brazil. How about that? All right. Oh, yeah, it is UFC Vancouver next week. That's right. That's where that is all going to be. Our little recap off of fights that we got going right now, what that we had going on tonight. So let's see here. Shoot the box. Europe was a favela until the Muslims civilized them. There you go. There you go. Facts. Facts. He says Oliveira looks like he does all the cocaine in the favelas. Man, I tell you, more than Conor though. I mean, come on now. You know Conor beats him in that regard right there. Let's see here. Have I done any videos on Charles Oliveira in the past? Let me see if I've done any videos on this guy. I'm sure some videos of Charles Oliveira. All right. Let's see. If Cyril haven't improved for UFC 321, UFC should just cut him. Yeah, but you think that's a little too harsh, though, Fresh? I mean, Tom Aspinall is the best heavyweight in the world, right? I mean, that's kind of crazy to say about the best heavyweight in the world. I mean, yeah, really, a little bit crazy to say, but yeah. You know what? All right. We'll get no. I'm going to show you guys. What did my man here say? He said, no, I don't think he trains to be a champion. He's in the UFC to get movie deals. Huh, okay. Interesting. All right, guys, I'm going to show you Rio de Janeiro in the video game world. Yeah, man. So as I was telling you guys, first round, I knew round, and that's exactly what happened. Yeah. And, Rashad Evans here is in those first wrestling exchanges, and he's right about that. See, the thing, Charles, is you either have to dominate him early or he's going to dominate you early. And he dominated early, and then he dominated until the end. Gamrot could stand on. So, you asked, is it true that if Zane works in a red light district? Explain the context behind that. Like, what do you mean? Did he work at a red light district? What do you mean by that? Like, what gives that away that he worked in a place like that? Or indicates that in any way? Because obviously, I don't think any of that is true. But yeah, let me know why you think that. Truth says, Zane. I think you told me that in another stream. No, he was in Amsterdam while he was in a stream with us, remember? He was in a stream with us while he was in Amsterdam. But yeah, that's, yeah. I like what Rashad Evans said there, right? He said that Charles Oliveira needed a new why to get him motivated. And sometimes that's really all you need. When you have a career where you've won multiple championships, records. By the way, Charles Oliveira has the most submissions in UFC history, right? I don't know what the number is now on that. But when you set all these goals and you set all of these accomplishments, what is left? Well, Gamrot is a new name. He's a different name in the 155 division. A lot of the top 155ers haven't fought him. And certainly not Charles Oliveira until tonight. And it was great, man. How about the Davison Figueroa versus Montel Jackson fight? Now, look, I had a lot of high hopes for Montel Jackson. A big 135er, right? Has serious knockout power. But tonight, unfortunately, I'm going to say it, Davison exposed him. Now, why is it that he exposed him? Well, let's just be honest about this, right? There are levels to this game, okay? Sometimes when you face different levels to this game, you're in the dark, like as if you're in a tunnel that has no lights, right? That is literally what Montel Jackson had to face tonight. He was in a dark tunnel with no lights and could not see what was in front of him because, quite frankly, he hasn't fought up to that kind of level yet. You know what I mean? He hasn't fought up to that kind of level. So as a result of that, he got exposed tonight. Now, is this the last of Montel Jackson? No. There have been historical realities of many fighters who have improved after losses like this. George St. Pierre has had worse losses than this. Okay, the list goes on. Islam Makhachev had a worse loss than this. But he came back and did the damn thing anyway. So let's see what the comments are saying right now. Oliveira needs a new why in every other fight. He's a 50-50 fighter. Yeah, a 50-50 fighter that has also accumulated different types of records, right? UFC wins, most UFC fights, things of that nature. Truth says maybe, but he's been fighting the top of the top for years now. Fresh Melon Juice says maybe he's a if he can't see. I don't understand what you mean by that, man. You know, a weird thing to say, but yeah. Davison is saying he's surprised of how well he was able to defend the takedowns against him. Let's see what else is going on now. He says he'd be down to fight Peter Yan as well. Very interesting choice for Gamrot. I'm sorry, for Davison Figueroa, not Gamrot. Now from here, who does he fight next? Right? Who does he fight next after this? Gamrot. Right? I mean, look, honestly, it could probably be only downhill from here. How about this? How about the Vicente Luque versus Joel Alvarez fight? How about that fight right there? Huh? Now, that right there were some illegal shots that he kind of called on that one. But they weren't illegal. The fight was on. Look, does anybody agree with that? Right? Like, that should have been a finish right there. You can't continue, and I didn't understand it. I did not understand, like, why they did not want to, why they wanted to continue that fight to happen. I don't get it, man. You know? Yeah, man, Vicente Luque has fought Alvarez to come in here and do that. I mean, big ups and big respect to him on that. Yeah, it's kind of weird stopping it. Yeah, it was a weird thing to just stop it for that reason, man. I didn't get it. I didn't understand what was the reason for all of that. Normalcy of what's going on, but you know, honestly, I could see the referee would have been confused in that situation. Like, all right, I'm supposed to answer the call of fouls if there is a foul going on, but at the same time, I'm also supposed to be fair about all of this, right? It's kind of a weird balance that they had to play out. Here we go. Let's listen into the press conference. Oh, wait, no, that's not. All right, so we're just awaiting the press conference right now. But yeah, at the same time, we are also doing the recap right now. So how about this? Pence still an undefeated. Yeah, I didn't understand what was up with that, right? He said that he didn't speak English, but then when he started speaking a British accent, what was going on with that? I didn't understand that. Fresh says, yeah, Kyrie, to-do list, buy a new microphone ASAP. Got it. Thank you. Thank you for that, Fresh. You know, I know you mean very well. I know that you, are looking out for my best interests. So, you know, I will take that into consideration. What else? What else was the other fight right here? How about Ramos? Ricardo Ramos getting submitted by Olfi. By the way, man, Ricardo Ramos earlier in the fight, man, he was going for all the types of submissions out there, right? He was going for it, right? Going for all types of submissions. Then it was him that got choked in the end. He says, no, I'm looking out for my ears. That's a good one, Fresh. That's a good one. Yes. So, all right. Yeah, that card opener, Ramos and Olfi. What else? What else were some fights that we could look at in this card right now? So there was Olfi versus Ramos, right? Great submission, right? And how about Jose Aldo? How about that, right? Jose Aldo with his retirement party that he had going on in the cage. He went into the cage with the gloves that he took off back in UFC 315. He came in there, did his little bid that he does when he's standing by the cage, when he's, sort of posing for, the entrance and whatnot. So, it's great, right? Like, you got to look at how the other countries look at their mixed martial arts fighters, right? Did we give Jon Jones? By the way, can we agree that Jon Jones has a better career than Jose Aldo, right? And you're probably wondering, why are you comparing Jose Aldo? I'll tell you why. Because as American fight fans, we didn't give Jon Jones a warm welcome send-off like that. We were like, man, you don't want to fight Tom Aspinall, see ya. All of a sudden, he's like nothing to us because he doesn't want to fight one guy who, quite frankly, is not even in his age group, to be quite honest with you. Right? He needs to go and build his own legacy right now. I would argue that fact. But either way, we didn't give him any type of love like that. But look at Jose Aldo. He gets love down in Brazil. You want to know what else kind of love Jose gets down in Brazil? During the time that Jose Aldo fought, Jose Aldo had the backing of Brazilian police forces whenever USADA came and flew in to Brazil. So guess what? He was able to cycle as much as he wanted when it came to them drugs, when it came to them, stuff. Okay, he was able to do all of that. Okay? He was able to do all of that. So please understand, man. Please understand, we treat our fighters here in America way differently than anywhere else in the world. So still, it was a great moment. It was an awesome moment to see Jose Aldo pull up like that. It was always good to see that. So what else? All right, so here's Charles Oliveira right now. Yeah, a lot of people were saying, you know what? So there's another thing, another story to this, right? Many people were saying, you know what, man, Charles Oliveira should have never taken this fight. You know what I mean? They said that it was a bad idea for Charles Oliveira to take this fight. If he was going to go and take this fight, man, he would have been injured. He would have been badly hurt. But he proved a lot of the critics wrong. And he said that today was different. Yeah, thank goodness Polish people are sleeping already, right? A lot of Polish people probably did not see that fight. Yeah, so Charles is talking to the people in the backstage right now. He said he knew that the first round was going to be strong. He says that I'm the most submissions. And there was a lot of submission attempts in this fight. Fresh says, was Gamrot fight a short notice fight? Not a good move if you lost a fight. Yes. Yes, we would have been singing a different story if Charles Oliveira had lost this fight, my man. Yeah. We would have been singing a totally different story. What we're singing right now is praise be and glory to Charles Oliveira for being able to pull this off. Ghost Kid 911 says, Gamrot is an idiot for shooting takedown against the greatest finisher in UFC history. Facts, boy. That's true, man. That's true. Look, you shoot in a takedown like that, he's going to try and guillotine you. Then next thing you know, he's going to be on his back. And you know Charles Oliveira on his back is the worst situation for anybody. He says that Max is a guy that he has total respect for. It would be amazing for him to go in there and fight. He says not for Islam. What do you mean by that, Fresh? Holloway fought when he was very young. But Max was very young as well, right? And so, yeah, him and Max would be a good BMF card, I think. Yeah, I like that idea. I like it. I like it. I'm all for that idea. BMF card too. You know what? Why not put them at the house, right? Everybody wants to put on is a good time to kind of start all of that, because right now it's a soon. There's the winter season, and in February is kind of close to like the end of winter going into summer, right? I kind of get why Dana is saying, you know what, let's just wait till that time on. Says there's a difference between wrestlers and wrestlers. Islam had no problem wrestling all over. There's a difference between wrestlers and wrestlers. Islam had no problem wrestling Oliveira. Elaborate on that a little bit. Elaborate on that. What do you mean by that? Give me some context behind that and what you mean. Yeah, that I like that fight. They are actually talking about that fight right now. Rashad Evans, Alan Joban, and Karen Bryant. So let's see what else. What else was in this fight? Oh, okay, Michael Aswell against Lucas Almeida. He defeats him. How about Petrino versus Petersen? Now, look, Petrino's one of my favorite heavyweights right now, right? He was a former light heavyweight. I think he was also a former middleweight division. You know, just looking really good. Look at this, man. Just great striking, the way that he ended Thomas Petersen right here. In the 26 seconds in the third round, too. He says, Gamrot is a great wrestler, but not Islam. Got it. Okay. So you're saying there's levels to wrestling is what you're saying. I gotcha. Okay. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, man. Very big. light heavyweight. Obviously, it was a good transition for him to go into heavyweight. I'm very surprised how a lot of heavyweights don't go. I mean, how a lot of light heavyweights don't go into heavyweight, right? Think about this, right? Imagine Alexander Gustafsson a heavyweight. He did try to go into heavyweight. I think he fought Ben Rothwell, I believe. I believe that's who he fought. Yes, Olives was never a threat to Islam. True. Never a threat to Islam. I agree with that. Let's see what Alexander Gustafsson did when he tried to go to heavyweight. Okay, so let's take a look at the fight trajectory of Alexander Gustafsson. Okay, so Nikita Krylov, Fabricio Verdum. Okay, he fought Fabricio Verdum. I kept thinking he fought Ben Rothwell. Okay, it was Fabricio Verdum that he fought. That was back in 2020. He got submitted by armbar in the first round. Gets knocked out by Nikita Krylov in the first round. Jon Jones. Yeah, that was the losing streak that started it all right there. Because he had to win over Glover. He had to win over Jan Blachowicz. Okay, he fought Daniel Cormier. Had a very good fight against brutally in that one. Jimmy Manawa. He beats Jimmy Manawa. I remember that fight. Yeah, 2014. Oh, yeah. Yeah, and then there's Michael Aswell right now talking. Press conference. Let's hear what he has to say. Yeah, there's no audio in the press conference. You don't even know what they're saying. Yeah, they got to adjust the... Okay, Alexander beat up John and DC most of any other fighters in their prime. Yeah. Man, ICE is going hard with their promotion right now. And of course, why not use the UFC as go. Davison is on the press conference right now. We're listening to the press conference of Davison. They said he to prove why he belonged here in the UFC after a few losses. How about this? Filho versus Carpenter. Good fight as well. And how about this? Right after he won, Filho won, he saying that he's a pastor, like doing the Bryce Mitchell bit, right? Every time somebody brings in the Bible in there, that's sort of like a Bryce Mitchell thing, right? Yeah. So Davidson says that whenever they mention about him fighting Merab, he says that he has to train a whole lot longer than usual to do that. So wow. Davison says that Merab takes guys down, but hold them down. He says long distance striking will complicate Merab. Davison says he wants to be ready with the pace, the grappling side of things. How about this? Via Mesquita taking on Irina. Oh man, she busted her up, man. She's beating her up from the bottom. Yeah, that was a vicious fight also right there. Yeah, the audio with the press conference for Davis. Yeah, Dana's not there. I wonder if Dana is barred from. Yeah, bro said he would submit Charles, look like a white belt. All right, so tonight's performance, Vitor Petrino goes to Charles Oliveira, most UFC history. Right? Yeah. Man, all right, man. So Canada going on next week. So he says that he wants to stay healthy now. He doesn't want to abuse his body like the way that he used to. If let's say he's done with a fight, all of a sudden he goes and drinks, overeats. He said that he doesn't want to do that anymore. He said that he wants to take care of his body professionally. So those Brandon Moreno series that Davison had were amazing, man. You know, that put Brandon Moreno on the map, those fights. is really bad right now. The conference, but then again, they are down in Brazil, so I think because they have to try and get the audio, the translator as well. So that's it. That's the end of it. Charles, do Bronx Oliveira have to say about this? All right, so let's hear what Charles has to say. Okay, he's asking a Truth Seeker 65, are you sleeping? No, probably not. Just probably listen in, you know. Got to remember, Fresh, Truth Seeker is a grown man with kids and, you know, and responsibilities. You know what I mean? He can't always be all up in the chats like that. But yeah, you know, that's, he's cool. I like, he's good vibes. I like when he's in here. So. Yeah, all 9 finishes from UFC Rio of Charles Oliveira. Oh, wait, no, all 9 finishes in a fight, in this fight card, actually. All right, so just await the next person and right now. All right, well, you know what? Looks like you know, everyone's, you know, pretty much falling asleep right now. You know, I think we'll just call that a day right now. It's been a good stream. Thank you to everybody around the world that has tapped in. I really appreciate this. Really appreciate all the supporters around the world. We had about 5 people around the world right now.
hear some motion going on right now. Let's see if we can just react to the press conference one time before we head on. Right, here's Charles Oliveira right now. They said 18 fights and 18 wins by knockout or submission. How do you feel? Oh, yeah, that's right. I remember he did fight Kevin Lee in the first ever pandemic card. If you remember, it was him and Kevin Lee in 2020 that fought in UFC Brazil. It was a fight night Brazil card, but they had to turn it into a pandemic card. There was literally no one in the seats during that time. I remember that. Yeah, Charles says he's thankful for everything that's been happening in his life. He says from the day we got here and the day that they announced his fight, he says the massive Brazilian fans that came together. He said that he's super happy. He said, "What was your strategy going into this? Were you looking to knock him out or just finish him in general?" He said that he was looking to, just stuff the takedowns, defend the takedowns, and smother him. He says that if you saw other fights, I really try and submit other people, but in this one, I was really trying to smother him. He says, we could knock him out, but if there's an opening, that's my strategy. We're going to take it. Max Holloway just said that he would not fight he would not fight Oliveira in Brazil, but he said that he would be intrigued to fight him. He said if it's not in Brazil, it can be anywhere in the world. He says he'd be down to do an event in Hawaii, but then he also doesn't want to wait for the White House. He said it's the perfect fight. All right, someone's asking something in Portuguese right now. Charles said that the reality is I'm always looking to improve, always looking to get better since the beginning. He said he's felt like a lion from the very beginning. He says that it's a pleasure to speak to everyone here. He says that it's a huge night in Rio. He said the opponent doesn't matter. It's the pleasure of being here. He said he was looking to beat a hunter and being aggressive, and that's exactly what he got out of it. He said he was trying to play the whole MMA game. He was trying to take him down, trying to do everything that he could. Oh, he said that he's going to have a party on, I think, a Children's Day in the favela or something like that.
Okay, so he's saying that he's going to take his family to come help in the favelas. So basically, Charles is saying that he's going to go and give back in the favelas right after this win. He says that it's the least that he can do. He said that he didn't sleep in the fighter's hotel during this fight. He said that he felt comfortable, staying at his home for the remainder of the fight. So he said he's a few feet away from shoot a box, and he could just train, and that's it. Yeah, he said that it was better for victory, not having to come back and forth for this. He says that it worked out for him, that if it works out, we're just going to have to keep doing that. Someone asked, even though this was a dominant victory, was there anything that surprised you in this? He said that he was so well prepared that nothing surprised him. He said that he was so mentally prepared that nothing was going to stop him in this one. Yeah, he asked, did this show the importance of the Brazilian market? He's like, yeah, for sure. That's the thing a lot of people don't understand, right, is how important the Brazilian market is for MMA. He said they're looking to do a stadium fight in Brazil, and if they do, he says that he's willing to be the main event. He said the main event needs to be Charles do Bronx, and he says that he absolutely deserves it. He says, getting emotional is not something bad. I'm an emotional guy. It happens. He says that he wanted to be in there. He tried to put that in his mind because he knew it was. For what's about to happen. Yeah, he said this was the best decision of his life to join his team.
He's basically giving props to all of his coaches right now. They asked him, do you consider this to be one of your favorite or important victories in your career? He said that, yeah, he thinks it's very important to fight in Brazil and defend the honor of the Brazilian people. Looking to fight Holloway for the BMF belt. Oh boy, how about this? They got the ICE commercials right now. ICE broadcast commercials. He said, so when something happens, kind of think about it, you know, think about the end or the final stages of your career. People were telling him, you got to be, because people love you. He wanted to come back. He said the other 50% wanted to just that hype and that wave with me, and the other 50%. He says he's going to go. He said that he wanted to break history, make records. He said that's what keeps him alive. It's what keeps him going is breaking records. That's really what it is with Charles Oliveira, right? He's just looking to break records every time. He says that he said he wanted to have his wife and his kids and his family up there, and he didn't know if that was possible. He said that before he came to shoot to box, he was a jiu-jitsu guy wanting to learn striking. He thought that those guys were phenoms, and being able to part of that same team and being in that same mat and being able to go in the corner with them. He said that these words are, that they'll never forget. That's the thing with Brazilians, right? I remember training with Fabio Prado, the Team Alpha Male coach, who's also from Brazil. Everything with that guy is like positive, right?
positive reaffirmation. That's sort of how Brazilians train each other, right? Is with positive affirmation. So, all right, more on Charles Oliveira's talking about in his press conference. Okay, so he's talking about Diego Lima and Max Holloway. I think Max Holloway is his top priority right now to fight. Yeah, they're going to ask UFC to have them fight up there again. He said you could put him as a main event. He said he can fill it. Yeah, he said that imagine if him and Poatan did a card together in Brazil as a huge event. All right, Charles Oliveira has his headset on. I don't know what for. Okay, I guess for a translation. He has the headset on for translation. Yeah, you know what? They're asking that, Gamrot was supposed to come in here as supposedly the wrestler, but they didn't see any of that. And it was actually Charles Oliveira that took him down. Yeah, it was Charles Oliveira that. All right, let's hear what else they're asking Charles right now. They said that this is the 17th submission he had in the UFC. Yes, is it important for you to get to 20 submissions? He says the further he can take it, the bigger his legacy will be. Yeah, they're asking, are you going to be able to relax and enjoy the win with your family this time? Oh, and they're talking about how important his family was after the losses that he's experienced. So he's basically talking about how he wanted to give everything to his kids that his parents weren't able to give him. He said that he wrote jet ski. That's the most important thing. I think Charles talking about how he, I don't know, he doesn't really sell a fight, or does it? I don't know, man. There's so lot going on here with the Portuguese and English translation going on in one. All right, man. Well, that's it, man. So Charles Oliveira thanked everybody. All right, so some final thoughts. Some final thoughts on this before all of that. He says, "We are back, Kyrie. Wake up." And all right. I tell you what I will do is I will give my final thoughts on this fight, right? Because I think it is important to kind of give some final thoughts on this fight. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to detail it right here on let's see here. I'm going to detail it right here. Okay, so 8 hours and 30 minutes into the stream. Okay, so final thoughts on this event. 8 hours and 30 minutes into the stream, I'm going to give you my final thoughts into this event. So here it goes. Many people going into this fight thought that it was a bad idea for Charles Oliveira to get in here. Is it true? Was it a bad idea for Charles Oliveira to get in here? Well, the obvious answer in hindsight is no. It's not a bad idea. Well, the only reason why we say it's not a bad idea is because he won. Now, what if it had gone the other way? We would have thought, you know what? This is the absolutely worst idea to go in here after getting knocked out by Ilias Pora. And that wasn't too long ago, by the way, when he got knocked out by Ilias Pora. We're talking about UFC 317, right? That's not too far long ago. We are literally at UFC 321, 320 right now. So that's all like in a 3-month span in a way, right? 3 to 4 months. 4 months the most. That's not a lot. But you know what? Listen, sometimes There are people that are exceptions. The most important thing that you can take out of this final thought for this whole entire event. Many people were concerned, including myself, of Charles Oliveira getting into this fight. But you know what? Here's the thing. Even if somebody is giving you the best advice, you got to do what is good for you. I got to be honest with you. You guys know what I told Zayn about gambling. I told him going into the Hamza Shiraz fight, even though he knows who Hamza Shiraz is, even though he knows the capabilities that he has, even though he understands that he is a bad matchup for Berlanga, he went in there and spent 11,000 pounds, which is $10,000 pounds in American dollars, and won the bet against my advice. Now, why is it that I gave him that advice if he ended up losing, if he ended up winning anyway? Well, because that is what concerned friends do. But it doesn't mean that you're right. Charles Oliveira had a lot of people in his camp that were telling him, maybe it's not a good idea for you to go in here and jump in here because of what happened with Oliveira. I'm sorry, because of what happened with Ilia Topuria against Oliveira, getting knocked out like that. It's too soon. It's detrimental to your health. Well, guess what? Tonight, probably not. But if he did, it wasn't a lot, and it wasn't enough to really damage him in any kind of capacity. So, did it really matter at some point? Yes, it did. So here's one thing that I really want you guys to understand, right? Just because somebody is giving you advice, it doesn't mean that it's something you should follow. You got to follow what is your best decision. Not what somebody tells you, not what somebody thinks. Because even if they are telling, so that's the main topic of this, right? Even if somebody is out for your best interest, it doesn't mean that they are giving you the best advice. Even if there is no ill intent behind that advice. And by the way, man, a lot of people out there do give you ill-intended advices. I know a lot of people that could take different career paths, but other people gave them a different career path because they knew that if that person decided to take that career path, they would have gone and shot off into a different stratosphere, which would only encourage and increase their jealousy and their rage against that person and envy. So, all of you that thought it was a good idea for Charles Oliveira to fight, it is because you either thought that you believed in him because you're a hardcore fan, you believe in anything that Charles Oliveira does, or you want to see him get hurt. For those of you that did not want to see, you're either a hater or you're a concerned fan. But either way, it doesn't mean that you're correct and it doesn't mean that you're wrong. And I'm going to leave it off with this. Being correct in a personal decision is only effective in whatever decision that person decides to make. In other words, if it goes wrong, it is his fault and nobody else's. But if he's right, if he is right, all the glory and all the accolades go to him with no disputes. And with that in mind, I want you guys to enjoy the rest of your weekend. Don't forget to like and subscribe. This has been really awesome. Thank you to the 1.7K people around the world that have tapped into this one. Inshallah, more in the future. I'll see you soon. God bless everybody. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
MMA needs, if you want to find predictions, news, and everything that deals with MMA, shout outs to Kyrie Abu Al-Kir MMA, Sacramento, California, represent.
That's right, Kyrie. I appreciate you, my nigga. You came in here, you was talking that shit. That's right, bro. Much love, Flo. I appreciate you for always stepping in, bro. Be safe out there. Man, my nigga Kyrie, my man Kyrie came through. He started talking that shit. Hey, here's the thing. Here's the thing. That nigga will whoop your fucking ass. You would think that nigga's all squared up and all that type of shit. Nigga come through and beat your fucking ass. Like, man, fuck you up. You will never see it coming. So for those of y'all